profit on it, just like Raytheon, Loral, or Halliburton. Going up the elevator in his condominium complex, he reflected on the risks of this latest venture. In the past, he'd simply worked in the shadows. A key vote here, a corporate nudge there. A little information passed on locations, times, or meetings. Now he was the middleman, and it made him both excited and uneasy. The Chinese had contacted him a little over a year ago, irate, claiming he had failed to warn them about a covert action in Sudan. At the time, he'd told them the truth. He had no knowledge of any covert act against Chinese interests. While on the Intelligence Committee, he wasn't a vaunted member of the Gang of Eight, so he wasn't privy to anything considered extraordinarily sensitive, which an attack on Chinese assets would most certainly be. The Chinese had abruptly gone silent at his protest, then come back a few months later with a request. Find them a weapon they knew existed, obtain samples, and transfer them to the Chinese. He'd never, ever been tasked before. In fact, he didn't even consider himself an asset of the Chinese, more like an entrepreneur. When he'd balked, he'd received a veiled threat, something else that had never happened. While the threat irked him, he had decided to go ahead because of the money involved. He was given parameters to research by his handlers and began to dig, using his Intelligence Committee standings. He'd found what they were looking for in the Defense Advanced Projects Research Agency, and now was within a month of transferring the technology. He had no idea how the Chinese knew what to look for, knew how to point him in the right direction. Maybe there were more like him in America, but he didn't think so. If there were, and they were feeding the parameters to the Chinese, why wouldn't they just feed them the device? Why make him dig and risk exposure? At the very least, why not just tell him where to look? One thing was for sure. He was out after this. The risk was just too great, and the Chinese were now treating him a little like a doormat instead of the rock star he had been. He'd had enough of their ungrateful shit. Opening the door, he felt his BlackBerry chime with a message to check his email. Probably a change in the flight schedule. He connected securely with his Senate account and saw a note from his aide, short and to the point. You said to keep tabs on this guy. Attached was a report from the Joint POW-MIA Accounting Command detailing possible information regarding the location of Christopher Hale, MIA in 1970, Cambodia. The name brought a flash of nostalgia. A comfortable blanket he found himself wanting more and more as he grew older. So they finally found him. He remembered the disbelief he had felt when the North Vietnamese had said a reconnaissance team was in the area. At first he had dismissed the alarm, since he knew for certain where every recon team was targeted and had routinely passed that information on to the NVA. The nearest one was a full day's walk from the camp. After the gunfire erupted, he had fled with his Chinese counterparts, desperate to beat the bombing that was sure to come. Returning to his job as CIA liaison to MACV-SOG, he had been relieved to learn the team had died, then mortified to hear one man was MIA. He had lived in absolute terror for weeks, waiting for Chris Hale to pop out of the jungle and finger him. As time went on and the man never appeared, the terror faded, only spiking briefly in 1973 when the POWs were released by North Vietnam. Chris Hale wasn't among them. Returning to the United States, he had forgotten all about the man, until the drive for MIAs in Vietnam had reached a fever pitch in the U.S. consciousness. He'd used his position as a newly minted congressman to be updated on the status of Hale, and had done so every year since, more out of a perceived connection to the man than anything else. He opened the report and felt a small sliver of fear. The only items listed were a reconnaissance journal and a camera. He immediately willed himself to calm down. No way any film has lasted this long, and even if it has, the odds of it having anything besides some bamboo bunkers is nil. Just to satisfy his curiosity, he Googled "processing old film" and felt the fear return. Apparently, it not only could be done, but it was done routinely. There were whole websites dedicated to finding old cameras at garage sales, developing the film, then trying to determine who was in the picture. Several companies were solely dedicated to developing outdated formats, and claimed success with film from the early 1900s. A roll of film from 1970 was well within the art of the possible. He returned to the JPAC report, seeing the items were currently located in the U.S. Embassy in Cambodia, and that the investigation was labeled initial, which meant JPAC wouldn't get to it for at least 6 weeks. He closed out his account. He had too much on his plate to worry about it now. Just have to beat JPAC to the camera when I get back. Chapter 11. Peering out of the grimy Kentucky Fried Chicken window through the growing throngs of Egyptian tourists, Rafik saw a young man wearing a white shirt enter the cafe and look at his watch. At precisely 1 o'clock, he sat down and removed his sunglasses. Rafik waited. The man pulled a tattered paperback book from his pocket, thumbed through the pages, then placed the book face down on the table, still open. So far, so good. Rafik had never met the contact from the Muslim Brotherhood and didn't know what he looked like. The only way he could be sure he wasn't walking up to a stranger or into a trap was if the contact followed his instructions to the letter. When the man crossed his legs, the final signal, Rafik started to rise, then abruptly sat back down, a spike of adrenaline coursing through him. Left leg over right, not right over left. To protect himself, he had given the contact an emergency signal. If the man was compromised and was making the meeting under duress, he was to cross his left leg over his right. If everything was fine, it would be right over left. Rafik stared in disbelief, running through his mind all of the connections that could have led to compromise. He came up with very, very few. He saw the man give a small start, then recross his legs right over left. Rafik debated. The idiot probably just screwed up. Rafik knew he should leave and re-establish contact. He was running out of time. A new meet might take another week to set up. There was one more check he could do. The book was supposed to be on page 100. Anything else, and he'd leave. Approaching was a risk, but a small one. If the contact had been turned, the authorities would want the meeting to continue for the information they could glean. They wouldn't make a hasty arrest. Rafik left the KFC and circled around to the contact's blind side. Walking as if he had another destination, he slipped into the seat next to the contact at the last second. He grabbed the book before the man could react and saw it was on page 100. He tossed the book on the table and said, "I'm the Falcon. Follow me." He stood up without looking back and wound through the close-packed alleys surrounding the food court, getting lost in the dumpsters and garbage. When he was sure they couldn't be seen from any street, he turned abruptly, pulling a knife and thrusting the contact up against a grimy cinder-block wall. "Empty your pockets." The man struggled for a second, until the knife bit into his neck. Then he sagged, doing nothing. Rafik backed off a foot. "I said, empty your pockets, and open your shirt." In short order, Rafik had determined that the man had no recording or transmitting gear. "Why did you swap your legs?" The man clasped his hands as if he was praying. "It was a mistake. I made a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. I'm with you. I'm one of you." "You make a mistake like that again, and we might all die." Rafik raised the knife until it was a millimeter away from the contact's left eye. "Understand this. If it happens again, one person will die for sure." The man twitched his head vigorously, attempting to nod without putting out his eye. Rafik said, "I'm told that you are the man who can help me get into El Nuja Airport." The contact nodded his head but said nothing, apparently afraid to speak. and that there is a plane coming with special cargo." The man nodded again. Exasperated, Rafik said, "Tell me something I don't know. How are you, a mistake-prone child, capable of this?" "It's coming in at night. We don't know when. My boss will get a call 24 hours before. I'm in the Army unit that provides security for the airport. Nobody checks anything there. I could dress up my mother in a uniform and put her on the gate. It's a closed airport after all. Nothing really to protect." Rafik knew that the aging El Nouja airport had been closed for close to a month, with all commercial traffic diverted to Burg El Arab Airport outside of Alexandria. Whether this was for renovations or was a permanent condition, Rafik could never determine. "And how is this plane landing at a closed airport?" "I don't know. Someone was given bakshish, I guess. I only know that we're being paid to turn on the runway lights for a period of 3 hours. The plane will land, do whatever it's going to do, then take off again." Rafik already knew everything being said except a 3-hour window. That would make things tight. He knew that an American private air contractor had leveraged the chaos of the current Egyptian government by bribing several government departments to use the decrepit airport without any official knowing. Well, at least any official who was not on the payroll. He also knew the cargo, something this low-level foot soldier did not. Somewhere during the 6 months of complex secret negotiations using intermediaries throughout the Egyptian government, the cargo had been revealed. This knowledge meant little to most of the people involved, but one man, another member of the Muslim Brotherhood, had understood the significance and had sent a message to Al-Qaeda. Rafik had been lucky enough to be one of the many in the nebulous chain of the reporting used by the terrorist network. He was supposed to pass it along in its complex path to the Al-Qaeda leadership, but he instead chose to use it for his own plan. For 6 months he had wondered if the message was real, if maybe he was basing a plan on a chimera. Sometimes, lying awake at night, he hoped it was fake. The mantle of responsibility was enormous, weighing him down like a wrought iron chain around his neck. He had no grand organization like bin Laden's. Outside of his small circle, men who would follow him into hell, he had to rely on others for help. Algerian contacts in Montreal, prison recruits in the United States, and radical members of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. And he still had to convince another organization to provide him with an air crew for the plane. Today, though, all of that was forgotten. The aircraft was real, which meant the cargo was real. Soon, inshallah, his victory would be real.
Chapter 12. Bull and Knuckles were waiting for us when we returned to our hotel in Phnom Penh. "Any issues with the embassy?" Knuckles asked. "No," I said. "They didn't even want an ID. It was strange. Like they couldn't give me the stuff quick enough. They probably just figured there was no way someone would fake a name like Nephilim. That's what I mean. Usually I spend 15 minutes trying to sort out the message traffic before some idiot changed my name to Nicholas or Nestor. This time Nephilim was right on the sheet, and when I said that was me, they started throwing the stuff my way. Let me see it." I pulled the Nikon SLR out of my bag and tossed it to him. Jennifer began packing her suitcase, saying, "If we get out of here quick enough, we can catch today's bus to Siem Reap. This little detour won't cost us a day at Angkor Wat." Knuckles turned the camera over in his hands, then put it to his eye like he was taking a picture. He cocked the film lever and said, "Hey, I think this thing's loaded." "Really?" I went over to him. "Careful, don't break it." He held it away from my hands. "I'm not going to break it. I'm going to get it out." He unfolded the rewind lever and began to crank, with me hovering around like a nervous hen. Jennifer put her hands on her hips. "Come on, guys, let's pack. We've got plenty of time to mess with that camera on the bus. Bull, can you pack up the laptop?" "Don't force it," I said. "If it won't crank, let it go." "I'm not forcing it. Calm down." He continued winding until we both heard the lead spin inside the camera. He smiled. See, it's done. Opening the back, he pulled out a roll of black and white Kodak Tri-X film. Exasperated, Jennifer said, "Pack up your stuff, please. We're going to miss the bus." From behind her, Bull said, "Yeah, pack up your stuff. But don't worry about the bus." He was looking at our corporate website, pulling up our email through a VPN. "What's up?" I said. "We got a mission." 24 hours later, I was sitting in a coffee shop in Jakarta, Indonesia, playing with my smartphone. Jennifer was sitting across from me, looking a little peeved. I guess I didn't blame her. We had left Cambodia immediately without going to Angkor Wat, and chances were we wouldn't be going back. She said, "I thought we weren't allowed to do this stuff until we had the business established." Well, ordinarily that's true, but it's the risk that counts. This can't be too much adventure. Probably something simple that Johnny would rather not do for whatever reason. All the message on the VPN had said was that Johnny, meaning Johnny's team, needed some help and had given the location of the coffee shop with the time. Because of our separate covers, Johnny wouldn't contact us directly, but would use a digital dead drop instead. We'd never even seen anyone from his team. Someone would just walk or drive by and launch the message from their smartphone to ours, using an encrypted Bluetooth connection. When it was done, there'd be no history of the transmission that would connect us, like a cell phone text message, email, or a call. Jennifer said, "What if it's not something simple? Maybe it's something that could jeopardize our company. Are you going to do it?" "It depends. I don't know until I see it. Anyway, you know how I feel about that. The company's just a means to an end, not an end unto itself. You start worrying too much about that shit, you end up paralyzed, never doing anything for fear of burning something." A long time ago, I had had a teammate almost die because another government agency refused to help. He survived, but in the after-action review, I found out that we'd been left high and dry because the other agency was afraid of blowing its cover. The method that facilitated the operation had superseded the operation itself. I had decided then and there that I'd never let cover stand in the way of a critical mission. I wouldn't do anything stupid, but I also wouldn't let it paralyze me. She said, "Yeah, I remember what you told me, but we haven't even started yet, and we might be destroying what took 6 months to build. That's something to consider, isn't it?" Apparently, she was still wondering if I was a loose cannon like I had been when we first met. Before I could answer, my phone vibrated. "It's here." Jennifer looked a little startled, then glanced around trying to spot the teammate, which I knew was a losing proposition. The message was a location for a physical dead drop. I called Knuckles and relayed the directions. Jennifer said, "Did it even say, should you choose to accept it, or anything like that?"
See it? Roger, got you. Stand by. They had managed to break from the engagement, but were moving in the wrong direction due to the contact, perpendicular to where they needed to go. Hale knew they were on the verge of bumping into another enemy element, and that everyone in this world would do whatever it took to kill them. The team was holding up, but he could feel the fear surrounding each man like a physical thing. He felt it himself. Abruptly, they were hit again, from the direction of the lanai. The team began to pour fire out again, repeating the dance. But they had lost the element of surprise. The NVA came in looking for a fight. Hale screamed, "Claymore!" Cummings ran over and took a knee, firing at the enemy while Hale tore into the rucksack on his back, pulling out a Claymore mine rigged with a 30-second time fuse and a white phosphorus grenade taped to the front. He jammed it into the ground and set the fuse while Cummings provided cover. Then both bounded back to the team. The ball bearings of the Claymore shredded the lead NVA element in pursuit, with the white phosphorus grenade spewing out a blanket of fire that incinerated anything it touched. The enemy response died off, replaced by the screams and moans of the wounded. The team continued running, everyone panting. Hale did a head count and saw he was missing his tail gunner. He shouted, "Where's Hung?" "I don't know," Thomas said. "He was right with me when we started to break." They both knew there was no way they could search for him. To do so would cause the entire team to be annihilated. Hale strained to see some indication in Thomas's face, but it was his decision to make. Hale paused for a moment, torn, then said, "Fuck. We can't go back in. Call Prairie Fire." He got the team up and moving again, hearing Thomas relaying the call to Covey. Prairie Fire was the code word for a team about to be overrun. It was used only in absolute need, because everything available was dedicated to that team. No 1-0 wanted to call Prairie Fire and have another team die because he had taken their support. Thomas said, "Covey's got 2 thuds inbound with some ordnance left from a run to Hanoi. No idea what they're carrying." The flight of the F-105 fighter-bombers would help, but only if they got to the team soon. Hale knew it would be a matter of minutes before the NVA gained control and began a methodical hunt, using what appeared to be an entire regiment around them. After what he had seen at the Lanai, he was sure they wouldn't quit until the team was dead, and maybe not even then. He could see the team knew it as well, the fear pulsing off them, the whites of their eyes stark against the camouflage grease paint on their faces. He was reminded of a treed raccoon from his youth, hissing and snarling while the dogs barked in a frenzy below. He'd often wondered how the raccoon felt right at the end. Now he knew. Still on the move, he heard Cummings empty a magazine at the rear of the formation, screaming, "B-40 rocket! B-40 rocket!" An explosion lifted Hale off his feet. Momentarily stunned, he saw his right side covered in blood. The team lay scattered, some still firing, others in a daze. Shaking the haze from his head, he moved from man to man. Reorganizing the defense, he was relieved to see that despite various wounds, everyone with him was still alive and ambulatory. In front of him, he saw nothing but khaki uniforms darting between the trees, perhaps 100 NVA advancing toward them. The sight caused him to momentarily freeze, the sheer magnitude of their situation sinking in. "We're dead." The enemy unleashed everything they had, the rate of fire preventing the team from moving, the bullets snapping through their small perimeter like a swarm of angry bees and shredding the vegetation around them. Hale scrambled through the fire to Thomas, intent on breaking the NVA momentum before they realized they had it. He took over the radio, talking directly to the inbound F-105 pilots, giving them instructions on where to drop their load. He dropped the hand mic and shouted, "Hug the ground! Danger close! Danger close!" No sooner had he said it than the earth rocked violently, literally lifting the team into the air, the shock wave of the ordnance hammering them. The firing from the enemy slacked off to nothing.
I smiled. "Nope. Let's get Bull and Knuckles their coffee orders and see what this is about." By the time we returned to the hotel, Knuckles had serviced the dead drop, retrieving an encrypted thumb drive. He had it in our computer and was reading the screen. "Well," I said, "what's the mystery?" "Nothing big. Looks like Johnny's tracking a guy named Nordin Sunkar. He's supposed to be a facilitator for Jamaah Islamiyah and runs a travel agency here in Jakarta." Jamaah Islamiyah, or JI, as we called them, was an Indonesian terrorist group affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Like every other fanatic associated with AQ, they wanted an Islamic state based on Sharia law, and were constantly blowing shit up to accomplish it. They were responsible for the Bali massacre in 2002 that killed more than 200 innocent tourists. "Okay," I said. "What's that mean to us?" "Well, they've been trying to get a handle on this guy for a while. They've been watching his travel agency for over 2 weeks now. So far, nothing. All they want us to do is go inside and see if we can confirm or deny he even works there. If eyeballing the place is a waste of time, they want to know. I still don't get why they called us. Just go in there, for Christ's sake?" "There's CCTV cameras all over the building. They're afraid of pulling a Dubai if they have to hit the guy here in Indo." A couple of years ago, someone had whacked a Hamas leader named Al-Mabu in Dubai. Since he'd freely admitted to the stone-cold killing of 2 Israeli soldiers in 1989, the odds-on favorite was the Israeli intelligence service, Mossad. Whoever it was did it pretty smartly and had successfully exited the country, but the Dubai police unraveled the plot by looking at every CCTV video in the entire city, piecing together who had done what, starting with the dead guy's hotel. It had turned into a huge diplomatic row when it was discovered that the killers had used falsified passports from European Union countries. Dubai had also spread the killers' faces, taken from their passports, all over the worldwide news. Johnny was afraid of the same thing happening to them, and wanted to avoid any CCTV footage linking anyone on his team to the target, which made sense to me. So all he wants us to do is go in there and confirm or deny his presence? Yep. And I don't want to do it for the same reasons as Johnny. I could end up with his target 2 months from now. I don't want to do it either. I want Jennifer to go. Jennifer jumped up. Me? I'm not in the task force. You're not what? I said. Knuckles said, I think that's a great idea. It's a travel agency, so you can just do what we were already doing. Find some old shit here in Indo that we can go look at. That should make you happy. She looked from Knuckles to me, then at Bull, who nodded his head with a grin. Jesus Christ, what a bunch of babies. Let me see the instructions.
Chapter 13. Congressman Ellis looked at his watch. He had rushed over to the Cairo Convention Center to meet his contact, while the rest of the delegation got over jet lag at the hotel. But he couldn't spend a great deal of time here before the delegation began to wonder where he was. He expected a quick meeting, and now didn't like the answers he was getting. "What do you mean you can't do anything?" he said. "This guy has a camera that might have my picture on it with Chinese officers. It could destroy our relationship." Han Wan-chun gave a little shrug. "What on earth do you want me to do? I'm a simple businessman. I cannot help it if you get in trouble. Don't give me that shit. I have a copy of his passport and his last itinerary. He's in Jakarta right now. That's close enough for your people. We need to get that camera." Han was attending the International Trade Fair in Cairo as a representative of the Great Wall Industry Corporation, hiding his association with the People's Liberation Army. "You wish me to track someone down in Jakarta while I'm in Egypt? I think you're growing a little paranoid. Is there something else I should be aware of, something to do with our business?" "I'm not paranoid, just careful. The camera was in the U.S. Embassy in Cambodia. It should have stayed there until I could get to it. But somehow this man managed to get them to hand it over against regulations. I did some digging on him, and he owns a company that has no history. No travel, credit purchases, or anything else. It stinks." Han smiled. "So you think this company is fake? A costume for something else?" Exasperated at the dance, Ellis said, "Yes, just like your damn company. I'm not asking you to fly to Indonesia. Get some friends in the MSS to do it." Han looked at the booths to his left and right, making sure nobody next door had heard the outburst. Ellis realized he'd overstepped. While they both knew how ludicrous the pretending was, Ellis had never outright called any of his Chinese contacts liars, or mentioned their association with the Chinese Ministry of State Security, the organ that conducted foreign espionage. "Watch yourself, Mr. Ellis. You fear what's on the camera when the real danger is in front of you. If I had contacts with state security, I might be inclined to call them for other reasons." Ellis backpedaled. "I just meant you have a lot of pull with the Chinese government and could probably help. Nothing more. It would be conducive to our business." "Let's discuss that first. When and where will we transfer the equipment?" "Here in Cairo. I'll give you specific instructions later. A plane will land at the airport in Alexandria, and I'll transport the equipment here. From there, I'm out of it. It's up to you to get it out of the country." "When? We're only here for 1 week." Ellis passed him a local cell phone he'd purchased. "I'll call you 24 hours before the transfer. It'll be within the week." He glanced at his watch. "Look, I have to get back to my delegation before they wonder what happened to me. I don't want to meet again. Are we good?" Han said, "Yes, up to a point. If I haven't heard from you in 5 days, I'm going to find you." You won't have to worry about the camera." Ellis felt sweat trickle down his sides. "Hey, no need for threats. I've always been good. Ask your other folks. We go back a long ways. The proof may be on that camera." "I'll make some calls. Forget about the camera. Focus on the transfer. Give me the information on the man." Ellis gave him all he knew and left, winding his way back through the maze of booths. As he walked, he replayed the conversation in his mind. He realized the power scale had shifted. Somewhere along the line he had fallen from a valued asset to a tool to be used. He had always called the shots, with the Chinese accepting whatever he offered. Now he was being outright threatened to produce. Even with the risk of the camera, an uncomfortable truth settled in. His greatest danger was no longer his own country discovering his activities. He'd never seen that coming. Chapter 14. Keyshawn walked through the woods around the substation, sketching what he could see of the interior. This was a distribution point, one of the substations around the state that took the power from high-voltage lines coming from the generation plants and stepped down the voltage to something the residents and businesses could use. He was looking for the piece of equipment that made the step-down possible, an extremely high-voltage transformer. He didn't know why, but he had been tasked to gather information on every substation that housed an EHVT. So when his daily rounds took him by one, he stopped and sketched. Not many of them did, but enough to keep him busy. He'd been specifically told to look at the line of sight, to find a vantage point where he could clearly see the transformer from outside the chain-link fence. A position where the view wasn't blocked by the myriad of other components inside the substation. The contact had said, "See where you could attack it from the outside with a rifle." He knew that a rifle would do little damage to the transformer since each one weighed over 20 tons and stood 15 feet tall. But he liked the sound of the tasking. Attack.
Chapter 15. After pushing Jennifer to enter the travel agency, I had worried like a grandmother until she was out. Not about her safety, but about whether she'd get the information. It was a simple task, but the repercussions would ripple through the Taskforce grapevine if she failed. Precisely because it was a simple task. I should have known the worrying was a waste of time. After all, I'd trained her. Jennifer had had no trouble inside the travel agency. She found out that the JI guy maintained an office there, but was out of town for another week, maybe more. She'd spent most of her time setting up a trip to Solo on the eastern part of the island, where archaeologists had found one of the earliest known hominid skeletons. Whatever the hell a hominid is. After passing the information, we spent a day and a half at a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Jennifer running around like a child while the rest of us wondered if the hotel had a bar. Fortunately, before Jennifer could find other sites to go explore, we got another message, which meant another mission. Johnny was really wearing out his welcome, but it did get us out of the jungle and back to Jakarta. Knuckles got the coffee this time. He wants to meet us to talk about it. I didn't get any instructions. Where? A place called the Barfly Club. It's on Jalan Jaksa. Apparently it's where all the expats hang out, so we'll blend in fine. Contacting Johnny or his team face-to-face was a risk, because it would tie our two covers together when they had no business meeting, like a Wall Street banker having lunch with a pimp. It would have to be carefully managed. What's the plan? Pretty simple. He'll be playing darts. We'll get a beer, then go play darts with him, introduce ourselves as fellow Americans, bullshit a little bit, then get down to business. It was plausible. Expatriates naturally congregated, so our actions wouldn't draw too much attention. As long as neither of us was being targeted, it should work. Knuckles read my mind. He's sure his guys are clean. They've done nothing to Spike. He'll have the team wash us. Once we get to the bar, we just get a table and wait. If we see another teammate join Johnny at darts, it means we're clean and the meeting's a go. If nobody shows by 7:30, we walk out, meeting canceled. We spent the rest of the day scouting the area. At precisely 7, we entered the bar. It was a seedy little place, consisting of outdoor seating and a small inside area with a pool table and a dartboard. It was already crowded with backpackers staying in the hostels on Jalan Jaksa, and expats from all over the world lined up at the bar. Johnny was at the dartboard, throwing with another man I didn't recognize. We got a few beers and took the only inside table that was open, trying to talk over the groan of the overworked and useless air conditioner. Jennifer watched the dart game for a minute, then said, "Is Johnny religious?" Knuckles laughed. "Hell no. Why?" "His baseball cap has a Bible verse on the back." Knuckles looked at me, passing the ball for the answer. I said, that's just an inside joke, a Taskforce joke." Before I had to explain further, a man I did recognize joined Johnny's group. I couldn't recall his name, but he was Taskforce. Knuckles said, "That's our cue." We got up and sauntered over to the dartboard, spending 20 minutes introducing ourselves, throwing darts, and generally playing the where you from game like expats always did. Finally, Johnny said, "You're clean. Let's get a table outside." We were assaulted by the heat as soon as we exited. Even at night, the humidity caused my clothes to stick. Johnny found an isolated spot and didn't waste any time. "I want you guys to do a B&E on the travel agency and get into Norton's computer." The task caught me by surprise. Breaking and entering wasn't a risk-free proposition, and he already had the experts here for that. I couldn't understand why he wanted to even enter in the first place. I said, "We've got the best hackers in the world in D.C. Why take the risk of breaking in?" "Yeah, I know. And we've already cracked the network. But there's closer." The task caught me by surprise. Breaking and entering wasn't a risk-free proposition, and he already had the experts here for that. I couldn't understand why he wanted to even enter in the first place. I said, "We've got the best hackers in the world in D.C. Why take the risk of breaking in?" "Yeah, I know. And we've already cracked the network. But there's close to 100 computers in that building, all on the same ISP. The guys have to go through each one line by line to see if it's the right one. It'll take a month." Knuckles chimed in. "So, that's what we do, slow and patient. You push the issue and you'll burn the task force." "I know, but there's a lot of chatter right now. Something big is going on, and the boss is willing to push it. Nobody has any leads, and this guy might be involved. CIA, FBI, and DOD are all pinging red, but with nothing concrete. It's coming from all sorts of groups, JI, GSPC, AQ. Everyone's talking about a hit." "Why us?" I said. "You've got the task force team. We've only got a couple of operators and a cover organization." "Because you've already seen the inside of the building. You know the layout." "Bullshit. Jennifer's the only one that's been inside." "Right." He didn't say anything else, and it dawned on me that he wanted Jennifer to do the B&E. Whoa, wait a minute. We're just a cover organization. You guys do the operations. We facilitate. Pike, come on. Don't feed me that shit. You're the only cover organization in the task force that's run by operators. What did you think was going to happen when you started traveling? You expect me to believe you wanted to sit on the sidelines? I looked at Jennifer and saw she had caught the reference. He had said operators, plural. He continued, "You know this makes sense. Why send in someone who doesn't know the floor plan when you can send in someone who's already been inside?" He had a valid point. It's exactly what I'd do if I had my own team. But I didn't, and Jennifer was brand spanking new. She'd never done anything like this outside of training, and it was my fault she was in this position. I'm the one who had forced her to go inside in the first place. This was a much bigger risk, and Knuckles saw it the same way. He said, "Johnny, I agree with what you're saying, but I don't know. Jennifer's not ready for this. She's never done a live operation." "Jesus," Johnny said. "She's not going in alone. She'll have my team there with her. I just want to use her knowledge of the floor plan. We'll do the hard work." Jennifer spoke up. "I'll do it." We all looked at her as if we'd forgotten she was there. "I'll do it on one condition. My guys go inside with me. No offense." I scowled and she mouthed, "What?" I looked at Knuckles and Bull. "What do you think?" Bull said, "If someone's going in regardless, might as well be us getting the high adventure." Knuckles nodded, saying, "I'm game, but I think it's a bad idea all the way around. Not Jennifer or us going in, but anyone going in. Too risky, especially for a fishing trip." Johnny was smiling, knowing he'd won. "It's not my call. Someone getting paid the big bucks wants it done, so don't fret over it." I said, "Okay, what was your plan?" "Well, we haven't seen any security guards, even with the jewelry wholesaler on the 3rd floor, so that's not a threat. Basically, the place is wired with CCTV cameras and an alarm system, but they're all linked into a central hub. Unfortunately, it's a closed network. We can't find an access point on the web, and we've looked hard. We can still gain control of the SCADA system if we can just get to a wire anywhere on the network." SCADA stood for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, and was an egghead phrase for the computer system that controlled the security of the building. It came from industrial processes where a computer monitored all aspects of production to ensure efficiency. More and more commercial facilities were networked this way, with one overarching computer controlling everything from the air conditioning to the lighting, sometimes in a location hundreds of miles away from the building. I said, "Where were you planning on gaining SCADA control?" "There's a blockhouse out back. We're pretty sure that's where the lines are feeding. Once we had control, one team would enter while another pulled security, using the cameras all over the building." "How sure are you about the blockhouse?" Johnny grimaced. "Well, not 100%. I was going to crack that first, put on a slave unit, then crack the building. If we couldn't figure it out or the blockhouse was bad, we'd just pull back." Knuckles said, "You just need a data line that's in the network?" Johnny nodded. "Yeah. We only need about 2 inches for the slave unit to function. It's got a broadcast range of about a quarter mile, so anywhere nearby is good enough." "Why not just use one of the wires coming out of the cameras?" "We thought about that, but they're all on the exterior of the building above the 2nd floor. I thought it would be easier to crack the blockhouse than climb the building. We don't have any climbing gear." "But if you tagged the camera, you'd know you had the network, right?" "Yes," Johnny said, "but I just told you, we don't have any climbing gear, and I'm not risking a guy trying to do that freehand. If he fell, the whole operation would be shot, on camera no less." I saw where Knuckles was going. "But what if you had the climbing gear? That'd be a better choice, wouldn't it?" "Yeah, it would." He squinted at me. "Don't tell me you guys brought climbing gear." "Something better. We brought a monkey."
Chapter 16. Jennifer was halfway up the drain pipe to the 3rd floor when she heard movement below her. She saw 3 men milling around the corner of the building, half in and half out of the shadows. Her foot slid against the pipe, making a soft clanking noise. She held her breath. Please don't look up. When Pike had made the monkey comment, she knew they were talking about her. At first, she had violently disagreed, saying that Johnny was right. There was just too much risk. Pike had worn her down until she eventually agreed to at least see if she could climb the building before she made a decision. She knew it was a simple 4-story square from her earlier visit, but she hadn't really looked for a way up on the outside. It turned out to have a solid drain pipe on the back corner, which was hidden in the shadows from the street. Each floor had what looked like a 1.5-foot ledge circling the building, with a 6-foot alley separating the target from the building's next door. The cameras in question were on the 3rd floor. She knew she could climb the building with ease. Pike knew it too, and had worked on her until she agreed. In truth, she had secretly been a little thrilled by the challenge. Now, 24 hours later, her hands becoming slippery in the cloying, humid air, she wondered what the hell she'd been thinking. Her earpiece crackled, and Pike's voice came through like a megaphone. "Coco, you set yet?" Jesus Christ, that was loud. She looked down and saw that there were only 2 men now. Neither glanced up. She clicked twice for no, then clicked rapidly 4 times. She heard the crackle again while still fumbling with her volume control. "I understand you have a situation. She clicked once for yes. Roger, I copy. Do you need assistance? She thought about it, knowing assistance would cause the mission to be scratched. She didn't want to be the reason for that. If they didn't hear the first transmission, they won't hear me move, as long as I'm careful. She clicked twice and slowly began to climb. 5 minutes and 2 near slips later, she was on the third-floor ledge looking at the cameras 70 feet away. Pike, this is Coco. I'm on the 3rd floor. Stupid call sign. While at Solo, Jennifer had explained to Knuckles the importance of the Java Man hominid and his possible link between apes and humans. She had made the mistake of talking about Coco, a lowland gorilla that could communicate in sign language. Knuckles had then given her the name as her call sign for the mission. It had done no good to explain that lowland gorillas weren't monkeys. Roger, Pike said, standing by. Movement inside the building caught her attention. She could see the glass cases of the jewelry wholesaler in the security lighting, full of samples for retailers to peruse. Just outside the door, behind the bars, stood a man. Pike, there's someone inside the building at the jewelry store. There was a pause. Then, Roger, security guard? No, stand by. The man had bent down and opened a duffel bag. He pulled out a hammer and a canvas sack, setting them carefully on the ground next to the door. Then he pulled out a cordless drill. He's a thief. He's got a drill. He's breaking in. Her voice came out rushed and panicky, embarrassing her. Pike's came back like he was ordering donuts. Roger, all. Break, Johnny, we are boarding. I say again, we're aborting. Roger, I copy. Jennifer cut in. Pike, I can't get down. There's 2 men at the bottom of my drain pipe. I can't jump from this height. Pike's voice reflected urgency for the first time. I copy. What's the guy inside doing? The man had placed his duffel bag by the stairwell and was kneeling in front of the door, working a drill bit into the drill. The canvas sack and hammer were by his side. Clearly, he intended to defeat the lock, set off the alarm, then use the hammer to smash the glass cases in the jewelry store, stealing whatever he could before the police arrived. He's preparing to drill the lock. When he gets through that, the alarm's going to go off. Roger. Johnny, how'd he get in? Has he already set off an alarm? I won't know for sure without the SCADA, but I don't think so. My bet is that alarm is pretty damn loud. I doubt they'd have just a silent one. The man had finished with the bit and began working the lock. Pike, he's drilling. Pike came back immediately. Go to the camera. Initiate the slave unit. Johnny, shut off the alarm. Don't let it go off. Jennifer had begun moving before he was done, reaching the camera in seconds. She heard Johnny say, Then what? Followed by Pike's, How should I know? 1 step at a time. She found the wire with the red stripe leading out of the camera. Should be the data line. She pulled out the slave unit, a device the size of an average pager with a small antenna on the side. On the bottom were 2 claws designed to cut through the insulation to the metal beneath. She clamped the unit onto the wire, seeing a blinking red light. This is great. The alarm's going to go off, and I'm going to have a spotlight on my ass like a bad King Kong movie. She watched the man drill, her stomach knotting up. She saw the slave unit begin blinking alternately green and red, meaning it had the data line and was doing an encrypted handshake with Johnny's receiver. She knew once it went pure green, it would take a few seconds for the hacking team in Washington, D.C. to gain control. Come on. The man pulled back, shaking his hands and resting for a couple of seconds. Then he returned to the lock.
Knuckles, Bull, and I were just outside the front door, where I could see the leads to an alarm system. How the hell did that guy get in? Knuckles was grinning a little. I told you this was a bad idea. I nudged Bull. Time to beat your record. He pulled out a lockpick kit and selected a couple of tools. We could have used something like an electric rake gun, but those types of things left marks, and we were supposed to be in and out without any evidence. Luckily, Bull was the fastest I had ever seen at cracking an unknown lock mechanically. He'd go through 5 doors in the time it took me to do 1. While he inserted the tools into the bolt lock, Knuckles and I slid a piece of Kevlar fabric that looked like a deflated tube balloon between the joint of the door and the wall, just underneath the knob. Once Bull opened the bolt lock, we'd inflate the balloon using a compressed CO2 cartridge, which would separate the joint far enough apart to spring the doorknob with a screwdriver. We waited for the all clear from Johnny, like a NASCAR pit crew. I heard Jennifer say, "I've got green, shut it off, shut it off. He's leaning into the drill, he's close." Johnny said, "We're working it, hold on." "Not enough time," I whispered to Knuckles and Bull. "Get ready to run to the drain pipe. Looks like a hot exfil." Jennifer came back on. "Shit, he's in."
Chapter 17. Jennifer watched the thief kick open the door. She tensed, waiting for the ear-splitting sound of an alarm. She started when she heard Johnny through her earpiece instead. "I have control. The alarm's off. I can see both the 2 outside and the asshole inside." She sagged against the wall, watching the man run inside with his hammer and sack. After a few steps, he stopped, looking at the ceiling and wondering why the alarm hadn't triggered. Then he sauntered over to the first glass case and smashed it with a hammer. Reaching inside, he began stuffing his sack. Pike came on. "All elements? We're going to take care of the burglar, then get Jennifer inside the building through a window. We'll exfil together out the front." Seeing the bars on the windows of the jewelry wholesaler, Jennifer said, "Pike, the windows here are sealed for security. I can get down to the 2nd floor without those guys seeing me. Then you wouldn't have to mess with the burglar." "Sorry. I'm not helping these assholes clean out that jewelry store. We shut off the alarm for them. Find another window while we deal with him." Didn't expect that. She looked up and saw a window above her cracked a few inches. "The 4th floor is good. I see an open window." "Okay, we're inside. Wait until I call again, then meet us in the jewelry store." Johnny cut in. "Coco, didn't you say the travel agency was on the 4th floor?" Jennifer clicked once, not stopping her climb. "You still have the thumb drive?" Now on the 4th floor ledge, she stopped and said, "Yeah, I'll see what I can do." She snaked through the window and retraced her steps from a few days ago. Within short order, she was inside Noorden's office, waking up his computer. When it came to life, she saw a password screen. She shut down the computer, inserted the thumb drive, and rebooted. When the screen came back up, she was inside his system. She accessed the internet and typed in the web page Johnny had given her. The only thing on the screen was a button that said, "Enter." She clicked on it. Nothing appeared to happen. "Johnny, I'm inside," and clicked on the web page, but it didn't do anything. "It's not supposed to. We got it. We're good." She left the office exactly as she found it, rebooting the computer to bring up the password screen. She reached the stairwell and was about to head down when her radio crackled again. "Pike, the other 2 assholes have entered the building. They're in the stairwell headed up."
We had just finished tying up the first thief when the call came in. Shit, Jennifer's going to run into them. A second later, I was thinking that wasn't a bad idea. "Coco, this is Pike. Come down the stairs until you see them. Let them get a good look at you, then haul ass to the jewelry store. Come right through the door, you copy?" After a pause, I heard, "Okay. You'd better be right there." "We'll be there. Hurry." Bull and Knuckles looked at me as if I'd started smoking crack. "Bull, get over by the counter. Knuckles, grab that chain." Knuckles got the idea and laid it in front of the door, me on one end and him on the other. Jennifer came on out of breath. "I'm on the way, and they're right behind me." Seconds later, she came flying through the door. Once she passed, we raised the chain to ankle height. Both thieves hit it at a dead sprint, sending them sailing across the floor and crashing head first into the wall. Bull was on them immediately, but it was unnecessary. Like their partner, they were out cold. Knuckles stood up, surveying the damage. "Man, what a clusterfuck. It's great being back with you, Pike." Jennifer was sucking in oxygen as if she'd run 5 miles, her hand on her knees, still pumped by the adrenaline, but the comment brought out a laugh. "Look at the bright side. At least we accomplished the mission." Bull stared at her for a second, apparently sizing her up for the first time. "Yeah, I guess you did." I winked at Jennifer. Another believer. She grinned. "Well," I said, "if you guys think I can get us out of here without a lightning strike, I say we take these assholes out and drop them off somewhere. When they wake up, they won't come back here and certainly won't be going to the police about a bunch of gringos." Bull said, "What about the damage in here? This wasn't too clandestine." "Let them think Batman showed up. Nothing's missing. We're not on camera, and neither are they. Johnny's replaced that footage." It was a little bit of work, but 40 minutes later I opened my hotel room door, completely spent from the adrenaline of the last couple hours. When I turned on the light, I saw my room had been ransacked. Jesus, this place is full of thieves. Luckily, I had nothing of value that couldn't be replaced. Jennifer had our laptop, and the only thing I cared about was Kurt's camera. With a start, I realized it wasn't where I'd left it. The journal was there, but not the camera. I ripped through the small room to no avail, finding the film in my shirt pocket on the bed, but not the camera. It was gone. Shit. Kurt's going to have my head.
Chapter 18. Kurt Hale quit listening to the Director of Central Intelligence, since the man was saying the same thing he had already heard from a score of other officials, including his own team of analysts. Hell, even the DEA was reporting on it. A hit was coming, potentially a big one. The indicators spiked from all sources. Humant, SIGINT, everything. And despite all of the intelligence, there wasn't a single concrete thread of when or where. The only unique thing, which wasn't a comfort, was that at least 4 different terrorist groups were discussing it. Kurt watched the facial expressions on the Oversight Council members and saw that some weren't convinced. As the Taskforce commander, he wasn't a voting member of the council, so he waited until he was asked to speak. Waited and watched the debate. When the DCI finished, Anthony Brookings, the Secretary of State, said, "We get this sort of intel all the time. It doesn't mean something catastrophic is going to happen in the next few weeks. It doesn't even mean it's going to happen at all. I don't think loosening the reins of Project Prometheus is the answer." The DCI threw his briefing folder on the table. "No, we don't see this all the damn time. We did see it once before, though, in August and September of 2001. It's coming, and we can sit here and watch it or try to prevent it." "Quit being so melodramatic," said Secretary Brookings. "We heard the same level of chatter at the turn of the century. There were going to be these massive terrorist attacks on the millennium, and we got nothing. Nada. Zip." He turned to President Warren. "Sir, letting Prometheus run riot is asking for trouble. What happened with the team in Indonesia is a prime example. I was against that, and I'm against this. I was hoping that incident would have knocked some sense into people." Kurt bristled at the comments about the task force. He was also against pushing the issue in Indonesia, preferring to let the hackers work it out, but he'd sent in the team when told to by this very council. "Quit blaming the guys on the ground, you chicken shit." The Secretary of Defense cut in. "Hang on, nobody's saying let 'em run riot, but something needs to be done. We're getting nowhere with traditional intel. If there's another 9/11 on the way, then the risks have increased." "Risks? Risks? What do you think's going to happen if word gets out that we're running some sort of secret assassination squad around the world? This whole administration's going down. Congress will dismantle our entire counter-terrorist apparatus. You think that's good for America? We won't get any intelligence next time." President Warren's voice was cold. "Tony, I never want to hear you categorize Project Prometheus like that again. I understand your misgivings and I welcome your insight, but I won't tolerate you belittling the men that we put into harm's way. Those same men saved your ass last year." Secretary Brookings flushed but pressed ahead. "Sir, remember it's an election year. Now is not the time to get more aggressive." President Warren said, "What the hell does that have to do with anything? I don't think the terrorists care about my campaign, and I'm certainly not going to let an attack occur because of politics." Brookings said, "That's not what I meant. It's not your choice. The opposition probably has 100 people trying to dig up dirt on you. Your greatest strength is on national security. They'll be digging hard to find something to turn that strength into a weakness. They don't need to worry about domestic issues because the economy's in the gutter. All you have going for you is national security, and they'll be looking to put a stake through your heart. You should be getting more cautious, not less, because they might stumble on the task force." President Warren turned to Kurt. "What do you think?" Kurt paused, then said, "I think it's a moot point right now. We don't have anything to go on, so there's not anywhere we can run riot anyway." He locked eyes with Secretary Brookings as he finished. President Warren said, "But you think it's coming?" "Yes, I do. In my mind, the question isn't whether it's coming, but how big it'll be. All of the groups talking about it have subordinate affiliations with Al-Qaeda. That indicates they're cooperating, which is something we haven't seen on this scale. Cooperating with AQ, yes, but not horizontally with each other for a single attack. They do unilateral attacks, then claim it was done on behalf of AQ. Does that help us in any way? Maybe. With that much chatter, we should have some leaks somewhere, which is what really concerns me. How can all these groups be talking about it, yet we never get anything we can sink our teeth into? Whoever's the head honcho is very, very good, compartmentalizing everything. Or, said Secretary Brookings, there isn't an attack on the way." President Warren ignored him. "What did you get out of the Indonesia op?" Kurt said, "The guy's a facilitator, no doubt about it, but he's pretty small time. His travel company has some airframes that I'm sure have been used for bad reasons, and he's got offices in Prague and Bangkok. Along with a ton of financial information we've turned over to the FBI. But nothing related to this." The Secretary of Defense said, "What about rolling him up? The team's still there, right? We do an Omega operation and then ring him out. If he's a terrorist facilitator, he needs to be gone anyway." "Johnny's team's there, but he's not. He's in Cairo at some international trade fair. If you guys give me Omega authority, I can lay the groundwork for when he returns." Secretary Brookings said, "Cairo? We've got a congressional delegation there right now." He looked at President Warren. "Attending an international trade fair." The DCI said, "Shit, maybe that's the target." Kurt said, "Wait. Noorden's not a big player. He's certainly not a hitter. But he could be facilitating someone else who is." President Warren said, "Can you shift Johnny's team in Indonesia to Cairo? At least keep an eye on this guy?" "Well, not without a large amount of risk. They're supposedly contracted to an Indonesian company for cellular phone infrastructure. If they get investigated in any way while in Egypt, starting with customs, they'll last about 20 minutes. President Warren said, "Maybe we can lean on the Egyptians if that happens. Get a little something for all of the money we give them." Kurt smiled. He knew that Egypt receiving more U.S. monetary aid for defense than any other country on Earth, including Israel, grated on President Warren, especially after the fall of Mubarak. "I have a better idea. Pike's company deals with archaeological work. I can get him to Egypt with little trouble. There's no better place to look at old shit." "Pike," said Secretary Brookings. "Isn't he the one who just caused the incident in Indonesia?" No, Kurt said. "He's the one who prevented an incident in Indonesia." 20 minutes later, the meeting wrapped up, with Kurt jotting down some final notes for the movement of Pike's team. President Warren stopped by him before leaving. "How did it work out with the Cambodian embassy? Did you get your father's things?" Kurt grimaced. "Yes, sir. But believe it or not, someone broke into Pike's hotel room in Indonesia and took the camera." "You're kidding." "Nope. I appreciate the pull you used, but I guess I should have just let nature take its course." "I'm sorry to hear that. I know how much those articles meant to you." "It's not all bad. The camera had some film in it, which is more than I would have hoped. Pike's mailing it to me. With any luck, there'll be something interesting on it from my father. Chapter 19. Congressman Ellis laughed politely at the banter of his congressional brethren as they stood in a circle waiting for their transportation. Glancing across the lobby of the Conrad Hotel, he visibly blanched. Walking purposely across the floor was a man who looked remarkably like the passport photo of the guy from Cambodia. He watched the man all the way to the elevator, only pulling his eyes away when he felt someone tugging on his sleeve. "Hey, you all right?" Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I saw someone I knew." "Well, you have any input in where we go for dinner? Jack here wants to go to some belly dancing place the consulate recommended." Ellis felt queasy, wanting to run. "Oh, that sounds fine. Could you hold the limo? I left something in my room." Before the man could answer, Ellis began swiftly walking toward the elevators. He exited at his floor and moved straight to the house phone on a table. If that was the man, a phone call would confirm it. There was no way two people would have the same name. Yes, could I get the room of Nephilim Logan, please?" After spelling it for the hotel operator, he waited, praying to hear that nobody by that name was registered. Instead, he heard the phone start ringing. He swiftly hung up before anyone could answer. He leaned against the table, feeling faint. The man was clearly here because of him. But how? Where had he gone wrong? There was no way the guy could know about the transfer of equipment, and Han had told him the camera had no film. But maybe it did. Maybe the man had it. Then why not just confront him? What's staying at the same hotel going to get him? Maybe the pictures didn't come out clear enough to finger me. Maybe it's just enough to raise suspicions and he's waiting on me to hang myself. Ellis walked to his room, the sweat on his neck feeling clammy in the over-air-conditioned hallway. Snatching up the pay-as-you-go cell phone, he anxiously waited for Han to answer. "Hello?" Han said. "I'm assuming this is my 24-hour call." "Han, no. The deal's off. I think someone's on to us." Ellis heard nothing but breathing for a moment. "Congressman Ellis, the deal is not off. You have been paid handsomely up front, and we have worked too hard to make this occur. Listen to me. The guy from Cambodia is here, in Cairo, in my fucking hotel. He knows, or he at least suspects. No way am I going to do the transfer. I'll be playing right into his hands." Han said, "The man from Cambodia is a nobody. We checked him out. His company has no history because it's brand new. But he did find a lost Mayan temple last year. He spent his time in Indonesia looking at old fossils. He is what he says he is." "That's what he wants you to think. Jesus, you guys shouldn't be fooled that easily. I used to do this shit for a living, and I'm telling you he's on to me. We need to postpone." "Listen to me closely. We will not postpone. You will bring the equipment here in the next 4 days, or we will out you ourselves. So you have a choice. Maybe get caught by this phantom because of the transfer, or definitely get caught by not doing the transfer." Congressman Ellis couldn't believe what he was hearing. Two absolutely impossible choices. Clearly, the Chinese felt he was of no more use. They must be looking at my poll numbers. Ellis was in trouble for re-election, and was considering simply not running again after learning how much money he could make on this score. But he had never considered the second-order effect, that the Chinese would throw him away. He squeezed his eyes shut, running through options. Okay, let's go, Hale said, urging the team forward before the enemy could recover. He heard Thomas asking Covey for an exfiltration LZ, and heard Covey reply that the closest one was 2 kilometers to the north. "We aren't going to make it 2 clicks through this." Hale said nothing out loud. After 10 minutes of movement without contact, Hale began to think that maybe they'd broken through, that now it was just a foot race, with only the team knowing the location of the finish line. He began to hope. 5 seconds later, something slammed into his chest, knocking him to the ground. The air around him erupted in pops from incoming rounds. The team immediately returned fire, with someone grabbing his combat harness and dragging him forward. The yard pulling him was hit, causing him to let go. Immediately another took his place, continuing to drag Hale to cover. Amazingly, the enemy fire grew fainter the farther they ran. After the experience with the Claymore, the NVA were pursuing cautiously, not wanting to charge into another wall of ball bearings and fire, giving the team some much-needed breathing room. Hale shook the hands off of him and tried to stand up, then sank back to a knee. He felt like he couldn't get any air, like he couldn't inflate his lungs. Thomas checked him, then began to work, putting a plastic strip over an entrance and exit wound on his breast. He said, "You got an in and out. It's sucking." Hale saw the look of fear on his face and nodded. He slowly stood up, adrenaline alone willing him forward. "Let's keep moving. Those fuckers will be back on us soon." To confuse the enemy tracking them, they took a right turn, walked for about 100 meters, then continued toward the LZ, now moving at a much slower pace. Hale was struggling to keep up, the gap between his diaphragm and left lung filling with air, and preventing him from inflating it. He heard Thomas get confirmation that 3 helicopters were 5 minutes out, 2 slicks with gunship escort. Hale figured the team was at least 30 minutes from the landing zone. It dawned on him that with the loss of Hung, they were down to a normal team of 6 men, which could be extracted by Maguire rig, a simple sling seat that was dropped from both sides of the aircraft, 3 to a side, allowing exfiltration without having to land. "We aren't going to make it to the LZ," he said. "We get hit again, and we're done. Tell Covey to pick us up here, with strings." Thomas relayed while they moved. Minutes later, he was talking directly to the helo, coordinating the extraction with the team spread out in a perimeter around him. "I'll pop smoke, you identify." He pulled the pin and tossed the grenade, knowing it would be a beacon for the NVA, but vital to get them out. The pilot's voice came back calm and mechanical. "Roger, I see green smoke." "Roger, that's us." The team could now hear the chopper and smell salvation. The first Huey was sliding into position when a 12.7mm heavy machine gun opened up from the camp, strafing the tail. The gunship immediately obliterated the fire with its miniguns, but the damage to the first helo was done. Hale watched it pull off and began limping back toward the South Vietnamese border. He prayed it would make it. The second Huey came overhead and dropped the rigs, the rotor wash beating the brush around them in a mini hurricane. As the men were frantically getting inside the slings, one of the yards began screaming and pointing. Out of the wood line, Hale saw Hung stumbling toward the hovering aircraft, weaponless, one arm dangling uselessly at his side, his face a bloody mess. In the distance behind him, he saw swarms of NVA drawn by the smoke and noise of the helicopter. He slipped out of his sling to give it to Hung. Thomas shouted, "What are you doing?" Hale looked at him with sadness and said, "You know what I'm doing." Thomas started to leave his sling as well, tearing at the slip noose around his wrist. Hale stopped him. "No, you're not getting off. Remember what I told you about the camp. Get that information back to the fob." "Fuck that. No fucking way. You die, we both die." Hale pointed to his chest and side. "Both. I'll do the transfer if you take care of the man. Get rid of him." "You'll do the transfer, period." No, I won't. I will not call the plane. You said he was a nobody, so it shouldn't matter. Just get rid of him." Ellis waited, praying that Han agreed. "You will hear something in the next few days. Then I will hear you tell me the aircraft is on the way." Ellis hung up the phone and sagged onto his bed with his head in his hands.
I entered my room on the 7th floor and found Knuckles already there. He asked, "How's it look?" "Not too bad. The front's got plenty of standoff for any sort of vehicle-borne IED, and the circular drive has a pretty good chicane leading up to the front door. The south side's the issue. It butts up right against an alley, with a neighborhood starting right on the other side. Easy to get a large V-bit there. What about you? Interior security's pretty good. X-ray and metal detectors on all doors, and manual baggage checks for any workers coming in. I talked to the concierge. They've stepped it up some because of the guests, doubling the security force. When Kurt had diverted us to keep an eye on Norden, he'd also tasked us with checking out the security posture of the congressional delegation's hotel. Knuckles and I were doing that while Bull and Jennifer went to the Cairo Convention Center to get a handle on our target. So, I said, all we need to do is make sure that none of the delegation has rooms on the south side. I'll pass that and let Kurt sort it out. I heard someone fumbling with a card key outside and opened the door. Jennifer came through, smiling like she'd found another hominid. I take it things went well? Bull said, better than well. We've got him for the next few days with little work on our part. Jennifer said, he's going on sightseeing trips. Tomorrow's the pyramids, then a day trip to Alexandria on the coast. Bull said, Coco here got us on the same trips, so we don't have to work at all to keep him in sight, and we get to look at old shit. She's in heaven. Jennifer's smile left her. Okay, I get the use of a call sign on the radio, but would you please use my name in normal conversation? Coco's a damn gorilla. She didn't understand that the call sign was a good thing, something that was earned and proof of further acceptance. I let it ride. Did you get a facial ID? I said, meaning did they have a photograph? No, Jennifer said, but I did see him. He was wearing a name tag for the convention. Did he see you? No. I was in a crowd walking by. No way he saw me. Okay. You two stand down. I don't want to risk burning you. Knuckles, head over to the convention and get a shot of everyone in his booth. We'll have Jennifer ID the right guy, then we'll all know what he looks like. Chapter 20. The bus ride up to Alexandria went the same as our entire day at the pyramids, uneventful. Norden had stumbled around gawking like every other tourist, taking pictures and paying outrageous prices for bottled water from the swarms of Egyptians just outside the gates. I was beginning to wonder if he wasn't in Cairo on legitimate business. Our first stop was the Library of Alexandria. Jennifer had given all of us a history lesson on how the Greeks had ruled Egypt and built this incredible library only to see it destroyed. She was itching to get a look at the remains. Instead, we pulled up to a huge modern-day library. We thought maybe they'd built a new library around the old one, but no, it was just a library, albeit one that commemorated the spirit of the original. The entire bus spent about 5 minutes inside, apparently wondering, like us, why the tour guide thought we might want to check out some modern-day books. Norden bought some more trinkets at the souvenir shop, and we left scratching our heads. Jennifer said, the catacombs had better be real. Our next stop was a burial site called Kom El Shokafa. Apparently a great historical find and something that Jennifer was looking forward to. We'd already gotten the classes on it from her. I said, we're probably going to a modern cemetery, don't get upset. The bus wove its way into a densely packed neighborhood, with the buildings an arm's length apart. We eventually stopped outside a simple metal gate. We let Norden exit first, then followed. Getting inside, there was nothing to see, just a ticket booth. There were some artifacts around the grounds with a couple of Asian tourists taking happy snaps of each other around them. The tour guide led us to a circular stairwell, and before I knew it, we were about 60 feet below ground level, inside what was definitely an ancient catacomb. Small hallways branched out in all directions, with the walls hollowed out at regular intervals as final resting spots. Going to be hard to keep up with Norden in this beehive. We listened to the tour guide give his class, which wasn't as good as Jennifer's, and waited for him to let us wander around on our own. As the crowd split up, I took the first shift, bringing Bull with me, and staying about 30 feet back from Norden. He broke from the pack and began to explore by himself, forcing us to lose sight of him as he wound through the small hallways. We turned one corner and almost ran into him, and another man, an Arab. The section we were in was covered in water, with planks allowing tourists to crouch over and walk without getting wet. We did a dance around them, hopping from plank to plank, and kept going. Norden paid us no mind, but his friend did. Once we turned another corner, I said, "You recognize that guy? Is he on our trip?" Bull was thinking the same thing I was. "No, I'm sure he's not with us." I immediately tried to contact Knuckles and Jennifer to get them in position, but the small covert radios we had wouldn't function in the catacombs. Should have seen that coming. Shit. We need to get eyes on them. I didn't want to risk burning ourselves, and a sure way to do that was to have the same people walk by the target over and over again. If something nefarious was going on, they'd be looking for it. I know damn well Norden's friend would. He just gave off that vibe. I started walking again, saying, "Maybe this thing dead ends. That would give us a reason to go back." It didn't dead end, but it did get messy enough for anyone to plausibly turn back, with the decrepit boards dipping into the water. Okay, when we go by, I'm going to completely ignore them because I got eyeballed. See what you can see. We retraced our steps and found them both in the same location, apparently fascinated by one of the tombs that looked exactly like every other one of the hundreds down here. Something was going on. We slipped by them with Bull saying, "Sorry, don't go that way, it's blocked." Reaching the main hall, I asked what he saw. When he turned the corner, the Arab handed something to Norden. He did it quickly, like he was trying to hide it, and Norden jammed it in his pocket immediately. They also weren't saying anything. Nothing about the tombs or other tourist stuff. It's like they shut up when they saw us. We found Knuckles and Jennifer and laid out what we'd seen. Knuckles said, "So you want us to take the new guy? See where he goes?" "Yeah. Shit, that's not going to work. If they're up to no good, he's going to stay down here until the bus leaves. I won't be able to point him out to you because I'll be on the damn bus following Norden." Knuckles said, "How bad is your heat state?" "Radioactive. Bull and I are close enough to bump asses with them." "Well, we could blow off Norden. You could finger the Arab and we just meet back at the hotel." I thought about it, but didn't want to lose our original target. If something had been passed, it might play out today, in the next couple of hours. "No, we'll take a risk, but split the difference. Bull, you get on the bus. Jennifer, you come with me. That way I can finger him and you're a fresh face." Jennifer and I left the catacombs, finding a cafe on the corner across the street, with a view of the metal entrance gate to the park, currently blocked by our tour bus. We watched the group exit the park, with the tour guide rounding everyone up. We saw Bull talking to him, giving some excuse for us. When the bus drove off, we had an unobstructed view of the gate. I saw the Arab man just inside, sitting on a bench and watching the bus depart. I pointed him out to Jennifer. She said, "You want me to close the gap on him?" I watched the Asian tourists we'd seen taking photos drive off in the opposite direction. "Nah, let's just wait here and see what he does." Looking around at the grimy neighborhood, Jennifer said, "I'm not sure we got the best of this deal. I'd rather be on the bus." I laughed, watching the tour bus reach the first intersection, having to maneuver around a parked car in the cramped confines of the street. It stopped for a second, then began to back up, the car blocking its ability to turn the corner. Something about the scene spiked in my head. Egyptian drivers were horrible. Nobody would park there and risk a hit and run, unless they wanted to target the intersection. I started to rise when the bus exploded in a fierce ball of fire. Chapter 21. Reacting by instinct, I dove on top of Jennifer, the pressure wave of the blast knocking over the umbrella on our table. A split second later, I was running flat out to the bus, Jennifer right behind me. Reaching the carnage, I screamed to Jennifer to get back, afraid there was a second bomb waiting on people who responded. She ignored me. The badly parked car on the right side of the bus was peeled open like an empty beer can, black and burning. The bus was knocked over on its side, the middle compressed as if a giant hand had squeezed it. The smell of charred flesh and burning rubber mixed together. I grabbed a piece of metal and began tearing into the wreckage. Once I had a hole, I started pulling out the pieces. Arms, legs, torsos, anything to clear the way for me to find my friends. Please, dear God, be on the left side of the bus. A crowd had gathered and begun to help. The keening wail of someone injured sliced through the air. I kept going, now pulling out whole bodies. Eventually, I reached someone alive. I got him out and saw Bull's jacket underneath a seat. I screamed for help and found Jennifer by my side. I'm going to lever that seat up. Pull him out. I jammed a broken piece of metal underneath the frame and leaned into it with everything I had, raising the seat a foot. Jennifer dragged him out. I was relieved to see he was whole with all of his limbs. I ran to him and began immediate first aid, checking for breathing and a pulse. He had neither. The side of his skull was cracked open, with his brain matter falling onto the ground. I shunted the image to the back of my brain and returned to the bus, looking for someone who still needed help, looking for Knuckles. I was pulling another body from the wreckage when I heard Jennifer scream my name. She was yanking on a piece of smoking metal, blood on her arms, her hair singed. Racing over, I saw my friend face up, a vicious slice running down his torso, exposing his intestines underneath, and the rise and fall of his chest.
Rafik felt the blast from inside the courtyard, the shock wave shaking a cloud of dust from the walls. He scrambled out into the street, seeing a huge plume of smoke rising to the west. He ran toward it. Fighting his way through the crowd around the wreckage, he circled looking for Noorden. He reached a makeshift morgue, with the bodies unceremoniously thrown one on top of the other, and a small stack of arms and legs looking like cast-offs from a wax museum. He saw what might be Noorden's clothes, and moved the corpses for a clear view. The head was missing, the neck a mass of torn tissue with the spinal cord sticking out stark white against the red. But it was him, Rafik was sure. He couldn't believe the irony. Noorden was the contact with the pilots for the aircraft, and now he'd been killed by some other group. The whole plan destroyed by an infantile attack that garnered nothing. He let out a scream of frustration, beating his hands into the ground. The people around him looking on in sympathy, misunderstanding his rage for grief. After a moment, he regained his composure, thinking through his options. All is not lost. Noorden was dead, but he wasn't the pilot, just the contact. The pilots were in Cairo at the trade fair, drinking booze and whoring around. They weren't believers and had no knowledge of Rafik, but they knew they were doing something unsavory. Rafik couldn't be sure they didn't think they were just smuggling drugs, or how they'd react if he confronted them. But he was the ultimate money man, so that would count, especially since their employer was now dead. In the end, he needed only one pilot. If they weren't swayed by money, there were other ways. He'd had that lesson branded on him as a child prisoner in Algeria. Chapter 22. Eating dinner on a two-story boat anchored in the Nile River, Congressman Ellis wasn't enjoying the belly-dancing floor show like the rest of the entourage. Since his last conversation with Hahn, he hadn't enjoyed much of anything. His appetite had dropped off to nothing, and he felt permanently sick to his stomach. He told his aides that he'd caught something, and they'd seemed to buy it. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Excusing himself, he went to the bathroom and read a simple text message. Check the news. Call the plane. He pulled out his worldwide BlackBerry and accessed the web. Within short order, he located the terrorist attack in Alexandria. The initial death toll read 18, with no mention of nationalities. Jesus, they blew up a bus. The magnitude did nothing to dim his relief. Thinking a minute, he dialed his pay-as-you-go phone, waiting on the long-distance connection. His contact answered, sounding like he was speaking in a tunnel. "Hello, can I help you?" Yes, I'd like to speak with Carlton Weber. He's not here at the moment. Can I take a message?" Now that they were no longer in the States, they had established a code to ensure that each was who they said they were. Congressman Ellis had no doubt that Egypt maintained a pretty healthy capability for listening in on domestic cell phone calls, so their entire conversation would be benign. Congressman Ellis said, "Yes, tell him that he can come as planned, but I had a question." "What's that?" "How long can he stay?" "He's only paid for 3 hours." "I know. I made the plan." "Can he stay longer?" Possibly, but it will cost more money. And he won't stay past the night. He has to be back here the following morning." Congressman Ellis realized the pilot was afraid of being at the closed Alexandria airport when the sun came up. He wanted in and out in one night. It was the best Ellis was going to get. "Fine. Make that happen. Call me before you cross the Mediterranean." He hung up the phone, feeling a little release. "Barring any hiccups, I'll give Han his 24-hour call tomorrow night, and be done with this." He returned to the table and flagged an aide. Telling him about the terrorist attack, he sent the man to the U.S. Embassy for a list of any Americans involved, under the pretense of finding out if one was a constituent. After the aide left, he relayed the news to the rest of the delegation, who all immediately began banging away on BlackBerries and talking to aides, just as he had. Congressman Ellis heard nothing from the aide until he returned to the hotel. The man entered his room with a smile, saying, "Not your constituents. No worries." "Were there any Americans?" "Yes, 4 on the tour, 1 dead, 1 in a hospital and expected to die." "Then wipe that fucking smile off of your face." The aide's glee disappeared. "How sure are you of the information?" Now, all business, the aide said, 100%. The embassy had the manifest of everyone who paid for the tour and has already confirmed the information about the Americans. He handed a sheet of paper to the congressman. The deceased have a line through their name. The wounded have an asterisk. The Americans are 4th from the bottom. Ellis looked at the list and felt his bile rise. There were annotations next to every name but 2. Nephilim was one of them. Jesus. He's still alive. This early in the morning, the Kentucky Fried Chicken was closed, forcing Rafik to hide in an alley with a view of the coffee shop. He had originally planned on giving the details of his operation to the Muslim Brotherhood contact no earlier than the day the aircraft arrived, but with Noordan dead, he would need to go to Cairo himself, forcing him to give out the information early. There was a risk the man would leak the information, but Rafik couldn't see a way around it. At precisely 9, he watched the contact go through his ritual of signals, this time correctly. He approached and took a seat. The first words out of the contact's mouth brought him up short. "The plane's on the way. It will be here tomorrow night." "What? Are you sure?" Yes, they called and asked for more than 3 hours. They'll be on the ground for the night, but will leave before dawn." "Well, that's something anyway. I should be able to make it back from Cairo in time." "Did you get the uniforms?" "Yes, 5, like you asked. At the side gate is my post. That's where you'll enter. Nobody else will be there." "I'll also need a vehicle to get to the plane." The contact looked alarmed. "You never said that. Nobody's allowed to approach the plane. It's going to land and stay out on the runway. It's not coming into the terminal." "I never said it because I didn't want to give you any aspect of my plan. You've already shown me your accident-prone skills. Can you do it?" The man nervously glanced left and right, refusing to meet Rafiq's eyes. "I'm just letting you in. I don't want to be a part of your plan." "I didn't ask what you wanted. I asked if you could do it. You are already part of the plan." The man said nothing. Rafiq leaned forward, forcing the contact to meet his eyes. "Can you do it?" The contact hesitated, then nodded. Rafiq smiled. "Can you remember my instructions without writing them down?" The contact nodded again. Rafiq gave him the bare minimum of information he would need to accomplish the mission. Getting back to his hotel, he accessed his Skype account and called the one man on Earth he trusted. When his face appeared on the screen, Rafiq felt a calm settle over him. Camille had bled with him in Algeria, and was the touchstone he needed to keep going. Rafiq said, "Peace be upon the Prophet, it's time." "Thanks be to Allah," Camille replied. "The men are ready." "Did you get their weapons?" "Yes, you were right. Al-Fayoum was the perfect place to wait. We had no trouble finding weapons. An old oasis a couple hours southwest of Cairo. Al-Fayoum had some of the strictest security restrictions in all of Egypt. In 1997, a group of terrorists had massacred more than 60 foreign tourists at the Luxor archaeological site. Most of the terrorists had come from Al-Fayoum, and the town itself suffered the repercussions. It was a counterintuitive choice to place his trusted friend and the team in the heavily patrolled area, but Rafiq didn't worry about the security. Instead, he had leveraged the reason the security was there in the first place. The town was ripe with sympathizers. Rafiq said, "There's been a complication, old friend. I'm afraid I must put more on your shoulders than I wanted, in addition to your requirements in Europe."
Chapter 23. Knuckles looked like a caricature of someone injured. He was covered in bandages from his head to his waist, with irregular red polka dots splotching through where the wounds were still seeping, like oil spots trying to join together. In the 24 hours he had been in the hospital, he hadn't gotten appreciably better. But he hadn't gotten any worse either. The doctors kept marveling that he was alive at all, which was something I didn't need to hear. The hospital in Alexandria turned out to be pretty damn good, as far as foreign hospitals go. It was very clean and modern, and handled the trauma of the terrorist attack efficiently. We had been given the presidential suite because they'd run out of room, which was small compensation. It gave Knuckles an anteroom he couldn't use, with a TV he couldn't watch. I'd been conducting a vigil since we'd arrived. Not for any emotional reasons, but because I was petrified the staff here would miss something if an alarm went off on one of the plethora of machines hooked to him. So far, we'd been okay. Jennifer had stayed as well. I could tell she wasn't sure what to do, and was probably traumatized by the carnage she had witnessed. I knew I was being an asshole by letting her flounder, but I didn't have the energy to help her cope. It was all I could do to deal with my own emotions. Seeing Knuckles' body torn was eating at me like acid. I felt a darkness coming back. After the murder of my family, I had lived in an abyss, full of rage and hatred. The senselessness of their deaths had consumed me, bringing on a blackness that wanted to take over my soul. Those days were now a distant memory. I had tricked myself into believing they weren't even that, but just a bad dream that had no substance. The terrorist strike that had ripped my friends apart had also awakened something, a small sliver on the edge of my consciousness asking to grow, reminding me that my past was all too real. Had my friends been killed or injured on an operation, in combat, I would have been able to handle it differently. I had had many friends die that way, and it was something I inherently understood as the price of my job. This was different. This was just as senseless as my family's death. A random killing of people I cared deeply about, and I could feel the beast wanting back out. I wasn't sure I wanted to hold it back. "Pike," Jennifer said, "you should eat. You haven't taken a break since we got here. Let's go take a walk." I thought about it and decided she was right. I needed to get out of here. Yeah, okay. I want to stop by the nurse's station, though. Let them know we're leaving. We exited the hospital onto a tight, busy street. The buildings crammed together without any space, and the sunlight blinding me. Looking around, all I saw was a small industrial area with metal workers shaping fenders on cars, and lathes shooting out sparks into the alleys. Jennifer asked a cab driver for directions, and we headed out. 4 blocks later, we had left the industrial area and entered a congested shopping district. We stopped at a roadside stand and ordered some local food. Sitting down at a coffee table, Jennifer said, "Pike, I think someone's following us." I didn't alter my demeanor, just asked, "Who and where?" "There's an Asian guy at your 9 o'clock. He was outside the hospital when we left, and now he's across the street at the other cafe. I only noticed him because he was Asian. He stuck out." "Can you see him by looking at me?" "Yeah." I didn't bother to try and ID him. Let me know if he leaves. If Jennifer had called it, he was probably surveillance. She had an uncanny eye for this type of thing, and I had never seen her call a ghost. We ate our lunch at an unhurried pace, staying longer than any ordinary patron would. When the man didn't leave, the chances of a mistake became smaller and smaller. We finished up and began walking away from the hospital. The man followed. We entered a pharmacy and bought some aspirin, just as an excuse, then began walking back in the direction of the hospital. The man reappeared on our tail. The glimpse of him brought irrational anger. The motherfucker's going to follow me when he sticks out like a whore in church? "Jennifer, I'm going to find out what this guy's doing." She looked at me sharply. "How?" There was an empty warehouse in the industrial section. When we turn the corner to it, I'm going to stop and jerk his ass inside. She became alarmed, seeing where I was going. "Then what?" I stopped and locked eyes with her. "Then he tells us what the fuck he's doing. Don't you think it's strange that we're following a guy from Indonesia who gets killed in a terrorist attack, and now we're being followed by an Asian guy? He's probably fucking Indonesian. Pike, let's call the police. I don't think this is a good idea." We turned the corner and I stopped. "Tough shit, we're here. Go inside and see what's there. Pike, get inside now." She opened the door and disappeared. I squeezed inside the door frame and waited on our tail, my fists clenching and unclenching spasmodically, the blackness spreading. He came around the corner and reacted instantly, throwing his hands up and stumbling backwards. I batted them away and grabbed him by his throat, slamming him against the brick wall. Then I threw his ass through the doorway, all 130 pounds of him. I stepped into the gloom of the warehouse and smacked him in the head, stunning him again. I ripped off a satchel he was wearing and opened it, finding a beat-up Chinese Type 67 semi-automatic pistol. The barrel had a built-in suppressor, and the caliber was unique to the weapon. It wasn't something you could buy on eBay. Well, not a coincidence he's behind us. I checked the chamber, saw it was loaded, and pointed it at his head. "Empty your pockets." He sat up and did nothing, just stared blankly at me. He looked familiar, and it clicked. One of the tourists from the catacombs. I cracked him in the head with the barrel, splitting open his scalp and knocking him to the ground again. I heard Jennifer say my name but ignored her. I said, "Empty your fucking pockets." He still did nothing. I raised the pistol again, and Jennifer moved to him, pulling on his pockets. "Get the fuck away from him!" She did, but said, "I don't think he speaks English, Pike. Don't hurt him." The man was now emptying his pockets onto the ground. "Bullshit. That's the first line of defense. Play like you can't understand. He was at the catacombs when the strike happened. He knows something, and he speaks fine, I promise." I looked around the warehouse, seeing a table and chair. I pointed the pistol at him and said, "Take off your clothes." "Pike," Jennifer said, "what are you—" "Quit questioning me in front of the detainee." I wanted to get the man feeling as vulnerable as possible, and being completely naked was a quick way to get there. But I couldn't tell Jennifer that in front of him. I repeated, "Take off your clothes." He didn't move, until Jennifer mimicked unbuttoning her shirt. Then he began to undress. "Jennifer, quit playing into his hands. Let me deal with this. Go find something to tie him up with." She paused for a second, then began exploring the warehouse. I picked up his belongings and found a passport. To my surprise, he wasn't Indonesian, but Chinese. And he had an exit stamp from Indonesia the day after I had left. I flipped a page and saw that he'd entered Indonesia a day after me as well. I motioned him over to the chair, making him sit down. His face was completely blank, without a trace of emotion. The fact that he was completely naked didn't seem to faze him. Jennifer returned with an old lamp that had about a 4-foot electrical cord. I ripped it out. Tie his hands behind his back and behind the chair. Make sure it's good. When she was done, I moved the table until it was about 5 feet away and put the pistol on it. Then I picked up a length of hose lying on the ground. It was heavy rubber and would hurt a great deal. I rubbed his chest with it. "You're lucky in one respect. I'm not going to beat the shit out of your face. I don't want to give you the excuse that you can't talk, and I know you can speak English. So save yourself the pain. I'm going to find out what you know about the death of my friend. That's just a fact." He looked at me with that blank stare, making my rage grow. I slammed the hose against his stomach, causing him to scream. I picked up a rag and shoved it in his mouth, then swung 3 more times. His eyes squeezed shut and he screamed again, but only a muffled sound came out. Jennifer shouted, "Pike, please stop, please!" She looked sick to her stomach. I said, "Go to the door and watch for someone coming. Pike, go!" She left and I returned to the man. He was sweating profusely and breathing hard. "I'm not going away. You nod your head and I'll remove the rag. We'll start with an easy one. What's your name?" I waited for him to nod. When he didn't, I striped his thighs, feeling the rage build, blaming him for making me give him pain, taking out my grief over a dead friend, taking out my rage over another friend who would probably die today. My vision blurred, and I hit him again and again, almost missing him nodding. I removed the rag. His head sagged for a second. Then he whispered, "Camera." What the fuck? Speaking gibberish to get me to stop? His pathetic attempt to act like he didn't understand broke through the small bit of sanity holding back my blackness. The beast came out, looking for pain.
Jennifer kept her eyes glued to the street through a crack in the door, not wanting to witness what Pike was doing, not wanting to be a part of it in any way. She flinched every time she heard the hose strike flesh, her conscience screaming at her to stop it, but a fear of what Pike might do overweighing her impulse. She'd never seen him like this. She'd watched him sit in Knuckles' room, morose and brooding, and somewhere during the wait he'd crossed a threshold. For the first time she feared him, feared what he was capable of. She heard Pike ask the man his name, then heard the hose whipping into his flesh, her eyes involuntarily squeezing each time. Then the sound stopped. When it resumed, it was no longer the crack of the hose, but a dull, meaty drumbeat. She turned from the door and saw Pike straddling the chair, his fists a blur as he pummeled the man's face. Without conscious thought, she ran to him, grabbing his arms and pushing him away. Stop it, you're killing him." She registered that the man had fallen and was writhing on the ground, snaking his hands underneath his legs, then saw him spring to his feet and run to the pistol. Before she could warn Pike, he ripped out of her grip and flung her bodily into a wall, then raced to beat the man to the weapon. Pike reached the table a split second after the Chinese, clamping his hands on the man's wrists and forcing him to the ground. They writhed on the ground for control of the pistol. She heard the pop of a suppressed round and waited to see who was hit. Pike rose and stood over the body. Breathing hard, he turned and looked at her, his face twisted in rage. She got her legs underneath her and did the only thing she could. She fled.
Chapter 24. The terror on Jennifer's face devastated me, smothering the rage. I tried to talk, but got nothing out before she ran. I turned back and looked at the man on the ground. He was no longer human. A body topped by a popped balloon of blood. I threw the pistol across the room in frustration. What the fuck just happened? I'd lost control, something that had never occurred on a mission. When I was operational, I was always in control. It was what made me the top 1% of the top 1% in the world. And I had just killed the only lead I had into the murder of my friend after beating the shit out of him, because I'd lost control. Damn it, Jennifer. If she hadn't tackled me, he wouldn't have gone for the gun. I knew blaming her was bullshit. She'd done exactly what I would have if the situation had been reversed. The right thing. For the first time since I had come back to the Taskforce, I questioned my ability to serve my country. Maybe my psyche was too damaged to do this work. Maybe I was now too sensitive to the price the job might entail. Maybe you can't separate the consequences from your emotions anymore. Jennifer's expression returned. The memory of her fear and revulsion sliced through me like a razor. She had literally run from me, afraid that I'd hurt her. I grabbed the man's satchel and shoved everything in it, then ran out to find her, to explain, although I had nothing to defend what she'd seen. It was what it was. Amazingly, the neighborhood was going about its normal business. I shoved everything but the passport into a dumpster and started in the direction of our hotel. As I walked, the one word the man said finally penetrated my brain. Camera. I had thought he'd just uttered nonsense, but now, with a clear head, I put together the utterance with his passport entries from Indonesia. Jesus. Surely this has nothing to do with Kurt's father. I picked up my pace. Entering our room, I startled Jennifer. I noticed her bag on the bed with clothes in it. I immediately held up my hands. Hey, I don't know what to say. I lost control. She looked at me warily, like she wanted me to give her a clear shot at the door. Pike, I'm going home. I don't know what that was back there, but I want no part of it. The words drove like a spike into me. Jennifer, please don't do this. That guy was bad. He was in Indonesia the same time we were, and was at the catacombs 2 minutes before the bus blew up. He had something to do with it. I'm leaving. She threw a shirt into her suitcase. I'm not like you. She said nothing for a second, then continued. I don't want to be like you. I thought I did, but I don't want to cross that line. Maybe it's necessary, I don't know. I just don't want any part of it. That wasn't me, it wasn't. I don't like it either. Something happened. I would never hurt an innocent person. I would never hurt you. You can't say that. You might believe it, but you can't say it. I saw you. You would have killed anyone, innocent or not. The unspoken accusation hammered me. That the man I had killed might not have done anything wrong. You can't believe that. The guy murdered Bull. I wasn't going to kill him, just make him talk. You've worked with the Taskforce enough, you know that's not true. She stopped what she was doing, facing me head on. Bullshit. You're all alike. I'm not sure who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. Terrorists kill people and the Taskforce reacts, running off killing people. Maybe you both just found an outlet for your psychopathic tendencies. They use God as an excuse to bomb, and you use them. Maybe there are no white hats. I couldn't believe what she had just said. Jesus, you can't think that we're like terrorists. We've never driven a plane into a building, for Christ's sake. I've never enjoyed killing. We do what we do to protect people, nothing more. If they'd quit, so would we. The opposite isn't true. If we quit, they'd just keep killing. She backed off a little. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know what to believe, but I know I'm not cut out to be a part of it. I'm going home. I remembered the camera and the possible connection with the bus strike. I couldn't do what I needed to do on my own. I needed a team, and I could use Jennifer's help to get one. I knew that was just an excuse to keep her here, but I had to do something. She had seen something good in me a year ago, when I was drowning in the abyss, and I needed to prove she wasn't wrong. I needed some time, some space from what had happened to mend the rip between us. And I really could use her help. Okay, I won't stop you. But I need you to do something first. What? When I was drowning in the abyss, and I needed to prove she wasn't wrong. I needed some time, some space from what had happened to mend the rip between us. And I really could use her help. Okay, I won't stop you. But I need you to do something first. What? The man mentioned a camera, and his passport showed him in Indonesia at the same time as us. Something's going on here. The bus strike wasn't random. I'm going back to that convention center to find out what. I need a team on the ground, and I need you to bring them in. Bring them in? Why? Because they'll be falling from 30,000 feet.
Chapter 25. Rafiq kissed Camille on both cheeks, saying, "Assalamu alaikum." He shook the hands of the men with him, then touched his heart with his right hand. "Good to see you," Rafiq said. "Any issues getting here?" "None," said Camille. "But I'm anxious to hear why you called us to Cairo." Rafiq told him what had happened in Alexandria, and the dilemma the plan now faced. Camille said, "So we need to convince these heathen pilots to continue with the plan, despite the fact that their boss is dead." "Yes, they don't know why they're here and will probably resist, which is why I brought you. We need to make an early lesson." Camille pulled out a 7-inch fillet knife. "I can do that. What's your plan?" Rafiq pointed into the hotel. "The elevator's right past the reception desk, but we'll be taking the stairs on the other side. The head pilot's in room 232. We take him, have him call the others, then hold a meeting. There's a loadmaster and 3 pilots. We only need 1. 15 minutes later, Rafiq addressed the Indonesians holding a thick plastic trash bag. The other 3 Arabs flanking the group left and right. "Nurdin was paying you to fly a certain cargo from Alexandria to Prague, then onward to another country. He is no longer here, but I am the one who hired you. I wish you to continue." The lead pilot answered, "We worked for Nurdin, it's true, but we're not anymore. We have another job. We're leaving tomorrow. Sorry." The loadmaster seemed to shrink into one of the other pilots like a small child. The pilot put his arm around him, rubbing his back. Rafiq was disgusted to realize they were partners, and decided the loadmaster would be the lesson. Then he grasped that the connection could be useful later. He said, "I'm not going to threaten or beg. I'm going to show you what will happen if you say no. I only need 1 pilot." Rafiq turned to Camille and said, "The one who spoke." Initially, the Indonesians looked confused. When the Arabs pulled out pistols, they showed their first signs of alarm. But by then it was too late, their conscious minds failing to sense the extent of the danger. As had happened throughout history, whether facing a mugger in New York City or being pushed toward a shower by a Nazi guard, they acquiesced without a struggle. Camille grabbed the lead pilot and forced him to his knees. He shoved the man's head into the trash bag and pulled out the fillet knife. The pilot, unable to see anything, remained still. Camille placed the knife under his neck and began to saw. The blade bit deep. Before the pilot comprehended the danger, he was already dead. His body just didn't realize it. He began flopping around like a fish on a dock, but Camille held him down and stroked 3 more times. Camille dropped the body and stood up, watching it continue to whip, causing a spackle of red to spray out, as if someone had stomped on a ketchup packet. The sounds coming from inside the bag made the other Indonesians flinch in horror. First a wet wheeze. It grew into a gurgling rattle as the pilot's lungs fought for air through the torrent of blood. In seconds the body was still. The only sign of life, a twitching left foot. "Now," Rafik said, "do I need to repeat this?" The loadmaster turned his head away and buried it in the path, freely bleeding from the multiple wounds. "I'm already dead. Go!" Without waiting for an answer, Hale turned and assisted Hung into the last sling. Thomas helped as tears left tracks through the grease paint on his face. The NVA began running forward and firing through the trees in a desperate attempt to stop the extraction. Doing figure-8s overhead, the gunship unleashed its twin miniguns, knocking soldiers down by the dozens, as if they'd been swatted by a giant hand. "Go! Go! Go!" Hale screamed. He turned and stumbled away, wobbling toward the brush while firing his last magazine into the advancing soldiers. The enemy paid no attention to him, not even realizing he was there. Instead, they focused all of their fire on the helicopter as it lifted off. Hale crawled forward underneath a tree that had been shattered by lightning, pulling brush over his body in an attempt to hide himself, the fear of death coiling in his belly like a snake. Wheezing from his destroyed lung, he watched the team lift off, dangling beneath the helo like spiders on a web, heading toward safety, toward home. He remembered he still had the camera in his rucksack, with the proof of the meeting. Intelligence of tremendous value to the war effort. He cursed himself at the oversight, knowing the information would die out here with him. Disappear, as if it had never existed. At least Thomas would pass the basics along. As the helo got smaller, another heavy machine gun opened up. The tracers arced through the sky and cut into the aircraft, punching through the thin skin to the avionics beneath. Hale watched the bird lose tail rotor function and began spinning out of control, the team now flung out on the end of the ropes like a pinwheel from the centrifugal force. He watched in disbelief as the helicopter slammed into the earth in a fireball. He heard the NVA cheering. The fear left his body, replaced by despair at the futility of it all. He closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. 2 years ago, Central Sudan. Brett Thorne's head jolted forward, snapping him awake, as the decrepit Japanese pickup hit another rut. He gazed at the stars above his head as they drove through the Sudanese desert, the sky infinitely brighter than anywhere he had been in the States. He nudged a form in front of him with his boot. "How much longer?" The man, a tall, lanky member of the Zagawa tribe from the Darfur region of western Sudan, said, "Another hour, maybe less. Are you regretting your decision to ride back here with us? I can have him pull over." Brett shook his head. As a CIA operative, he could have easily traveled in the cab of the pickup, but he wanted the ability to fight and run without restriction. The cab was too confining, even if it meant being crammed in the back with 5 other men, all smelling like they hadn't bathed in over a month. It was like riding in a basket of clothes that had been dipped in sour milk. Brett leaned out into the wind, catching the dust from the truck ahead of them, but enjoying the escape from the fetid air. He sat back down and reflexively patted the rucksack at his feet. If they fight half as ferociously as they stink, we might not need this anyway. The truck abruptly slowed, shutting off its headlights and driving with parking lights alone. Brett stood up and noticed the lead truck had done the same. He heard excited murmurings from both trucks in the tribe's native tongue, something he couldn't understand. He turned to the tribesman who spoke English. "What's going on? Why are we stopping?" "Janjaweed, over there." He pointed to the north, and Brett could make out several sets of headlights bouncing across the desert, moving closer. You don't know they're Janjaweed, and even if they are, this mission is more important than killing some low-level militia. If any get away, we're screwed. Nobody else drives around in convoys at night. It's Janjaweed. The tribesman smiled, his teeth gleaming white on his chest. The pilot said, "No, I'll fly you. Please don't hurt anyone else." Okay, then everyone calm down. Harm will only come to you if you fail to accomplish this mission. What did Noorden tell you about the plan? Nothing. Only that we were flying a plane. That's true. From Alexandria to your usual spot in Prague, as just another flight from Noorden's company. The pilot said, "That won't work. All planes have tail numbers that show where they're from and who owns them. We can't fly another plane as if it's ours. You're going to repaint the number to one that Noorden owns, then just fly it home." What type of plane? A DHC-6 Twin Otter, registered in America. We don't have any Twin Otters. All our aircraft are built by Indonesian Aerospace. This won't work. Rafik grew abrupt. Nobody's going to match the tail number with the model. It's just one flight. Once it's on the ground, you can have the Twin Otter. I only want what's inside. You can either do it and risk jail or remain here. I have more trash bags. When the pilot said nothing, Rafik continued. Transfer the boxes inside the Otter to a real Noorden plane, then wait for us. He saw the pilot's face reflect a glimmer of hope. You won't be with us? No. 2 Noorden employees flying a Noorden plane won't cause a commotion. But us on board will raise questions with customs that might create trouble. You mean 3? 3 Noorden employees will be flying? I mean 3 unless you keep questioning me. We'll fly out of Cairo and meet you in Prague. Do you understand what you need to do? Yes. Rafik took the knife from Camille and held it up, the blood and bits of flesh still clinging to it. You had better be at the airport in Prague when we arrive. You make me hunt you down, and I'll cut off your head only after I've worked my way up from the bottom.
Chapter 26. I computed the time change between Cairo and D.C. and decided I'd waited long enough. Kurt would be in the office by now, and I wasn't getting anything at the convention center. I'd cased Noorden's booth for close to 3 hours and gleaned nothing. Maybe nothing was going on. Maybe Noorden was doing whatever he was doing all by himself. The booth itself, in fact the whole convention, was moving slow, like Vegas at 9 in the morning. It stood to reason since the terrorist strike had killed Noorden and 17 other participants. I pulled up our VPN on the company website. Once I was secure, I instant messaged my secretary in the rear, really just someone who was pulling radio watch in the Taskforce headquarters. When he came on, I asked him to find Kurt, then put on the headset and waited. It had taken a little doing, but Kurt had finally agreed to send over some more operators. The connection with the terrorist strike and his father's camera had been weak, but it was enough. Everyone in D.C. seemed to be shitting their pants over the intel indicators, and ultimately, it had swayed Kurt's decision. He wouldn't give me a complete team, but he did agree to send over the rest of Knuckles' men. That was fine by me, since they used to be my team. While none of the men were documented in my company, the primary problem was that we needed equipment, and bringing it in through customs wasn't the best idea. Eventually, we'd have the ability to do that with company infrastructure, but our problem was now. I'd pull the trigger on an in extremis option that the task force had never used, a high-altitude, low-opening parachute jump. The team, with one man attached to a tandem bundle that held the equipment, would exit an airplane flying at commercial altitude on an existing air route. The plane, ostensibly flying a humanitarian mission to Sudan, would appear to be just transiting Egyptian airspace. Kurt had balked at first, because it was fraught with risk, but I finally shamed him by asking why the hell we did all the practice jumps if we never intended to use the method. It was designed for just this type of contingency. He'd agreed, provided I gave him an update prior to the team launching from Europe on the final leg of the flight, which was why I was calling now. I heard a scratching through my headset, then Kurt's voice, sounding like he was speaking through a tube because of the VoIP and encryption. "Pike? You there?" "Yes, sir, I got you." I gave him an update on Knuckles' status and learned that a Taskforce casualty affairs team was on the way. From this point on, it would be out of my hands. More employees of my company, including now a doctor, would arrive tomorrow to deal with both the recovery of Bull's remains and the treatment of Knuckles. Taskforce capability never ceased to amaze me. Neither did the organization's desire to do whatever it took to take care of its own. Kurt shifted to the mission. "So what's up? You still want to execute?" "Yeah, I do. I don't have a lot to go on, but finding a thread first may be too late to get a team here. I need to be able to react as soon as I find it. Do you have anything at all?" "Norden's folks are going to the Khan al-Khalili market tomorrow. 3 females. It's probably nothing, but I can't follow all 3 by myself. The market's a tourist trap nuthouse." Kurt paused, then said, "You know, if we weren't all pissing in our pants here in D.C. over the indicators of a strike, I'd cancel this. The infill alone's dangerous enough." "Sir, I got it. But we both know there's a link to something here. Did you get the film?" "Yeah, we developed it. Only 17 of the 36 frames were exposed. All of them pretty much shot by the heat and humidity in Cambodia. We managed to get an image out of 6. And nothing right now, just a bunch of shadows and light. A couple have a man in them, but nothing identifiable. We're digitally working them." "Okay, I know it sounds nuts, but those pictures mean something. We'll keep working at it. How's Jennifer doing?" "Fine. She's doing the recce for the drop zone right now. I'll have the coordinates by this afternoon before the team launches from Europe. And she's going home after that." I realized I couldn't keep stalling about what had happened to the Chinese man. I hadn't told Kurt how I'd made the connection between the camera and the strike, but I knew I had to. I wasn't looking forward to it. I knew what he'd think. Get it over with. "Actually, sir, she's not fine. She's coming home tomorrow after the jump." "Why? Was it Bull's death?" "No. It's something I did. I killed a guy." I heard nothing for a second. "Were you in the right?" "Well, not exactly." I told him what had happened, leaving nothing out, knowing I was probably canceling the jump, if not my future in the task force. Shit, maybe putting my ass in jail. That's just the way it would have to be. I didn't know how the task force would manage that, but I knew I'd go. I finished and waited on Kurt to say something. "Pike, why?" "Sir, I don't know. I went black like I used to do after my family died. I guess seeing Knuckles tore me up. I didn't mean to kill him. It was either him or me. When he didn't respond, I hurried to get out. It was self-defense." I heard nothing but breathing. Kurt going through the implications in his mind. When he came back on, he was calm, but his voice was steel. "Pike, you need to come home. Get the team on the ground, then come back." He was remembering my slide into the abyss, and thinking I was just getting started on another run. "Sir, it won't happen again, I mean that. I realize what I did, I know it's bad." He lost his temper. I could hear it even through the Mickey Mouse sound of the VoIP. "Bad? You make it sound like you pissed on the rug. You fucking beat a detainee, then killed him. Jesus Christ, if we were sanctioned by the government, you'd be arrested. I would arrest you. Sir, I told you it was self-defense, and he had something to do with Bull's... Shut the fuck up and let me finish. We can't afford cowboys, you know that. We're doing enough illegal shit as it is. We do not lose control. And we sure as shit don't beat the hell out of people because of our own personal problems. The silence extended out. I said nothing, knowing he was right. I'd broken the sacrosanct rule. Because the Taskforce sent men out with the authority to make decisions with national implications, they had to be implicitly trusted to do the right thing, to do what was morally and ethically just, always, even when no one was looking, especially when no one was looking. We operated outside the law, and we were our own police. Kurt took that very, very seriously. Trust was the cornerstone of our existence, and I might have lost his. Kurt finally said, "Okay, get the team on the ground. I'd pull you right now, but we're in a full-court press. Something bad's coming, and I need everyone on it. We'll talk about your future after this is over. You're lucky that fucker killed a busload of people." I sagged with relief. "You got it, sir. I'll do what I can." "That's not what I want to hear. Do it right. No more bullshit."
Chapter 27. At precisely 9 o'clock that night, Rafik pulled the nondescript van up to the south gate of Alexandria's El Nouja airport. His calm demeanor belied the adrenaline pounding his temples. He relaxed slightly when he saw his contact exit a guard shack, carrying a garbage bag. Within 5 minutes, he and Camille's men were dressed just like the contact, as Egyptian soldiers, complete with AK-47s. The 2 pilots and loadmaster were cowering in the back, dressed in Noorden's travel agency uniforms. They entered the airport and waited, checking and rechecking their weapons. Rafik said, "There'll be another vehicle somewhere. They'll go to the plane to unload. We need to beat them to the rear of the aircraft." They saw the lights of the runway spring to life, bathing the ground in a soft glow. The Arabs tensed, scanning the sky for the aircraft. Camille saw it first, a blinking dot getting closer and closer. When it began its final approach, Rafik told the contact to drive. They paralleled the runway, watching the plane touch down, the twin propellers reversing with a roar. Behind the driver, Camille said, "There's the other vehicle." Rafik saw a pickup leaving the terminal, heading toward the runway. "When we get to the plane, act like confused soldiers," he said. "It will buy us time and lull them. Camille and I will go inside. The rest of you deal with the truck." The driver turned onto the runway and reached the back of the plane as the rear door was lowering. The Arabs exited, Rafik in the lead. A Caucasian man poked his head out, warily looking at the van. Rafik said, "What is this? You have emergency?" The man said, "No, we're meeting that vehicle." He pointed to the approaching pickup. Rafik walked up the short stairway, forcing the man to back up. Camille followed while the others stayed on the tarmac. "Meeting someone? This airport is closed. Where's the pilot?" "Hey, talk to Mansour. Captain Mansour? He's your boss, right?" The man had backed up to the cockpit, where the pilots were running through checklists, not realizing something was wrong. He got their attention. Both the pilot and co-pilot turned and faced backward. Rafik now had 3 heads in a neat row. Perfect. The pilot said, "Hey, come on, you want more fucking money or what? A deal's a deal." Without a word, Rafik raised his AK and pulled the trigger, splitting the man's head open. He heard Camille fire twice on his left as he shifted his aim to the co-pilot. The man raised his hands in front of his face, as if that would stop the high-velocity round from tearing through his brain. Rafik squeezed twice, and saw the man's head snap back like it was yanked on a string. All 3 men were dead, the pilots lolling in their seats as if they had fallen asleep, and the loadmaster crumpled on the deck. Rafik lowered his weapon and smiled at Camille. Before he could say anything, they heard gunfire erupt at the rear of the plane, the rattling sound of AK-47s on full automatic, competing with the lower popping from pistols. Rafik and Camille threw themselves onto the deck of the aircraft and began snaking their way to the rear. In the distance, Rafik heard the Egyptian soldiers on guard begin firing in every direction, with rounds puncturing the thin skin on the aircraft. "They'll ruin the plane. Quit shooting!" he screamed. "Stop firing!" He knew as long as his men kept pulling the trigger, the Egyptians would respond. Someone from outside shouted, "The truck will get away!" Camille said, "If that truck reaches the terminal, they might be able to convince the guards to attack. It's their money the Egyptians took. We'll be fighting our way through an army." Rafik began running toward the plane's door, hoping a lucky round didn't take him out. Camille followed. Collapsing behind the van, he berated the first man he saw. "How could you mess this up? All you had to do was kill the men in the truck." "They suspected something. They fired first." Rafik looked around the corner of the van and saw the pickup 50 meters away, the nose facing the front of the plane. He could see the legs of 2 men underneath the chassis, near the rear wheel. As he considered his options, one popped up and began shooting. Rafik's men returned fire, followed by the distant flashes of the soldiers on the perimeter. Rounds began sprinkling around them, most striking the biggest target available, the airframe. Every bullet that ripped through the skin caused Rafik to cringe. "Stop pulling the trigger! Now!" Underneath the truck, he saw one man move to the cab. He'd have to crawl across the seat, but once he was behind the wheel, they'd be gone. Rafik rolled underneath the belly of the plane, stood up, and raced toward the cockpit, the airframe shielding him from the truck's view. Circling the nose, he saw the man had reached the steering wheel. The truck sprang to life, the headlights blinding him for a second. He heard the tires squeal, and he ran out, blocking the path of the pickup with his body. He raised the weapon as the vehicle bore down, stitching the front of the windshield with multiple rounds. The truck picked up speed right at him. He refused to move, raking the AK left and right until the magazine emptied, the bolt slamming home with a clunk. He threw the weapon at the windshield, the vehicle so close it clanged off the driver's side mirror. The vehicle veered to the left, missing him by 2 feet. After 30 meters, it veered back to the right, now going 50 miles an hour. It slashed across the tarmac and slammed into a ditch, the nose crumpling inward with a shriek of twisted metal. Rafik took a deep breath. The night became still. The only sound, the hissing of the radiator of the truck. He walked back to the rear of the aircraft. The men were looking at him in awe. "Get the Indonesians in their paint. Clean up that truck." He walked to the driver's side door of the van. The contact was cowering in the well by the pedals. He pulled him up by the hair. "Go talk to the security perimeter. Tell them a story. Whatever, I don't care. As long as you tell them that the transfer was successful and we appreciate their help. Hand me my bag." The man did as he asked. Rafik pulled out a thick wad of American dollars. "Give this to whoever is the best choice. Come back when you're done." As the van pulled away, he turned to the Indonesians. "Get to work on the numbers." As all 3 began to move, he grabbed the loadmaster. "Not you." The loadmaster whimpered, making Rafik want to gut him right there. The pilot, who was his partner, began to panic. "What are you doing? You said we'd all fly." "No, I said you'd all be fine. And you will." He pulled out the fillet knife, the dried blood black in the dim light of the runway. "But if you don't meet us in Prague, I'll cause him so much pain that you'll feel it long after he's dead." Han had just settled into his suite, toying with the idea of getting a late-night massage at the spa, when the contact phone began to ring. "Hello? I'm assuming that now this is the 24-hour call." Han pulled the phone away from his ear, the shouting coming from it incoherent. Congressman Ellis sounded like he was hyperventilating, babbling about the American they'd tried to kill and the equipment transfer. Han could barely make out what he was saying. He cut Ellis off. Stop. Start over. What has happened to the shipment? It's gone. Someone stole it. I'm not lying. It had to be that Nephilim guy. I told you to do something about him. What do you mean, gone? The plane came in tonight. I was going to transfer the equipment to you tomorrow, but someone came in and took it. My Egyptian contacts were all saying the transfer occurred and the plane flew away, but I can't get any of my men on the phone. Neither the men who were bringing the equipment to Cairo or the flight crew. They've disappeared. And so has the cargo. Han considered for a second. Ellis could be lying, but he didn't think the man was capable of such acting. The voice on the other end of the phone was on the verge of breaking. How do you know it was the American? I don't, damn it, but who the fuck else would it be? You need to get it back. Get it back and kill Nephilim before he can talk. And the woman, too. The man Han had tasked to follow the American hadn't reported in a couple of days, but that in itself wasn't unusual. He'd been told to report only if something suspicious happened, and it appeared that the American cared about nothing but his friend in the hospital. Are you sure the plane's gone? Yes, the Egyptians told me the plane flew away. Why would they lie? So why aren't you sure the transfer happened? Maybe your men just have phone trouble. No, this was too important. I had 3 numbers. They were instructed to call immediately. I've heard nothing and had to call my Egyptian contact to get the information I'm giving you. Something's wrong, and that American is at the heart of it. Han's voice became brittle. Before you call me in a panic, find out the facts. All of them. I'll find the American. You confirm the loss of the equipment. For your sake, you'd better hope it's just a mistake. Han hung up the phone and called the team leader he'd brought from China. Have you heard from Juan? No, but the last report was nothing except back and forth to the hospital. I told him to quit bothering me with useless information. Find him, and get the American man and woman that survived the bomb. The mission's changed. Don't kill them. Bring them to me. You want both? No, I only need one. If you can get both, fine. But don't work too hard at it.
Chapter 28. I saw Jennifer finally pull off the rutted dirt road we'd been traveling down for what seemed like days, or nights as it were. She flashed her brakes twice to let me know this was it, and shut off the truck. I pulled in beside her and killed the engine. If things went according to plan, we had about 45 minutes before the team jumped. Plenty of time to get the drop zone established. We'd rented a couple of Toyota Hilux pickup trucks, ubiquitous in the desert, and we traveled south on Highway 2, then cut east before Beni Suef on Highway 54. Jennifer had found a deserted spot about 3.5 hours away from Cairo, which was harder than it sounds. She kept bumping into Bedouins, forcing her deeper and deeper into the eastern desert. She'd done her usual perfectionist job, bringing me the grid references for the DZ along with digital photos, which I relayed to the Taskforce. She treated me with detached professionalism, like a receptionist at a dentist office. I wanted to talk to her, to connect again, but didn't know how. For her part, she seemed to be forcing the facade. But then again, maybe I was protecting what I wanted to see. Jennifer said, "Well, does this work?" "Yeah, of course. As long as we don't get company." "That's what took me so long. There's nothing for miles around here. We're good." I smiled at her, getting a nod in return. Without a word, she turned and began to dig into a bag. Jesus, melt the glacier a little. She pulled out what looked like a small calculator and a pen light. "You want a rope?" "Yeah, hook up the radio." She disassembled the antenna to her truck until she could get at the cable leading to the radio. She stripped the insulation until bare wire showed. Opening the battery box to the calculator, she pulled out 2 alligator clips and snapped them into the wire. She powered up the device, getting a series of 1s across the screen. We're secure. I dialed the radio to 88.9, hearing soft static. We couldn't talk to the bird, but he could now talk to us. He'd transmit on a standard FM frequency, which would come in encrypted, but would be decrypted by the device Jennifer had just attached and come out through the stereo speakers just like a DJ. We spent the next 30 minutes in uncomfortable silence. I was on the verge of doing a perimeter recce just to get away, when the radio crackled to life. Prometheus? Prometheus, this is Stork. Do you copy? I turned on the pen light. Nothing visible happened, but I knew an infrared beam was now stabbing into the night, looking like a spotlight at a car dealer's to the men flying with night vision goggles. I began to do slow loops in the sky, like I was working a lasso. Roger, Prometheus. Got your rope. Stand by.
Retro saw the jumpmaster touch his wrist where a watch would be and hold up two hands, fingers spread. 10 minutes. He felt the adrenaline start to rise. There was always a chance the jump would be called off, but the call told him it was a go. He saw the jumpmaster key his radio and his earpiece crackle to life. Retro, this is Decoy. You hear me? Yeah, I got you. Help the loadmaster with Buckshot's bundle. We're closer than I thought. Roger. To his front was a 6-foot by 3-foot tube full of the team's equipment. Another man on the team, Buckshot, would strap himself to it and ride it out into the night tandem, parachuting with the entire team's gear. He saw Buckshot begin working the myriad of clips and buckles on the bundle, and he knew he was grinning under his oxygen mask, the whites of his eyes stark against his ebony skin. Crazy fucker, strapping himself to a death ride. Buckshot was one of those guys who loved jumping and did it on the weekends just for kicks. Retro was not. He despised it, even when it was just a Hollywood jump with no equipment on a crystal-clear day, especially when it was in the dead of night at 26,000 feet, with another man strapped to a torpedo into a blind drop zone. At least you're not jumping equipment. With the exception of a Glock 30 and a pancake holster on his hip, all other team gear was in the tandem bundle. Ammunition, long guns, beacons, and whatever other special equipment they thought they'd need, which Buckshot would ride. In Retro's mind, there was a reason Halo parachute infiltrations were classified as a life support activity by the military. Because people fucking die doing this shit. He cinched down his leg straps and did a final check of his parachute harness, touching his ripcord and cutaway pillow while mentally going through what he could do if his main parachute failed. The jumpmaster, Decoy, cleared the loadmaster to open the ramp. Retro watched it lower, each inch escalating the sense of dread, his breath now coming in rapid pants, his goggles beginning to fog. Soon. Going soon. Buckshot tapped his arm and motioned to the small drogue parachute container on the enormous pack he wore, something that was necessary to keep him above the bundle as he hurtled to Earth. Retro secured it, waiting on the inevitable follow-on commands that would cause them to leave the safety of the aircraft. He looked out the ramp and could barely make out the distinction between the earth and the sky. The night was huge, a black pool waiting to swallow him. He saw the stars blinking, the frigid air from the altitude mixing with the sweat of his fear. He calmed himself down like he always did by remembering he didn't have to worry about the part where he jumped off the ramp. The 2 minutes of free fall are painless. It's the sudden stop at the end that hurts. Kneeling at the juncture of the ramp and the aircraft frame, Decoy stuck his head into the wind, making sure the pilots weren't 2 grid squares off. He stood up and gave the 2-minute warning. Retro saw the jump light go green, and barely noticed the loadmaster unhooking his oxygen tube from the floor-mounted console, allowing him to breathe straight from the bottle on his harness. He inched forward with his hand on the drogue as Buckshot pushed the bundle toward the open chasm. Decoy looked off the ramp again, making sure they were in the correct location for the release. He pulled back into the aircraft and extended his arm, his hand giving a thumbs up. He bounced the hand off the floor and stood, Retro's adrenaline skyrocketed. Here we go, here we go. Buckshot checked to make sure Retro still had control of the drogue chute. He locked eyes, nodded, then pushed the bundle to the end of the ramp, inches from the abyss. Decoy looked off the ramp for the last time, then faced into the plane. He extended his arm and pointed into the night, like death ordering them into the grave. Retro watched Buckshot push the bundle off the ramp like a NASCAR crew pushing a car out of a pit row, the line from the drogue chute snaking out of the pack on his back. He disappeared into space, pulling the drogue chute from Retro's hands. Retro took 2 quick steps and followed suit, diving headfirst into the black sky. The sub-zero temperature immediately turned the fog in his goggles to ice. The wind punched him, attempting to flip him on his back, and within seconds he was traveling at 120 miles an hour. The feeling finally relaxed him, as it always did. He located the chem lights of the bundle, with Buckshot attached, then the chem light of the Jumpmaster decoy, both farther away than he wanted. He tucked his arms into his side and began to dive, his speed increasing until he was overtaking their fall. Before he slammed into them, he spread out and arched his back, now falling flat and stable next to decoy, the bundle below them and to the left. 90 seconds later, he checked his altimeter and broke away, the adrenaline firing back up. Moment of truth. He waved off and looked for his ripcord, a feeble light coming from the half-inch baby chemlight he'd taped to it, a relic from a jump when his ripcord had floated free from its pocket, forcing him to find it while he hurtled to earth, the slim piece of metal whipping around in the darkness. This time it was right where it was supposed to be. He hooked his thumb and jerked, then looked over his shoulder, feeling the pilot chute pull out the main. He felt the satisfying yank in his groin as he decelerated to a sane speed. He looked up and saw a perfect rectangle against the night sky. One more piece of luck I've used up. Chapter 29. Kurt sat outside the Oval Office, waiting on President Warren to get a spare moment. He'd done this ritual more times this month than he had in his entire career, but the Halo infiltration was the topic of the day, and President Warren had demanded to know immediately if anything had gone wrong. After the Secretary of State's outbursts, Kurt secretly thought the President wanted to talk about Taskforce activities outside the view of the Oversight Council, and was using the parachute infiltration as an excuse to get Kurt alone. Not a good sign. The council itself had been created by Kurt and the President to keep Project Prometheus from turning into an American Gestapo. The Taskforce was a powerful organization that operated completely outside of U.S. law. Both men knew that having it answer to a single man was asking for abuse, so they had created the Oversight Council, bringing in trusted advisors who were both for and against its use, thereby guaranteeing a balanced approach. Now, Kurt worried that the President might be short-circuiting the very safety valve they had created. He absently flipped through the pictures he'd been given just before he left his office. 6 frames from his father's camera, digitally restored by the best in the business. 2 were of his father's team just prior to launch, which, while grainy, had come out fairly well. 1 was of an open-bay porch-type structure with the shadows of several men inside, looking like vague ghosts. 3 were of a man standing at the front of the porch. He appeared Caucasian, but that was the extent of what could be made out. Kurt stopped at the first one and stared hard, trying to see something that would give him a clue as to why his father had risked his life for the picture. Nothing stood out. Even the face was a no-go, with a black blotch from where the negative had been scratched on the left side of his features. He scanned the next one, then the third. None were any better. The film negative had been scratched so badly that the digital reconstruction had had nothing to work with. He was about to put the pictures back into their folder when he noticed that the scratches on the negatives were in the exact same spot on each face within the frame, which was impossible. It's not a scratch. It's a part of the man. He held the picture up to the light, then saw the president standing at the door of his office. He shoved everything into his bag and stood. "Hey, Kurt, sorry for the wait. Come on in." Kurt followed and got right to business, wanting to get his information out and steer clear of any discussions about operational use of the task force. The jump went fine. Infill's complete with all equipment on the ground. Pike's got 3 men now, so he's just one short of a full team. I thought we jumped in 3 men for a total of 5 with Jennifer. Shit. Shouldn't have brought up numbers. Kurt didn't want to get into Pike's actions and Jennifer's reactions, unsure of how the president would react. Kurt knew Pike as well as he knew himself, and believed him when he said he was good. Pike would pull himself out of action if he thought he was endangering the mission, but Kurt wasn't sure the president would see it the same way. Disgusted, he realized that by keeping Pike's operational fiasco a secret, he was committing the same mistake he feared in the president, one man controlling the information and thus the outcome. "Sir, Jennifer's come down with a bug. She's got it coming out of both ends. If she's not better by tomorrow, she's coming home." He internally cursed himself for the lie, and resolved to never do it again. This is how it starts. This is how the task force becomes a threat. Who's lying to me? He knew that the team wasn't, because trust was a cornerstone of task force faith, and felt disgusted again at his lying. The president said, "Sorry to hear that. She's proving to be an asset. The team's enough, though?" "Yeah, it's enough. It had better be. Doing another infill is pushing more luck than we have." "What do you think we should do if nothing's in Egypt? What's the next thread?" Kurt inwardly cringed. "Sir, that's a question that we should pose to the council." The president leaned back, staring hard at Kurt. "We both know something's coming. I'm not sure the council does. They're all worried about the focus on my re-election, and I won't tolerate American deaths because of that." "Sir, I know, but we need to trust what we created. The checks and balances were right then, and they're right now, even with the imminent threat, especially with the imminent threat. We need to stand by what we promised. Please." The president sat for a second, then nodded and changed the subject. "Anything come out of those pictures?" Kurt breathed an inward sigh of relief. "Not really." He tossed the folder on the president's desk. "Those are the only ones that came out, and they're not that big of a help. If there was a connection to the terrorist hit in Alexandria, it died with my father." The president flipped through the photos once, then went back. Eventually, he laid out the 3 of the Caucasian man, staring intently. "Jesus Christ." Kurt said, "What?" "This guy's got something on his face. A birthmark." The president looked up at him, his complexion a little pale. "I think I know who this is."
Chapter 30. Early the next morning, I knocked on Jennifer's door, not sure of what I was going to say. She had a flight in a couple of hours, but I hoped the jump operation last night might have changed her mind. I saw a shadow on the peephole, but the door didn't budge. Shit. She's not even going to let me say goodbye. I knocked again. "Jennifer, please, open the door." After a second, it cracked a few inches. Jennifer looked terrible, like she hadn't slept. Her eyes, once gray and piercing, were now raw and red. Her hair hung limp against her scalp like a houseplant that hadn't been watered. Knowing I was the cause of her pain sent a wave of guilt through me. "Pike, please don't do this. I'm going home. I just want to say goodbye. Come on." She opened the door and walked away. She stopped at her suitcase and continued packing, not even bothering to turn around. "Jennifer, come on. At least look at me." She stopped what she was doing. "You just won't get it. I'm going home, and you're not changing my mind. It's not going to happen, and I don't want to fight. Why? Jennifer, I made a mistake, but that guy was bad. I'm not proud of it, but there is no doubt in my mind. He had blood on his hands. She stopped what she was doing and eyed me. Pike, that's not the point. Or maybe it's precisely the point. I can't make calls like that. I don't want to decide who gets to live and who gets to die. I'm not like you or the other operators. I can't be that violent. I just don't have it in me. I don't want it in me. She was wrong, but she'd never believe me. Everyone has it in them, I said. When push comes to shove, every human will do whatever it takes to live. It's what we are. You read about people who died on their knees, and it's because they'd convinced themselves that the worst wouldn't happen. Given the chance to do it over, you bet your ass they'd fight with anything they had and kill whoever it took. I don't believe that. She started softly crying. I'm sorry, Pike. I don't want to hurt you, but I can't do this. I thought I wanted to, but not if I end up like you. What's that mean? End up how? She held up her hands in surrender. Nothing. I have to go. I'm going to miss my flight. Jennifer, wait. I'll quit the Taskforce. I won't do this anymore. We can go back to Charleston together, after this is over. The words surprised me as much as her. She said nothing for a moment, the silence hanging in the air. Then she crushed me. Pike, that's not what I want. I'm sorry.
Jennifer managed to hold her composure for the drive to the airport, only breaking down as she entered the first layer of security, silently crying while the listless guards waved her through. She had lied to Pike, and she knew it. She did want to return to Charleston, but only with the Pike she had known before, not the Pike inside the warehouse. That man, wherever he had come from, had scared her to her marrow, and ceased her to question the very essence of the organization she had worked so hard to join. Pike's only remorse seemed to be that he'd been caught. Just because the man might have had blood on his hands doesn't mean we got to beat him to death. She finished with the second layer of security at the entrance to the terminal, and joined the cattle call moving toward the departure gates. Walking with everyone else, she was jostled by a man trying to remove his bag from the X-ray conveyor. He politely said, "Excuse me," and she noticed he was Asian and appeared nervous. He turned and ran to catch up to an Arab who was impatiently waiting. An Arab she recognized. The man from the tombs. She watched them link up with 3 other Arabs and walk briskly deeper into the airport. She grabbed her bag and followed. She shadowed them for close to 10 minutes until they finally stopped and sat at a gate. She looked to the counter and saw a flight on Czech Airlines headed to Prague. She pulled out her phone and dialed Pike. He answered after 3 rings, his voice clearly happy. "Hey, glad you called. Listen, I can't talk now. We're at the market. I'm busy." She remembered that the team was going to track the remaining tourist trip to the Khan el-Khalili tourist market in the hopes of finding a thread to pull. She was certain she was looking at the thread. "Pike, I'm at the airport and I've got eyes on the man from the tombs. You're tracking the wrong—" He cut her off. "Jennifer, call me back. Don't go anywhere. I gotta go." He hung up. He must have his hands full. She looked at the men again, then looked at her ticket. "Okay, you can always fly tomorrow." She spent a few moments memorizing their faces, then left the airport and flagged a cab. "Khan Khalili Market, please." Chapter 31. Jennifer survived the cab drive through the chaos of Cairo traffic, pulling into the front entrance of the market with her knuckles white against the door handle. She paid the driver, ignoring his attempts to become her personal guide for her stay. She stood on the street and surveyed the area, trying to formulate a plan. She knew that the market itself, while once the center of shopping for Cairo as far back as the 14th century, had devolved into a massive tourist trap. The square behind her gave testament to that, as it was jammed full of tour buses transporting people from all over the world. The tourism industry finally beginning to return after the unrest of last year. She decided to start in the souvenir area and ignore the parts of the market that still served the locals. Nordin's people could be going to the gold section, but she'd hit that after she came up empty. She walked past the cafes on the outskirts and entered the market proper, a rat maze of hundreds of shops, most simply stalls lined with souvenirs, a few with small courtyards and doors. She could see why Pike had hung up. Staying on someone in here without getting burned would be tough. With every step, she was accosted by shop owners, all begging her to come into their store, regardless of what they sold. She did stop every few meters and sample the wares, not because she wanted to buy anything, but because she didn't want to step all over Pike's surveillance. Moving down another alley, she spotted the members-only jacket that Retro wore. Not too hard to figure out that call sign. He needs some shopping tips. She ducked into the nearest shop to see if she could identify the targets or Pike. The owner descended on her like a spider on a fly. "Handmade. All handmade." Yeah, sure. The only time a hand has touched this stuff was when it peeled off the Made in China label. She picked up a lamp, keeping an eye on the activity outside. She felt the barrel of a gun jam into her back, then a voice with a heavy Chinese accent. "Do not move, or you will die right here. I do not intend to harm you." In the moonlight. "And I agree with you, Mr. Brett, but I cannot make the others agree. They have suffered many times at the hands of the Janjaweed, and will not be denied. We just need to make sure we kill them all." Brett muttered under his breath, cursing his boss at the Special Activities Division in Langley, and cursing his poor dumb luck to be born African-American. Because of it, he was always chosen for any mission in Africa that involved infiltrating with the natives, regardless of the fact that he was a 5-foot-5-inch fireplug of solid muscle, and the Zagawa were all 6-foot string beans. He looked nothing like them, although he had known that before he had crossed the border at Chad. At the time, he had laughed about it because all of his buddies in SAD had been denied a seat on the trip based on the color of their skin, no matter how hard they bitched that Brett looked about as native as they did. Bigotry at its finest. Now, as he often did when plans started falling apart 4,000 miles from help, he was wondering about his career choices. He tried one last time. "We lose a single man, and I'm aborting the mission. The refinery is much, much more important than a random militia patrol. Think about that. You're risking a strategic gain for a tactical one." The tribesman didn't answer. He simply slipped over the side of the truck and faded into the darkness, along with everyone else. Brett cursed again and jumped over the side himself. Instead of following, he hunkered down next to the cab of the pickup, intent on hauling ass if things went bad. The Janjaweed, an amorphous group of militias comprised of nomadic tribesmen, were responsible for a campaign of terror in Darfur, committing atrocities as a matter of course, in an effort to run out all of the sedentary farming tribes, such as the Zagawa. In response, the farmers had banded together, forming militias of their own. The Zagawa tribe belonged to the Sudanese Liberation Army, and had formed ostensibly to take the fight to the Sudanese government for the perceived injustice of the government's lack of effort to stop the Janjaweed from raping and pillaging. The plan had backfired. Instead of stopping the Janjaweed, the government, fearful of the threat, began arming them. As has happened throughout history, the conflict had escalated out of control until it was genocide, with civilians bearing the brunt of the damage. Brett knew all of this, but he wasn't emotionally involved in any way. He was simply, as Clausewitz said over a century ago, the continuation of politics by other means. In this case, Chinese means. Over the past decade, China's appetite for resources had grown along with its economy, until it was now a rapacious beast. China had begun pouring money into Sudan, becoming the largest investor in Sudan's petroleum industry and the largest consumer of Sudanese oil. Thus, China had more influence in Darfur's war than perhaps any other country. Unfortunately for the victims of the genocide, China had little interest in Sudan's conflict. Chinese arms kept the Sudanese government and the Janjaweed fighting, and because of it, a symbiotic relationship had been created. Sudan favored the Chinese for their support, and China used its sway within the UN Security Council to prevent any meaningful UN action. Brett hoped to change that equation if he could keep these backwater natives focused on the mission. He patted the rucksack again, ensuring the device was with him, then crouched next to the cab of the pickup, hearing the tick of the engine and the clink of weaponry around him as the men deployed in a half-assed tactical manner. Eventually he heard the groan of the Janjaweed vehicles, steadily growing louder. The Zagawa tribesman had tucked inside a small wadi, preventing him from seeing the approaching vehicles, which was the only tactical thinking that Brett could spot. There was no security to the flanks or rear, no discernible ambush line, and no way they would ever know if anyone escaped.
"Pike, this is Retro. We got someone on us." I kept my eyes on Norden's crew. "What, you sure?" "I've ID'd 3 so far, all Asian, and all on you. I don't think the rest of us have spiked yet." "What the hell? I'm being followed again?" "Okay, I'm going to draw one in and see what he wants. I'm moving into the restaurant at the end of the alley." "What about the targets?" "Let them go if you have to. Watch my back." I wasn't too concerned about my safety. In fact, I felt blessed to have a second chance to find out what the hell was going on. Second chance to locate Bull's killer. Norden's crew took a back seat to that. I knew only one man would penetrate into the restaurant to keep eyes on me. He'd try to be inconspicuous and wouldn't expect an assault. I'd get the tail alone and pump him for information without killing him. The hostess asked where I'd like to be seated and led me to a table. After she walked away, I went to the bathroom. Surveying quickly, I saw one stall, a urinal, and a counter with 2 sinks. I decided to stay inside. It would be a little bit of a wait, but eventually the curiosity of the guy would force him to enter. Once he saw me, he'd immediately act like he needed to use the toilet or wash his hands, ignoring me so I didn't get spooked. I decided to stay at the sink until he came inside, then head to the door, forcing him deeper into the bathroom to stay and roll. Once I blocked his escape, I'd find out what the hell he was doing. I saw the door open and turned off the sink. I turned around and faced an Asian man. He was staring hard at me, his face set in determination. In his hand was a QSZ-92 pistol aimed at my chest. Another Chinese model, this one not sporting a suppressor. Well, that didn't work out like you wanted.
Jennifer remained stock still, gripping the lamp until her knuckles were white. She heard the man say something in Chinese, then felt the barrel push her forward. He switched to English. "Put down the lamp and leave the store, quietly." The owner looked confused for a moment, Jennifer's body blocking the view of the gun. He assumed the Chinese man was with Jennifer and repeated his mantra of handmade crafts. The man said, "We don't want to buy anything." He pushed Jennifer again. True to form all over the market, the owner suspected nothing more than a little hardball haggling. He smiled and placed his hand on the Chinese's shoulder. "Friend, how much is handmade worth? I have the best." Jennifer seized the distraction, whirling around and slamming the lamp into the man's gun, sending it skittering through the souvenirs. The owner's eyes went wide at the sight of the pistol. He fled the store, screaming in Arabic out on the street. Jennifer attempted to follow, but the Chinese grabbed her arm. She felt a vice on her elbow, then a searing pain that brought her to her knees. The man twisted her wrist and used the lock joint of her elbow to drive her face first into the ground. She ceased struggling before he could break her arm. Jesus, he knows how to fight. The thought sent a stinging fear through her. Holding the joint lock with one hand, the man pulled a knife with the 3-inch blade out of his belt buckle and put it against her neck. The terror exploded in her, her brain flashing on an image of her sliced open like a sacrificial lamb, blood jetting out of her neck and coating the floor. Gunfire exploded outside, startling them both. She felt him shift above her. The blade left her neck, and the lock loosened a fraction. Seizing the moment, she rolled to the right, relieving the strain and freeing her joints. Flipping onto her back, she scissored her calves around the legs of the man. Before he could react, she torqued them as hard as she could, rotating onto her face again and bringing him to the ground. She leapt up and raced to the back of the store looking for an exit. There was none. She whirled around and faced the man, warily watching his knife hand. He slashed a long, looping strike, attempting to rip her from the pelvis up. Having nothing else, she blocked it with her left arm, feeling the knife slice into the meat of her forearm. She lashed out in a snap kick and connected with his thigh, forcing him back. She turned and grabbed another lamp, this one shaped like a lotus flower with heavy brass leaves. The blood running from her arm sent her into a feral state. She rotated with all of her might, connecting with his head and driving one of the leaves into his eye socket. The man shrieked, a high-pitched wail like a child, and fell to his knees. She jerked the lamp free of his eye and swung again, knocking him onto his back. She fell on top of him, hacking with the lamp again and again, the brass leaves working like a medieval weapon. She stopped when she realized his skull had cratered, leaving a bloody bowl where his face should have been. She dropped the lamp and rolled off the body, hyperventilating.
Chapter 32. The Chinese man kicked the bathroom door closed, looking like he was about to pull the trigger. I raised my hands and said, "Whoa, whoa, easy, don't shoot." He said, "I won't if you come quietly. You do anything else, and I will kill you. We only need one. You are just extra baggage." His words hammered home. They got Jennifer, and you fucking hung up on her when she called for help. The man saw my reaction and said, "There's a team outside. You can't get through us all. You fight. You die." Before he could say anything else, the sounds of multiple weapons exploded on the street outside. The man jerked his head to the door, and I struck him just above his Adam's apple with my fist, crushing his larynx. I ripped the gun out of his hand as he fell to the floor, holding his throat and gasping for air. Leaning over him, I pulled his head up by the hair. "Oops, looks like you're not the only one with a team." I slammed his head into the floor and left the bathroom. The dining room was full of people cowering and screaming, all intent on getting away from the gunfire. I waded through them, batting panic-stricken tourists aside until I reached the street. Ducking behind a concrete picnic table, I could see muzzle flashes down at the end of the alley. At least 4, maybe more. People were screaming and diving in all directions to get away from the gunfire, with 2 bodies leaking blood onto the alley. I couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. I sought out where I'd left the team and saw Retro across the alley, pistol raised and looking for a target. I keyed my radio. "Retro, take your guys and flank them. Hit them while they're still focused on the alley. I'm going back into the restaurant to find a rear exit. You hit them from the left flank and I'll hit them from the rear." Retro caught my eye across the alley, keying his radio. "Roger that. I told you we should have brought at least one long gun. Don't take too long, or the fight'll be over." I nodded at him and turned to go back inside. I saw a small child in the alley, sitting and crying, in the middle of a funnel of rounds.
Jennifer looked at the blood on her arms, not sure how much was hers. She saw a 3-inch gash in the fleshy part of her forearm, sending a stab of nausea through her. It looked like a piece of steak from the butcher. her meat licking blood much slower than she expected. She grabbed a tourist keffiyeh and wrapped it tightly around the wound, fighting back the dizziness the sight caused. The gunfire continued outside, snapping and popping in a steady stream. She duck-walked to the front of the store and peered around a shelf that served as the entrance wall. Looking down the alley, she saw the body of the store owner face up, blood pumping from an open head wound. Scores of people of all nationalities were cowering wherever there was cover, and a child of 2 or 3 was in the middle of the street wailing next to the body of a woman. She saw the team on her side of the alley, pistols raised, looking for a clear shot. Whoever was shooting at them had no such concerns, but was keeping up a steady stream of fire at anything moving, the air in front of her snapping with the crack of supersonic rounds. She counted 5 muzzle flashes at the end of the alley 70 meters away. She returned to the boy, mentally begging him to run. She rose into a crouch, preparing to sprint the short distance to him, when a bullet chipped the wood next to her head. She retreated, unable to take her eyes off of the child. "Go! Get him before he dies!" Her body refused to move, the fear of her own death overriding her desire to save the child. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye, a form sprinting through the bullets. With a shock, she recognized Pike. She wanted to scream at him to stop, but simply watched him in morbid dread, knowing she was going to witness his death. He reached the boy and scooped him up without breaking stride, running toward her and the safety of the shop. He reached the low shelf she was hiding behind and launched himself into the air, rotating over like a high jumper, the child cradled in his arms. He landed hard on his back, right next to her, his body cushioning the boy. He lay still. She shook his shoulders, leaning over him. "Are you hit?" He looked at her in surprise, letting the boy scamper to the back of the store. He sat up, his face splitting into a grin. "I don't think so. But I'll be damned if I know why. What the hell are you doing here?" She said, "I found—" He cut her off with a raised finger, listening to his covert earplug. "No, we aren't breaking contact. Smoke those fuckers." He returned to Jennifer, saying, "Retro's flanking now. I want to keep them focused down here." He leaned out and snapped off a couple of rounds, drawing a fusillade of fire in return, the wood chipping all around him. He snapped his head back. "Jesus, he'd better hurry the fuck up, because I'm not doing that again." The words still hung in the air when the firefight erupted, the random popping of rounds replaced by a cacophony that sounded like a string of firecrackers. In seconds it ended, the silence overpowering. She heard Pike say, "Roger that. The guy in the bathroom had a Chinese passport as well. Everyone okay?" He paused a second, listening, then said, "Good to go. Starburst out of here before the cops show up. We'll meet back at the hotel." Scanning the store, he saw for the first time the corpse of the Chinese man Jennifer had fought. Walking over to it, he took in the massive trauma to the head and the bloody lamp next to the body. He looked at Jennifer leaning back against the shelf, her head on her arms. He noticed the keffiyeh, a red stain in the middle. "You okay?" She looked at the body, then at him. No, I'm not." Chapter 33. Keyshawn Jackson leaned up on an elbow, barely able to pick out the slumbering form next to him in the feeble light of dawn. A glance at his cheap Casio caused a spark of concern. It was past 6. Roommate will be home soon. This was a mistake. The relationship was the one rule he had broken, the one time he had slipped in his 5 years of iron discipline. After he had left prison, he had followed the proscriptions of the Muslim chaplain to the letter, both religious and operational. As the years went by, he had maintained that rigid obedience. Then he had met Beth. A checkout clerk at a local supermarket. At first he had ignored her as just another heathen. Over time, her chipper attitude had worn him down, continually asking him questions every time he shopped, no matter how indifferent he acted. Initially acting pleasant simply to avoid drawing attention, he found himself engaging her in conversation. He knew it was a mistake, knew he couldn't do anything beyond pleasantries, but he did it anyway. He'd learned quite a bit about her during the shopping trips. She didn't drink, was a pious churchgoer, and a devoted volunteer of various causes. And she was very, very pretty. Against his better judgment, he did the unthinkable. He asked her out. They had dated for close to a year, with him following the best tradecraft he could, given the situation. He never let her go to his residence, and stayed over at her place no more than once a week. Always only on nights when her roommate was sleeping over at her boyfriend's house, and he always left before she came home. He never ever mentioned to his contact what he was doing. He knew what would happen if he did. He told himself that he'd break it off the minute he was alerted for a mission. Now, staring at her slumbering form, he cursed his weakness. He was far beyond simply being alerted, and yet he persisted still. He was lightly stroking her face, fantasizing about bringing her with him, about converting her to the one pure religion when she awoke. "Hey, I gotta go. It's the witching hour." She grasped his hand and pressed it into her face. "Just stay for breakfast this once. My roommate is beginning to think I'm a liar, or that I'm paying you." He laughed, using his standard excuse. "I have to get to work. You know that." He leaned over and kissed her. "I'll call you later." She said, "Let's go to your place next, please. I know you're embarrassed about it, but I don't care if it's just a trailer or something worse. You shouldn't care either." He stood up and put on his clothes. "I'll think about it, okay? I promise." She followed him to the door, wearing just a sheet. He kissed her again and walked to his car. He sat and watched her close the door, feeling conflicted. He had his instructions, and the time was coming closer. Today he was supposed to rent a warehouse that would facilitate the building of the means of destruction. A warehouse with an address that could be accessed by DHL. He should have felt elation at the progress forward. Should have felt deep gratitude at the responsibility entrusted to him. Instead, he felt only sadness that he would never see Beth again. Beth was eating breakfast when her roommate returned, wearing the clothes she'd left in the night before. "So Mr. Wonderful has hauled ass again, huh?" "Lay off of him, Christy. He has to get to work. He's not avoiding you." Christy sat down, pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Bullshit. Beth, I don't like this guy. He's hiding something illegal." "No, he's not. He's just shy. He's a good man, pure." "Yeah, probably selling drugs." Beth flared in anger. "He doesn't even drink. He's Muslim. He's very strict about those things." "Well, that's something else that's fucking weird. Are you sure he's not in some sort of cult? Maybe he wants to suck you in. Maybe that's why you never get to see where he lives." "Stop it. You don't even know him, and anyway, I'm going to surprise him tonight. I'm going to his house." "How?" "I'm going to follow him home from work. He's just ashamed of where he lives. He doesn't make any money at his job. I'll show him I don't care about those things." Christy's eyebrows shot up. "You be careful with that, you hear me? Call me when you go." Beth left the apartment without answering. She bought a small batch of flowers on the way to the supermarket, then spent her entire shift glancing at the clock on the wall. Her replacement showed up early, just as she'd promised she would. Beth gave a hurried thank you and raced out of the store. She arrived at the BGE district office a little unsure of herself. After much prodding, Keyshawn had told her where he worked, but hadn't given a firm address, only saying it was on the west side of Baltimore, outside the 695 Beltway, at a vehicle barn that housed BGE trucks. She had Googled and found quite a few locations, but had narrowed it down to this place, a large building with a truck barn. She wasn't sure it was correct. She circled the parking lot, growing more and more leery, until she spotted Keyshawn's beat-up Honda Civic. She smiled. "Phew, Christy would really go off if I couldn't even find his place of work." She parked her own car away from his, hidden between a pickup and a large SUV. Her dash clock told her she had only about 10 minutes before his shift was up. She watched every truck that returned, finally seeing Keyshawn driving one through the chain-link gate. 15 minutes later, she was following him south down the Beltway, staying discreetly 4 cars back. He drove into southeast Baltimore toward the port and the industrial area, driving past tow yards and scrap metal recycling facilities. She hoped he didn't live anywhere near here. Eventually, he pulled into a large prefabricated storage facility, with a sign out front proclaiming self-storage units, individual office space, and small warehouses for rent. What's he doing here? She drove by, did a U-turn, and parked in the next building over. She saw Keyshawn in the front office talking to what looked like a manager. Eventually, they disappeared through a back door, then reappeared at the front of a small, stand-alone building with a roll-up door. They both disappeared inside. 5 minutes later, they returned, with Keyshawn shaking the man's hand. She watched him writing on some paperwork, then shaking his hand again before heading to his car. What in the world is that all about? She followed him back the way they had come, eventually traveling past the exit to the BGE office and continuing north. He exited the Beltway near Towson, getting into the strip mall suburbs with Barnes & Noble, movie theaters, and Cheesecake Factory restaurants dominating the drive. After a few minutes, he pulled into an apartment complex, fairly new, with a now leasing sign out front. The cars in the parking lot were all late model, with a smattering of relatively expensive foreign ones. It didn't look like a place to be ashamed of. She stayed well away from him, pulling into the first spot she could find and watching. He parked, then went to the second floor. When she was sure he was inside and settled, she grabbed the flowers and went up, feeling anxious at her little treachery. She knocked on the door and waited, wondering if he was staring at her through the peephole. When the door swung open, she knew he hadn't bothered to use it by the look of shock on his face. "Hey, honey, surprise." He stood still for a minute, his face flashing first anger, then sadness. "What are you doing here? How'd you find me?" She handed him the flowers. "I followed you home. I know you don't want me to see where you live, but it's not bad at all. What are you afraid of?" He said nothing. She knew something was wrong, but put it down to her little detective work. She tried to lighten the mood. "Can I come in, or is the inside a real ghetto?" He stood back from the door. "I wish you hadn't done this. I would have come for you when the time was right." She kissed him on the cheek, saying, "I know how you are. The time will never be right unless I make it so." Inside was a studio apartment with very little furniture. Just a small table with 2 chairs and a futon on the floor, not even a TV. "Wow, you live Spartan. No wonder you like coming to my place." "Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't afford any furniture. I was going to show you the place after I got some. I just rented this a few months ago." She put her arms around his neck. "You should know me well enough by now. I don't care about that stuff." She pantomimed, sniffing him. "Wow, you stink. Let's go clean you up." He said nothing for a moment, seeming to think it over. Then he smiled and relaxed. "Well, as long as you're here." He followed her into the bathroom. When she saw the large jacuzzi tub that came with the apartment, an impish grin slipped out. "Looks like it's big enough for 2. She turned on the water, then began to undress him. While the water filled, she said, "Hey, what's up at the storage place? What are you doing there?" The happiness fled his face, replaced with the sadness she'd seen at the door. "It's nothing, just something a friend wanted me to check on." She ignored the look, determined to prove her trick wasn't a mistake. "You get in first." She undressed while he slipped into the water, then sat between his legs, turning on the jets. He began to rub her shoulders, just like he did when they were at her place. The tension left her body. This is more like it. She closed her eyes and said, "Why don't you forget about saving for furniture? We could get a place together. With our combined income, we could afford it." She thought she'd missed his answer over the sound of the jets. She opened her eyes and turned around to face him. She saw tears falling down his cheeks. Keyshawn body. This is more like it. She closed her eyes and said, "Why don't you forget about saving for furniture? We could get a place together. With our combined income, we could afford it." She thought she'd missed his answer over the sound of the jets. She opened her eyes and turned around to face him. She saw tears falling down his cheeks. "Keyshawn, what's wrong?" He said nothing. He simply raised his hands to the top of her head and pushed her under the water. Chapter 34. Jennifer sat alone on the bed in her hotel room, not wanting to join the team next door. She had the shades drawn and the lights out, with the only illumination coming from a crack in the bathroom door. She could hear the men through the connecting door laughing and joking. "I thought we were breaking contact when I saw you running away from the fight like a spotted ape." "I wasn't running, jackass. I was doing my duty, protecting civilian lives." "Yeah, sure. The kid was in front of you, and I've seen you shoot. I figured he was in danger." She tuned them out, remembering the child. "I should have done something. I was closer." Upon their return to the hotel, the first thing the team had done was a hot wash, examining all aspects of the gunfight to see what they could have done differently or better. It had been brutally critical, with Pike bearing the brunt. The team had hammered him for saving the child, saying he had put them all at risk by forcing them to assault with one less man. The conversation had shamed Jennifer, making her wonder if anyone had seen her paralysis of fear. The memory alone caused her to tremble. Why didn't I go? She heard the door open and saw Pike in the feeble light. "Hey," he said, "you okay?" "Yeah, just tired." "Adrenaline will do that. How's your arm?" She flexed her hand, saying, "Good. Buckshot did a great job. The stitches itch, but that's about it." "Well, he's had enough practice. He used to be an 18 Delta in 5th Group." Remembering she had no military experience, he added, "A medic, a Special Forces medic." She nodded and said nothing. Pike came inside and closed the door. "You sure you're okay?" "Yes." She waited a beat, then said, "Why did you save that child?" He leaned against the door, looking confused. I don't know. It just seemed like the right thing to do." "Right thing to do. But there was no way you should have lived. You had to have known that. Why?" He became embarrassed at the attention. "Look, I was too stupid to realize that. Trust me, I wouldn't do it again." She stood up, searching his face for deception. "Really? You wouldn't?" Pike glanced away for a moment, then returned her gaze. "No, not really. I'd do it again. The kid was going to die because someone was trying to kill me. I was the cause. I couldn't let that happen. But the team... Yeah, well, they have a point, but it's the score that counts. They did fine without me, like I knew they would." She looked down at the floor. "I should have run to him. I was closer. I could have protected him, and you could have gone with the team. But I was afraid. Cut that shit out. You can't second-guess what you did. You had just finished a fight for your life." The destroyed visage of the Chinese sprang into her mind. The split skull, the flying bone and brain matter as she struck him again and again. She felt a wave of nausea and sat down again, putting her head into her hands. Pike sat down next to her and rubbed her back, talking softly to her. She lifted her head and said, "I feel dirty, like I've crossed a line and I can never go back." He spoke gently. "I know, it's not easy, especially with what you were forced to do. You'll have dreams, bad ones." His words brought a measure of calm to her, his empathy soothing in the darkness. She reached out and squeezed his hand, wondering if she would ever figure him out. This was the Pike she was drawn to, a man who risked certain death for an unknown child. But somewhere inside him was the monster from the warehouse, the Pike she didn't know. She flashed again to the body in the souvenir shop. "What about the Jennifer you don't know?" "Do you get dreams? I mean, still?" "Yeah, I do. I think it's the body's way of dealing with the stress. Eventually they'll go away and get replaced by good dreams. It just takes time. I used to get them pretty bad right after an action, but within about 3 to 6 months, they'd be replaced by dreams of my family. I guarantee I'll dream about that kid," and he caught himself and said nothing for a moment, then finished his thought. "And that guy in the warehouse." She was surprised by the admission, thinking he was different, stronger or harder, a machine. She changed the subject to get away from the talk of death. "Do you still dream about your family?" I used to every night, like clockwork. Not so much anymore since Guatemala and Bosnia. Since I ran into you, really." She was surprised again and showed it on her face. She knew how deeply the loss of his family had affected him, and couldn't believe that their adventures last year had altered that. "You don't dream about your family anymore? What do you dream about instead?" He blushed and looked away. "Nothing, really. I just don't dream about them as much anymore." The truth sank in with a small measure of flattery and a large amount of confusion. "He dreams about me." She considered forcing him to say it just to embarrass him, because she knew he'd do the same to her. The idea caused her to smile as she realized she was thinking of him like she had before the warehouse killing, and that he'd managed to take her mind off the market and her actions there. She squeezed his hand again. "Thank you." "For what?" "For being here, for being yourself, I guess." He stood up with a little evil grin. "Well, as long as I'm being myself, I have to say I told you so." "Huh? What do you mean?" "When push came to shove, you didn't go out on your knees begging for your life. You may not like it, but you're a meat eater." She sat for a minute with her mouth open, not believing he had actually said what he had after she'd opened up about how the death had affected her. "Jesus, Pike, it's not something to brag about. It's not something I'm proud of. I don't want... Wanting's got nothing to do with it. Some people have it, and some don't. No different from a higher IQ, or the ability to run fast. It's a talent, nothing more." He pointed to the next room. "And they don't brag about that shit either, but they do respect it, which might end up saving their lives someday because they won't be guessing on how you'll react." It clicked that he was talking as if she was going to stay with them, as if the killing she had committed had changed her mind to continue. That wasn't going to happen. "Pike, I think I'm going to—" She was cut off by a shout from the other room. "Pike, you better get in here. Kurt sent a message, and it's about as fucked up as a football bat." Pike held up a finger to her and said, "Hold that thought. Looks like we get more fun." She watched him leave the room, the conflicting emotions bouncing through her. Chapter 35. The customs agent didn't appear to be particularly vigilant, but looks could be deceiving. Standing behind a party of 4 from the United States, Rafik felt sweat drip down his side. He silently cursed, knowing no matter how well he pretended to be calm, his body could still give him away. He studied the agent to see how closely the man scrutinized the passports. Rafik knew his was perfect, a copy that couldn't be discerned from an official Algerian one. It was the Czech Republic tourist visa that concerned him. He had no idea what a real visa looked like, and had nothing to compare his against. He'd looked at the loadmaster's passport, but the man had a work visa for his job with Noorden's travel agency. It was similar, but different enough to be of little use. With dark humor, he supposed this was a good test. The same people who were providing him with explosives that could slip through customs had made the visa. If this fails here, then the explosives will fail to get through customs as well. Might as well find out early. Before he knew it, he was being called forward. The agent smiled perfunctorily and said, "What brings you to the Czech Republic?" Rafik beamed and said, "A visit. My first visit to Europe." The man took his passport, Rafik waiting on the inevitable barrage of questions. But none came. Before he knew it, he was through and headed to the baggage claim. The stamping and swiping happening so quickly, he didn't have time to realize he was holding his breath. He stopped on the far side to watch the loadmaster. Because 4 Arabs with tourist visas and 1 Indonesian with a work visa traveling together would cause questions, they had placed the loadmaster in between them. He was the next in line, and if he was going to sound an alarm, it would be to the customs official. Rafik watched him lean into the window, apparently talking. Rafik gauged the distance to the baggage claim door, calculating his chances of getting out. When he turned around, he saw the loadmaster walking stiffly toward him. He kept the relief from showing on his face, but the incident drove home how much this operation depended on luck. How many single points of failure littered his operational plan? All it will take is one link to fail, and I have so many more links to build. He knew it was a single link, a courier, that had killed Osama bin Laden, a single thread that had unraveled, leaving the Sheik to face the barrels of the Great Satan's commandos. He buried his doubt, saying, "Good. You get to live another day." The loadmaster said nothing, simply stopping and staring at the other passengers. "Go get your bags, call the pilot, and tell him to meet us at the plane. Wait for us outside." Before he could leave, Rafik touched his arm. "Please don't cause unnecessary bloodshed. Wait for us." The loadmaster jerked his arm away as if he'd brushed a stove, then walked through the baggage claim door. By the time Rafik and the others had collected their bags and processed through customs, the loadmaster had made contact. "You'll meet us at the plane in 15 minutes. It'll take that long to get there." "Where is it? At another airport?" "No, it's technically at this airport, but all private and general aviation aircraft go to Terminal 3, which is separated from the main airport by the tarmac itself. It's about a mile away, but we'll have to drive out of the airport and down the highway to get there." Rafik hailed a cab, having a little trouble explaining to the driver that they wanted to go from Terminal 2 to Terminal 3. Finally convincing the man that he wasn't misunderstanding Rafik's English, they pulled out of the airport. Reaching the exit for Prague, the driver made one last attempt to ensure he wasn't making a mistake, pointing at the sign showing the city to the left. Rafik pointed to the exit on the right, reading Terminal 3. The driver shrugged and followed directions. Winding down a graffiti-painted 4-lane road, Terminal 3 came into view, consisting of several 3-story buildings, some modern, others resembling relics from the Cold War. It appeared more like an office park than an airport. As they hit a roundabout, Rafik saw the pilot waiting on the sidewalk and pointed him out to the driver. The pilot smiled nervously as they approached. When he saw his partner, his face lit up with real joy. He helped them with their bags, saying, "The plane's here. No trouble. We had no trouble." Rafik said, "Where is it?" The pilot led them into the building, winding down hallways until they could see the tarmac on the other side through the windows. He showed his badge to a man at a desk and exited the building again, turning left toward the general aviation section. Rafik saw the stolen DHC-6 Twin Otter on a pad next to another cargo plane, a Casa 212, both with the same tail numbers. "You didn't repaint the tail?" Rafik said. "Idiot. What if someone sees the 2 numbers? The pilot looked like he had sucked a pickled egg. "Wait, I can't paint the thing right here. That would only highlight the number. It needs to be brought into scheduled maintenance inside a hangar." He paused, waiting to see what Rafik would do. When no violence or threats erupted, he continued. "I'll do it this week. I have it scheduled." "That may be a problem." "Why?" Rafik glanced at Camille and said, "You're going to Montreal, Canada, with some cargo I need." The pilot paled. "I can't do that. I... Rafik faced him and bared his teeth. "Shut up. You will do it. File the flight plan." The pilot stuttered, his mouth working but no words coming out. Eventually he said, "When?" Rafik looked at Camille. "It depends. We have a call to make. Show me the cargo." Walking up the staircase of the Twin Otter, the pilot popped the clasps on 2 Pelican cases, both 4 feet by 4 feet. Rafik opened the lid of the first one. Inside, seated into foam receptacles, were what appeared to be simple metal discs. He pulled one out. 8 inches in diameter, it was slightly curved, and would have looked exactly like a lid off of a soup pot, except it was much thicker. Opening the other Pelican case, he pulled out a plastic container. This too was 8 inches in diameter and about 8 inches deep, looking like a soup pot made for the lid he held in his other hand. He lined up the holes on the outside of the lid with the holes on the edge of the pot, the curved side down. The match was perfect, as he knew it would be. He smiled. Such a simple-looking thing, with so much destructive power. Camille said, "The great Satan's own technology will be their downfall. It's a shame that they spend so much time and money creating these weapons, only to have them used against themselves." Rafik laughed. "Not a great deal of shame. Not at all." Rafik placed the pieces back into the cases. Turning to the pilot, he said, "I need to find an air express service, one that will go to the United States. Both DHL and FedEx fly right to this terminal. They have an office downstairs, but I don't know if they'll take a shipment from here. You might have to take it downtown first." "That's stupid. Go figure out how to schedule this cargo for shipment. Tell them it's from your office. I'll give you an address when you get back." Camille waited until the pilot had left, then said, "I don't think we should send the package from here if that's not what's usually done. We should get it into the system without shortcuts, so it's harder to track. And no way should that pilot get the address. We should do it ourselves." Rafik whipped his head around and sensed at Camille questioning his authority. He was about to tear into him when the logic of his statement sank in. Camille refused to break eye contact. Rafik patted his face. "Always looking out for me, for the mission. Okay, we'll do it your way. Get the information when the pilot returns. Before that, though, call the Kaffir here. Set up the meeting like we discussed. Be sure you actually see the explosives. Those men would sell us a crate of clay. Islam won't help you, no matter how much they say otherwise." Camille pointed at the loadmaster. "What about him? Keep him. There's no telling where you'll have to meet them. An aircraft may be useful, and I want to give this pilot a reason to transport you to Canada. I'm taking Farouk. I'll leave Adnan. Use his expertise in explosives to inspect the cargo." Camille said, "What do I do if this contact fails? They aren't the most trustworthy of people and have no allegiance to our cause. Get the explosives. Don't let it fail. Do what you need to do." Seeing Camille's reticence and knowing the source, he said, "Old friend, we do what we must. I know how you feel, and maybe someday we'll get the chance to teach them the true meaning of Islam. Stay focused on the goal. Using them is no different than using the weapons on this plane."
Chapter 36. The Marine Staff Sergeant on duty at Post 1 kept eyeballing Retro and me, like he thought we were going to steal the ashtray in the lobby. We'd done nothing wrong, and told him we were simply meeting someone, but he clearly thought we were suspicious. I decided to wait outside. Better for him not to remember who we met. Motioning to Retro, I walked out into the courtyard. "Man," Retro said, "you'd think that guy'd lay off a little with all the security around this place." He had a point. The U.S. Embassy in Cairo had pretty much taken over the neighborhood, with all the streets blocked off and guarded by Egyptian police. The only people allowed in the neighborhood were those who lived there. If you got past that, you still had to contend with both an outer and inner embassy wall, each complete with a security checkpoint just like an airport, before getting inside to the Marine manning Post 1. "He's just doing his job," I said. "I don't know what the hell's taking the agency guy so long." "Maybe he didn't get the word how important we are." I laughed. "Bullshit. You heard Kurt. I guarantee that guy got a call straight from the 7th floor. The message Kurt had sent stated that the picture on his father's roll of film might belong to a man named Richard Ellis, a United States congressman. The kicker was that he was currently in Cairo. I'd immediately called Kurt through the VPN and put him on conference, wanting to confirm the information and what I was supposed to do. At the end of the call, the consensus was to simply confront him, to shake the tree and see what came out. We both thought something was awry, and decided to let him tell us what it was. The problem was precisely that he was a United States congressman, and would have to be handled carefully. If we were wrong about the picture, we needed to leave the congressman without any impression that he was being investigated. To that end, we'd come to talk to the CIA and get a little help with the interrogation. Mixing the task force with CIA personnel was risky, and the reason we didn't want to sign in with Post 1. But apparently the president himself was involved. That sort of overcame any bitching we had. No doubt, he put out some tough love, which is why I thought the director of the CIA, a member of the Oversight Council, would be calling from his 7th floor office at headquarters. I saw a middle-aged man exit the door next to Post 1 and head our way. "You guys here to meet someone from the State Department?" "No, from another agency." He smiled. "We going to dance all day?" "Depends on who called you." "How about the president? That good enough?" I was a little startled. "The president called you?" "Nah, but he might as well have. Big shitstorm, apparently." It would be embarrassing to spill my guts to some State Department weenie, so I pushed just a little further to be sure. "And you are?" "Matt Gleason. I'm the head honcho here. Look, I don't know who you are, and I was told not to ask. No record of us meeting." "That's fine with me, but I'll need something to go on. I have no idea what this is about." That was enough for me. I hadn't expected the actual chief of station, but I suppose I should have, given the level of interest. I told him everything I knew, which raised his eyebrows. "Holy shit! You think Ellis is a traitor? I'm supposed to see him tomorrow." "I don't know what to think. There's definitely some sort of Chinese connection, but it beats me what it is. On top of that, this whole thing is tied into an Indonesian terrorist. Either way, I want to find out what the fuck's going on." "But why me? I don't have any arrest authority. This is a job for the Legat. It's for the FBI. I couldn't tell him that the Adjutant General of the United States wasn't read on to the task force, unlike the director of the CIA, and so the FBI's legal attaché wasn't someone we could use. Hell, I couldn't even tell him my name. "You've been pulled in because this is very, very sensitive, very political. We're not sure of the information, and we need to find out discreetly. This is exactly what you guys do, and not something I'm very good at."
He sighed. Another kindergarten fight. He prayed the Janjaweed were just as bad. He pulled on a pair of night observation goggles, the darkness immediately replaced with an eerie green. He saw the glow of headlights against the brush on top of the wadi, bouncing in and out and growing stronger, along with the Zagawa tribesmen waiting to ambush the convoy in a formation that guaranteed failure. The lead Janjaweed truck reached the edge of the wadi and stopped, its headlights silhouetting the Zagawa formation. He heard the shouting of the men in back, then the night erupted into gunfire. It seemed that the Zagawa had surrounded the trucks and were now firing wildly into them, regardless of the friendly men on either side. Tracer fire arced through the air, most of it harmlessly over the heads of the Janjaweed. Miraculously, they began pouring out of the trucks unscathed, shooting just as wildly as the Zagawa tribesmen. Jesus H. Christ. Fucking idiots. Brett threw his AK-47 to his shoulder and began firing controlled pairs, dropping everything he aimed at in the dim glow of the headlights, his NODs giving him an unbeatable edge. An RPG sputtered through the air and managed to find the lead Janjaweed truck, exploding the gas tank into a fierce ball of fire and throwing Brett backward. He rolled to the rear of his pickup, still snapping rounds, then realized he no longer had the rucksack. No way could he allow the Janjaweed to get it. If they lost this fight, he needed to ensure it was destroyed. He sprinted bent over, losing the depth perception in his NODs, forcing him to pat the ground until he hit the rucksack. He snatched it up and continued forward, climbing the wall of the wadi. Rounds were blasting from all sides, going both in and out, the tracers in the fire from the exploded truck causing his NODs to white out. He ripped them off and surveyed the damage. He was outside the ring of the fight and saw his intrepid Zagawa tribesmen leaping forward, spraying rounds, then leaping back again, from all sides. Jesus, a circular ambush. Are they retarded? The Janjaweed were more disciplined, controlling their fire in a synchronized manner. And they had an edge. Using their trucks for cover, they could fire indiscriminately out 360 degrees without worrying about hitting anyone friendly. With the Zagawa's poorly chosen formation, the fire would devastate any ability to mount an assault. In an instant, Brett saw they were going to lose. They had maybe a minute to gain the upper hand before the Janjaweed men began a systematic attack on a flank and rolled up the entire crew. Brett knew his men would either die or throw down their weapons and run off into the darkness. The second pickup of Janjaweed militia shifted attention to his side of the perimeter, the flames from the burning vehicle negating the edge provided by his NODs. He could hear the second truck yelling to the third truck, and knew the assault was close. Rounds ripped the air around him, forcing him to push his face into the desert floor, worming backward for any low ground that would protect him. Bullets snapped through the fabric of the rucksack on his back, causing him to freeze and wonder if he would even feel the devastation should the device go off. The shooting shifted to his right, and up the line he saw the men from the third truck massing to flank, unmolested because of the protection provided from the fire from Truck 2. Need to intercept them. He jumped up and raced through the darkness, screaming at any man he saw to follow him. None did. Shit, no English speakers. He reached the apex of the perimeter just as the men from Truck 3 began to move. He had run far enough to put the assault element from Truck 3 between him and the covering fire from Truck 2. He dropped to a knee and began pulling the trigger, his aim much more devastating than any of the tribesmen around him. He hit 5 before the assault was broken, the men retreating back to the safety of the vehicles, unsure of who was killing them. He followed at a sprint, needing to finish the job before they could regroup. He reached the trucks in the confusion.
I need some help. If it ends up being something, it's all yours. You pull in the Legat and we disappear. Never to be mentioned, okay? He was easygoing like most of the CIA folks. He rolled right into the mission. Okay by me. So what's the play? What are you going to do? Shit, man, that's why I'm here. I don't know. My plan was to knock on his hotel room door and beat the shit out of him, but that didn't go over so well at home, given the political stakes. We're looking for ideas. You guys are the experts at nuance. Well, like I said, he's coming here tomorrow for a briefing. From what I got from headquarters, he used to work for the CIA as a case officer, and now he's on the intelligence committee. He likes to flaunt that by hitting up the station of every country he happens to visit. Makes him feel important to leave his fellow congressmen at the door as uncleared. I rapidly analyzed the gift just dropped in my lap. The congressman himself had just taken a huge burden off my shoulders, since we wouldn't have to set up some phony meeting that would raise his suspicions. If he was innocent, he could get away clean. I said, "How do these briefings go? Are there a lot of people in the room?" "Yeah," he said, "at least initially. We give a one over the world, then, when it's time to get down to truly secret stuff, we take him alone to a secure room and continue." I said, "What's the briefing on?" "Nothing important, really. He didn't ask for a specific topic. We're just going to give him our standard dog and pony show, letting him feel like he's getting secrets. Now I'm not so sure that's smart." No, that's perfect. Sway the briefing to include a bunch of Chinese stuff. Throw it in midway, completely out of sync with the rest of the briefing. Get a feel for his demeanor during the first half of the briefing, then see if it shifts when the Chinese are mentioned. Mac thought about it, then said, "Yeah, I can do that. I'll get a case officer in the room and introduce him as an analyst. He can focus on the congressman and knows what to look for. But I'll tell you, that's exactly why this won't work. The congressman used to be a case officer. He's trained to detect deception, just like my guy. He'll know how to hide everything we're going to be looking for. If he's really a traitor, he's been pretty damn good at it to stay out of sight all these years." I'm not so sure about that. If he's bad, he's got something to do with that terrorist strike in Alexandria, which means he's willing to take drastic action for something. It also means he might be desperate. He might be able to hide his reaction if he knows he's going to be questioned, but he'll be off guard here. Yeah, well, I suppose it won't hurt to give it a shot. What do you want to do if he spikes? Bring him alone to the secure room. Retro and I will be waiting. When he sees us, we'll get a reaction. If he's bad, he tried to kill me, which means he knows what I look like. We'll take it from there. And if there's no demeanor break during the briefing, text us, and we'll vacate the room, and you just go on with your briefing.
Chapter 37. Congressman Ellis was enjoying his time in the embassy, forgetting for a moment the stress of the transfer. His background as a case officer, along with his standing on the Intelligence Committee, allowed him greater access to CIA stations than most any other elected representative. But, in truth, he just liked getting close to the field again. He enjoyed the back and forth with the chiefs of station, even though he knew the briefings were all sterile and made for public consumption. It allowed him to feel like he was on the inside, still a case officer like Mac, the one doing the briefing. Very few other representatives could make that claim, and he enjoyed the notoriety. As Mac continued with the political situation, Ellis threw a few softball questions his way, probing his opinion of the still struggling government after the fall of Mubarak. Mac gave him a softball answer, and Ellis ratcheted it up a little bit, having done his homework. He enjoyed watching Mac's reaction, realizing he wasn't dealing with an idiot. The banter continued back and forth, with Ellis feeling more and more in control of the conversation. Mac finished the political overview and started into domestic threats. He gave a fairly innocuous overview of the Muslim Brotherhood, detailing the radical elements that were hidden inside the relatively new political party, along with the threats they posed to the fragile stability of the country. Ellis found himself growing bored with the presentation. Everything being briefed was something that could be found on the internet within 3 minutes. Mac flipped the slide to a picture of carnage, a bus strike in the north. Ellis recognized the photo and felt his pulse quicken a tad. What's his take on this? He snorted, saying, "These guys need to get a handle on their own domestic problems, or they're going to lose the tourism industry forever." "We're not sure this is domestic," Mac said. "There's some indication of foreign influence." Ellis heard the words, feeling a trickle of adrenaline. "Are you talking Al-Qaeda?" "No, China or Indonesia." The words sliced into his brain, his involuntary reflexes draining his face. He controlled his response immediately, reverting to training long since gone. Get stable, get control, find out what they know. You are not the enemy. He said, "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Why would the Chinese do that?" Solemn as a priest, Mac responded, "I'm not at liberty to say why in this room. I'll fill you in later in the confidential briefing. But it's not a simple terrorist strike." Ellis nodded, feeling the heat in his face. Jesus Christ. They know something is screwy with that attack. They know. The brief continued, with Ellis throwing out useless questions to appear as if he was still engaged. He appeared outwardly calm, at least as calm as he could project, but inside his stomach was churning as he dissected what possible connections could be made to him. None, as far as he could tell, and the fact that he had been briefed at all on the station's suspicions indicated he was not in the crosshairs. He calmed down, thinking he needed to make a call. Now. It took the congressman a pregnant second to realize the briefing had ended. He focused on the chief of station and found everyone in the room looking at him expectantly. Shit. Get control. Mac said, "Ready for the good stuff?" "I need to make a phone call before we continue." "I'm sorry, sir, but no cell phones are allowed in CIA spaces." He smiled. "Technology's changed since you work the streets. If you wish, you can return to Post 1 for the call. We'll wait." Congressman Ellis debated, then said, "No, that's all right. Let's continue. I'd like to hear about the Chinese." Ellis failed to see the man at the back of the briefing hit the send button on his cell phone.
I felt my cell phone vibrate and looked at the message on the screen. Showtime, we're a go. Retro and I positioned ourselves on the left side of the door so we wouldn't be seen until the congressman had already penetrated into the room, allowing Mac to close the door behind him. The congressman thought he was coming to a secure facility to discuss classified material, but in reality, we were simply in an office down the hall from the conference room, on the other side of the courtyard of the embassy. Since he'd never been to the Cairo embassy, I had no fears that Ellis would realize he wasn't headed to the CIA office space, and it kept us from having to go through Marine Post 1. It also allowed us to keep our cell phones. I really hoped that Mac had called it correctly and that Ellis was bad. Once he came through that door, we'd be seen, and have to be explained. It was a dangerous game, and I was unsure what I would do if he had no reaction to our presence. It was a make-or-break line I would have to cross. I felt like Tom Cruise about to accuse Jack Nicholson of conducting a code red. I needn't have worried. The door opened, and Congressman Ellis strode in, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. He saw me and stopped short. He heard Mac close the door and whirled around. "What's the meaning of this? Who are these men?" Not the reaction of an innocent man. I decided to go the Tom Cruise route. "Sit down, Congressman. We just have a few questions." He regained his composure. "I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to ask them. Let's get this briefing going." I stood up and advanced toward him. I said, "Sit the fuck down, and you will answer our questions." He did as I asked, but remained defiant. "Do you realize I'm a United States Congressman? I have no idea what government agency you work for, but wherever it is, I'm going to find out and have your ass." "That's going to be a problem," I said, "because I don't work for the government, so save your threats." I saw a flicker of fear for the first time. He went through his pockets rapidly, then remembered. "That's right," I said. "No cell phones allowed in here. It's just you and me." "I'm an American citizen. Just because we're in Egypt doesn't mean you can sit here and accuse me of some bullshit charge." I heard him say accuse, and knew he was guilty. I lost all compunction about being polite. He had something to do with the death of Bull and the wounding of Knuckles, and would now pay the price. Retro came to the same conclusion I had. He moved behind Ellis. Speaking quietly, the venom dripping out, he said, "We can do whatever the fuck we want. Right now, I want you to look at a picture. Make no mistake, your life is over. The only question now is how it will end. You fuck with me, and it will be a world of pain before the lights go out." I saw real terror begin to grow in his eyes, tinged with desperation. I jumped up and strode over to Mac. "What the hell is going on here? I want my cell phone, and your supervisor's number. I'm a United States Congressman. Do you know what that means?" Mac stood by the door, mute. Ellis turned to me. "I'm through here. I'm leaving. You try to stop me, and I'll have the Marines here lock you up forever." His face was a sickly green, with a fine mist of sweat on his brow, as if he were in the rainforest instead of the desert. His breath was coming in shallow pants, his eyes flicking from me to Retro. He made a move to the door, and I threw the photo from Kurt's father on the table. He caught the movement and looked down. "Tell me about this." The quality was absolutely horrible, with a vague figure standing on the edge of a lanai somewhere on the earth. To me it meant nothing at all. To the congressman, it meant everything. As soon as he saw it, he gave a strangled little squeak, swayed a bit, then sank into a chair, his head in his hands. Still not knowing what I held, I gave Retro a questioning look. He ran his fingers across his throat, the implication clear. Crush him now. don't give him any time to think. I grabbed a headful of hair, pulling up his face. Give me when and where. His eyes had a glassy stare, no comprehension in them at all. I lightly slapped his face. Wake the fuck up. When and where? He snapped back to the present, focusing on me. It was a long time ago. I didn't tell anyone. You can't talk about it. It's secret. He was babbling, and I wondered if he was about to have a real breakdown. Retro circled around behind him again, and I shook my head. I didn't want him going over the edge. On the other hand, I didn't want him to have time to come up with a story. Need to keep the pressure steady. Vietnam is over, Congressman. There's no secrets left from that war. Chris Hale is dead. I don't know if it was the mention of Kurt's father or Vietnam itself, but it was enough. The words convinced Congressman Ellis that I knew a hell of a lot more than I did. He slumped back in his chair and eyed me. Okay. You know where it is. What do you want from me? I want you to tell me the story, now. And surprisingly, he did. After burying himself as deep as he possibly could, cementing his future, he quit. He looked at me expectantly, like he'd now earned something in return, but he hadn't said a damn thing about what was going on here. I've got all that. I want to know what you were doing with the Chinese in Egypt. His face showed confusion, as if I should have known what had happened. You took the shipment here. That's all I was doing. That's it. What shipment? He squinted, his brain beginning to realize he may have made a huge mistake. Can't lose momentum. I closed into his personal space and locked eyes with him, speaking softly. Congressman, let me explain something to you. Right now, you're wondering what to say, what to protect. You're thinking that maybe if you shut up, you'll save something a lawyer can use to plea bargain. But that's not going to happen. I snatched his thumb and quickly bent it backward, stopping just short of breaking it. He screamed a short, sharp sound that echoed in the room. I continued speaking calmly. I told you, I don't work for the government, and you've had a hand in the death of a friend of mine. What you need to be concerned with right now is how painful your death will be. The little droplets of sweat on his brow grew larger, until they trickled down his face. I released his thumb and he jerked his hand away, massaging his thumb. He began talking. I had a shipment of EFPs to transfer to the Chinese. Last night, someone attacked the shipment and took them. I thought it was you. Explosively formed penetrators were powerful, shaped charges designed to penetrate armor at a distance. Basically just a metal dish on top of some explosive material that, when fired, warped the dish, turning it into a bullet of molten metal with aerodynamic properties traveling at hypersonic speed. They had played hell on our troops in Iraq, easily defeating even our best armor systems. While a simple concept, it required a great deal of technical capability to execute properly. The shape, diameter, thickness, and type of metal were mathematically intertwined with the ignition system and the amount and type of explosive material. Any small variant would destroy the aerodynamic properties, or render the charge no more potent than shrapnel from a mortar round. Even so, EFPs had been around since World War II, and the construction parameters were widely available. It wasn't rocket science. Even if it was, the Chinese had rocket scientists. Didn't make sense. Why would the Chinese risk so much for EFPs? They can already make them. Ellis said, You know anything about shaped charges? Enough to know that the Chinese don't need American technology to make their own. Not like these. The average EFP with a copper or iron plate can penetrate half its diameter through armor steel. You have an 8-inch plate, you can penetrate 4 inches of armor. Change the plate to tantalum, and it goes 1 to 1. These plates were made with nanotechnology. The grain structure of the tantalum was altered at the molecular level specifically to enhance its potential as an EFP. Worked better than anyone predicted. Now, instead of halving the diameter, you square it, up to an 8-inch plate. Then it begins to fall off again. What he said sank in. While the EFPs in Iraq were deadly, they were also large, cumbersome things. In order to defeat an M1A1 Abrams tank, the insurgent had to lug around something that weighed damn near 100 pounds, with a width like a turkey platter. These EFPs could do the same damage with something as small as an 8-inch plate. And the little traitor wasn't finished. The nano work also increased the aerodynamic properties. Instead of a range of 100 feet, the Spall flies accurately up to 100 meters. It's a true standoff attack capability. I'd heard enough. What did you give them? Just the plates? You couldn't fly in here with completed EFPs. You'd never get out of the U.S. The entire effort was an enhancement of the M303 Special Operations Demolition Kit. It'll be in the U.S. inventory in a couple of years. The Chinese wanted to see if they could reverse engineer the plate. The M303 SODK was a do-it-yourself explosives kit, consisting of all the components needed to destroy just about anything. Bridges, roads, aircraft, you name it. There was something in the kit that could be used. All it was missing was the explosives. We used to joke about the old commercials that said, just add water, because the kit was idiot-proof, complete with instructions for each device. You just packed the explosives into the chosen container according to the directions, installed an initiation capability, and followed the instructions for implementation. You mean you gave them the complete charge container, aiming devices, everything? I was hoping this bastard had transferred only the plates. While they were a large part of success, they were still just a part. Without knowing specifically how much explosives to use, and how shallow or deep to form it behind the plate, the EFP would still fail. If he gave them the kit, that was worked out ahead of time. All that had to happen was jamming the explosives into the container that was already mathematically mated to the plate. Yeah. I was bringing the complete set, but I told you. I didn't get a chance to give them to anyone. What happened? He gave me what he knew, telling me what he had planned and what had actually happened. He ended by saying that he'd thought I was behind the theft. He didn't have any idea who else it could be, but I did. That guy in the tombs. This idiot just outfitted a terrorist with our latest technology. Mac pulled my sleeve. Can I see you outside for a minute? Sure. I looked at Retro. He does anything but sit in that chair? Kill him. How about I just kill him anyway? I saw the congressman scooting back as I left the room. Once the door shut, Mac said, What do you want to do with this guy? I told you it's your call. Well, I was thinking of turning him. Get him to go back to the Chinese and say he was wrong, that the airplane was delayed or some other bullshit. Then pass them faulty plates. Worst case, they figure it out and end up with nothing. Best case, they reverse engineer the faulty plates and fill their armories with crap. And that's why he was the chief of the station. My imagination ended with beating the man to a bloody pulp. His allowed him to see an angle in this disaster that could prove to be as big a positive as the loss of the plates were a negative. Can you do that? I mean, get something that'll pass the muster that quick? Won't know until I try, but it's worth a shot. What about the dead Chinese? We killed a few at the market because that asshole fingered us, and their boss may still want some payback. That was you? Jesus, you've got the entire agency spinning their wheels trying to figure out what the hell happened. He turned away, thinking for a moment, then said, I'll come up with a story and feed it to them. I can make that work. Are you on board? Yeah. But the minute this guy quits being an asset, he gets burned. When we re-entered the room, I half expected to find Retro branding the guy's face with the coffee pot. Instead, the congressman was sitting where we'd left him, looking sorry for himself. Mac took the lead and explained what he wanted to do. The congressman's eyes got wider and wider until he finally said, This won't work. They'll never believe it. They'll kill me when they find out I'm trying to trick them. I said, Looks like you're dead either way, then. Because if you don't do it, I'm going to throw your ass off the roof. So you want to give it a shot and extend your life? Or save us all the exertion by choking yourself to death?
Chapter 38. Jesus Christ, he's a fucking traitor? How are we supposed to deal with that? Kurt remained calm, letting Secretary of State Brookings blow off some steam, knowing President Warren would rein him in if necessary. It was clear that Brookings was becoming an issue on the Oversight Council, a man more concerned with the effect on his career should the task force become public knowledge than any judgment about how best to secure the nation. The mixing of traditional counterintelligence, a near-peer competitor like the Chinese, a U.S. congressman, and Project Prometheus was scaring the hell out of him. And he has a point. We're on the ragged edge of this whole thing showing up on Fox News. The Director of Central Intelligence said, "Let me deal with that," he addressed the President. "Sir, I'd prefer to talk to you offline. It's not task force business and doesn't need the Oversight Council." Brookings rolled his eyes again. "The old sources and methods excuse," the DCI said. "Actually, yes. There's a reason that rule was put in place. Usually because pompous asses like yourself caused the death of someone." The President raised his hand. "Enough. Ordinarily, I'd agree, but since everyone here now knows the Congressman's status, let's hash out what we're going to do about it. I don't want a bunch of guessing the next time he's on TV." The DCI grimaced, but relented. He relayed the plan with the faulty EFPs and the fact that the CIA would wring out of him anything and everything he had ever done against the United States. President Warren asked, "And after that? Are we going to arrest him or what?" "No, sir. If we did, the Chinese would suspect the plates. I'm also afraid that the whirlwind of media will uncover Pike and Decoy's little interrogation, and we can't have that come to light. Congressman Ellis has agreed to resign after we're through with him, and an appropriate time has elapsed." Kurt said, "Are you kidding? That's it? He leaves office?" The DCI smiled. "Yes, after we find child pornography on his government computer, then find more in his house. He's agreed to plead guilty to kiddie porn charges and go to jail. If he decides not to, he knows we'll be seeking the death penalty for his treason. It's a good trade." Kurt blurted, "That fucker killed my father. What kind of good trade is that?" "Kurt," said President Warren, "I hear you. I really do. But you know the stakes. Killing him won't bring back your father, but this might save someone else's life. Don't jeopardize the task force on a vendetta that will do no good." Kurt said nothing. President Warren took the silence as acquiescence, telling the DCI to execute the plan, then turned back to Kurt. "We've got time later to hash out Ellis's fate. Let's get back to the current threat. What about the EFPs? Who has them?" Kurt struggled with what to say next. It took a great effort, but he ripped himself away from the congressman and thoughts of his father, knowing the president was right. He exhaled and returned to the EFPs. "We really don't know. The team has an idea, but it basically ends with a dead Indonesian terrorist and 3 Arabic-looking gentlemen. We believe they've flown to Prague." "Why?" "Jennifer was in the airport with them at the same time. She's the one who reported it. We'll know more when the team gets to Prague." Secretary Brookings cut in. "Prague? Who gave you permission to do that? You've moved a team without oversight approval?" He turned to the president. "Sir, I demand they return. We haven't done any analysis on the Czech Republic at all. Project Prometheus is getting looser and looser. Why even have an oversight council if this guy," he jerked a thumb at Kurt, "can ignore us?" Kurt said, "All I did was get them a task force aircraft. They had to have a way to get their kit through customs, and we don't have a lot of time to screw around. They won't do anything until we give them the execute order. They're just preparing the battle space for follow-on operations. If you give them permission." Secretary Brookings scoffed. What the hell does that mean? Preparing the battle space. That's just bullshit DOD mumbo-jumbo. Like saying kinetic option when you mean put a bullet in someone's head. President Warren said, "When will Jennifer get here? Can she appear before the Oversight Council for a first-hand debrief?" Kurt inwardly cringed at the terminology. Appear before the council? You mean, can she come talk? The way the president phrased it sounded like the council was going to start chopping heads, like all the other witch hunts that happened after 9/11. "Sir, she's with the team. I thought she was coming home because she was sick." "She was, but she's the only one who knows what they look like. Pike's convinced her to stay." President Warren took that in and said, "Okay, what's the team going to do when they get to Prague?" "Pull the thread on Noorden's Prague office if you give permission. It's all we've got." The director of the CIA spoke. "Sir, I say let them investigate further. What we know for a fact is that a plane load of highly sophisticated demolitions is now out of U.S. hands. From the evidence, I think Pike's onto something. Let him go." Brookings chimed in. "Why? They've got no evidence at all. Just a random sighting in an airport. Even the suspected terrorist we were originally tracking is dead. Let's say they do have the EFPs, and I'm not saying I think they do. What's the big deal? It's not like they're running around with a nuclear weapon. We need to use conventional assets. The threat's not worth the risk. Mark my words, this is going to end up on the front page of the Post." The DCI leaned across the table until he was inches from Brookings' face. "Shut the fuck up. There's an attack on the way, and you know it. The intel is incontrovertible. If these guys have a way to stop it, let them go. Quit worrying about your own sorry ass." President Warren broke in. "Stop it. We're all under the gun here, but there's no reason to start acting like this is our first dance." Kurt watched the DCI lean back in his chair, his face a mask of calm. The subtle admonishment had accomplished the president's goal. Even with the stakes, nobody wanted to be remembered as the guy who couldn't handle the pressure, least of all the Director of Central Intelligence. The DCI said, "It may not be nuclear, but trust me, it's bad." President Warren said, "What do you mean?" "Remember the covert action we did in Sudan a couple of years ago? The one where the rebels managed to destroy a Chinese oil refinery?" "Yes. What's that got to do with this?" "My operative used one of these EFPs to get it done, while it was still in testing. It was chosen because of its standoff capabilities. We didn't really look at its destructive power, but it ended up being significant. It ripped through the entire refinery. I thought you just took out a critical component and the rebels did the rest." "We targeted a critical component. The EFP took out the refinery. Trust me, these things are deadly. If the terrorists are creative, we're looking at damage that rivals a WMD." Jesus Christ. Why wasn't I told about this? Well, you were briefed on the damage and the impact. We don't usually brief you on the tactical details. It wasn't kept from you intentionally. We did report the results to DARPA for further development." The president closed his eyes, letting the statement sink in, and said, "I want all intelligence related to the EFPs in the system. Yesterday. I don't care how you do it. Wash it of Taskforce fingerprints, but get it out there. FBI, ATF, local law enforcement, everyone."
Chapter 39. I was thinking about ordering another drink to give me a plausible reason to remain at my table, when Jennifer called. Her information surprising the hell out of me. "Got one of them. He's leaving the hotel now. Pictures on the way." I pulled up the imaging software on my phone and saw an Arabic man with a thin, acerbic face and prominent ears that jutted out from the sides of his head like small wings. "Which way?" "Hang on. Okay, he's headed east." "Good work. See if you can get a facial ID on the others." Break. Retro, he's coming by you." Pick him up and slave his phone. Everyone else stand by." I was sitting at an outside patio just down the street from the suspected terrorist hotel, with the rest of the team at various other nearby locations, waiting to take over surveillance when I directed. I knew they were amped up, because there was no way we should have found the terrorists on our first attempt. As soon as we'd landed in Prague, I had the team start working Norden's office. We didn't have authority to do anything overt, but I figured necking down the terrorist location fell under the rubric of preparing the battle space. Naturally, I didn't ask permission. It was easier to ask forgiveness. And I knew by the fact that Kurt hadn't demanded an ops update that he didn't want to know what we were doing. We'd usually send a situation report when we hit the ground, but in this case, Kurt would be forced to tell me to stand down, so we both acted like a report wasn't necessary, which was really stretching things because we'd done quite a few operational acts in a short span of time. First, we'd taken a snapshot of the cell activity in and around the building that housed Norden's Prague office. As expected, there were a bazillion cell phones in use, but running a reverse lookup left only a dozen or so that were pay-as-you-go and not tied to a human. Once we necked those down, we simply analyzed which phones were talking to each other, figuring that the terrorists had to be in contact. That left 4 phones, all interconnected. We could have picked a phone and done some black magic to get it to tell us where it was located, provided it had a GPS, but the activity could be detected by the cell service provider and might lead to questions and an investigation into our cell phones, especially in a city with well-developed infrastructure, such as Prague. It was better to leave that as a last resort, so we did it the hard way. We spent a day looking at historical location patterns of the cell phones, plotting on a computer map each tower they talked to. We found that 2 spent the night within a tower footprint near several hotels. The other 2 had disappeared while we worked, either because they were turned off, had a dead battery, or, worst case, had left the area. Early this morning, we'd received execute authority from the Oversight Council to develop the situation, which was military speak for, "I don't know what the hell to tell you, figure it out." I had no problem doing that, since it pretty much gave me carte blanche to do whatever I thought was necessary, as long as I didn't get caught. My plan was simple: locate the Arabs, then follow them until we could confirm or deny terrorist activity. We took our best guess at which hotel the men might use inside the cell tower footprint we'd found, then put Jennifer in it, the one person who knew what the suspects looked like. I figured it would take several stakeouts at different locations before we hit the jackpot, and had planned for a week to simply locate them, but we'd gotten lucky on our very first one. My little hands-free earpiece crackled again. "Pike, Retro, I have eyes on Jug Ears."
Camille broke out onto the street and was blinded by the sunlight. He waited a bit, letting his eyes adjust from the gloom of the cheap hotel they'd found. The man on the phone had given him strict instructions to follow, a connect-the-dots travel pattern designed to sniff out whether he was helping the police, either wittingly or unwittingly. He didn't mind at all, and in fact appreciated the professionalism being shown for their initial meeting. His first task was to board the metro at the Namesti Republiki stop, headed towards Zlichin. Apparently it was somewhere nearby, just through a hideous black monolith of stone called the Powder Tower. Finding that was easy enough, as the tower dominated the landscape. Passing through the gate, walking on cobblestones from the 13th century, he ignored the calls from the barker, dressed ludicrously like a soldier from the Middle Ages, urging him to see Prague from the top of the tower. Entering a large square bustling with people from all nationalities, he spotted the Republiki metro sign across the street. Retro waited until the Arab was past him, facing away before getting up and following. Staying a good distance back, he never once paid any overt attention to the man. Once they were through the square and across the street, both walking with the natural flow of traffic on the cobblestone sidewalk, he pulled out his phone and began manipulating the touch screen. The phone itself looked exactly like an Apple iPhone, but the similarities ended after the Apple logo. Instead of Facebook or YouTube, the phone had a wealth of applications designed to enhance Taskforce capabilities. One was a Blue Force tracking program interconnected with all team phones, which allowed anyone on the team to know in real time where the rest of the team was located, thereby facilitating rapid decision-making on the fly. A new addition to the application was the ability to covertly inject it into another phone via a Bluetooth wireless connection, whereby that phone would appear as an icon as well on the scalable moving map. Retro figured he could make a fortune if he sold it on the open market. Surveillance? Why, yes, there's an app for that. Getting within 30 feet of his target, he started the scan and picked up more than 40 cell phones within range. Scrolling down until he found the terrorist's number, he locked onto it, interrogating the phone for Bluetooth connectivity. In short order, it registered, and he hit the key sequence to inject the application. His target reached a corner and turned right, causing him to lose visual contact. He quickened his pace, but not so much that he'd stand out. Reaching the corner, he rapidly searched the area, knowing that if the target phone got too far away, it would break the Bluetooth connection and thus the download. He caught a glimpse of his quarry getting on an escalator to the metro. He waited a beat, then followed. He entered a well-lit tunnel on possibly the longest escalator he had ever seen. It stretched so far out in front of him it gave him vertigo. 10 steps below him he saw the Arab. Worried about losing the cell signal underground, he gave a verbal update. Jug Ears is headed down to the metro. Republiki stop. I might lose coverage down here, but I'll be able to complete the download while we ride together. Pike came back. Roger all. I'll leapfrog to the next station headed south. Buckshot, you take the station to the north. Retro heard Buckshot acknowledge, then noticed a man standing at the bottom of the escalator, at what still seemed like a football field away. The metro itself was deserted, with nobody coming up on the opposite escalator, and only him and the target going down. The man was looking at them both. Shit. Perfect location to see if he's being followed. He's being watched. He came back on the net. Pike, target might have help. I'm being eye-fucked hard. You burned? Not yet, but I will be. I'm at turn 2. If this guy's deliberate, he'll know something's up if I stick with Jug Ears. Retro knew the easiest way to spot surveillance was simply to see the same person over both time and distance. He'd now made 2 deliberate decisions along with the target. But luckily, the metro was a focal point that could explain both of them. Getting on the metro with Jug Ears would be okay, but getting off and continuing to shadow the target would be turn 3 and 4. And if this man was conducting counter-surveillance, the game would be up. Pike said, Okay, I'm at the Moostek station. If he comes this way, I'll get on and pick up the target. You get off. Buckshot, you do the same if he heads the other way. Copy? Roger all. Retro finally reached the end of the escalator, buying time by acting a little confused and looking at the wall map until Jug Ears had committed to a train line. Finally, he went left toward the Moostek stop. Retro gave him a moment, then followed. Behind came the man at the escalator. Stand at the bottom doing nothing, then decide to ride? He checked the download bar on the phone and saw that he'd injected only half of the application. Shit. I need to pass this phone to Buckshot or Pike. When he left the metro, the connection would be broken, and the download would have to be started all over again. Luckily, his phone maintained a cell signal even in the tunnel. Only the 3 of them were waiting at the metro stop, so he texted Pike to avoid being overheard, studiously ignoring the target and the other man. The text was routed to every member of the team, just like a radio call, alleviating gaps in information. Moostek's the stop, and I'm fairly sure the other guy's counter-surveillance. A second later, his phone vibrated. Pike, no issues. I have a signal down here. I can see you on the map. I'll meet you coming off the metro. Any idea about the CS? Retro. No, he's not Arab. Looks Eastern European. Need to pass you phone. Download still going. Pike. K. Brush pass coming off metro. Retro tapped QSL and waited for the train to arrive.
Chapter 40. I received the QSL, which was old-fashioned radio shorthand for message delivered and understood, used originally during Morse code days, then later during data burst transmissions from Cold War radios. Now in use again for texting. Talk about old school. Screw all that LOL shit. I had no idea how our little band of terrorists had managed to integrate into some sort of Eastern European counter-surveillance network, but it was just one more data point in the string of things that had made no sense, starting with Johnny's mission in Indonesia and ending with a traitor in the U.S. Congress. All we could do was continue what we were doing. Sooner or later, it would sort itself out. I would have liked a full-on support package, but this operation was way outside the standard Taskforce template, which was to say that we didn't usually pull everything out of our ass. I knew I'd have very little time when the metro doors opened. Retro'd get about a half a second to pass me the phone as he walked by. Done right, nobody would know something had occurred. Done wrong, and we'd signal to the world that we were involved in amateur hour illegal shit. And I hated amateur hour shit, illegal or otherwise. My phone vibrated another text message. Apparently, the unknown counter-surveillance guy had now made physical contact with the target, sitting down and giving him instructions. It looked like Retro had managed to deflect attention from himself. 5 seconds later, I got a text saying that Jug Ears had stood up, intent on getting off the metro. Shit. How the hell was I supposed to do a brush pass, picking up the phone and entering the metro while Retro left, when the target was now leaving? I'd be stuck riding the metro while Jug Ears went on his merry way. The countdown timer for the arrival of the next train showed 45 seconds. This is like the damn Amazing Race. I texted Retro, asking what the CS was doing. Retro, sitting still, probably waiting on me to make a move. Me, stay on, drag him with you, get off couple stops later. Retro, K, what about download? Me, I'll just start again. What car? Retro, second from front. I felt the breeze of the approaching train, the wind growing with a howl as the air was pushed out of the tunnel and into the station. I positioned myself at the far end of the platform, looking to anybody watching like I wanted to board. The cars squealed to a halt, then disgorged their passengers in a flurry. Since Moostek was a transfer station for both the A and B lines, there were a lot more people getting off, allowing me to integrate into the flow with little effort. I took one last look at the photo of the target, this time to get a fix on what he was wearing, then headed to the escalator with everyone else. Halfway up, I saw a brown jacket topped by a black head of hair. I didn't bother trying to close the gap because I absolutely didn't want to spike anyone else helping him. Getting to the top of the Disneyland-length escalator, I had two choices. Either go outside or transfer to the B metro line. I chose outside, knowing if I missed him, I could redirect Buckshot to the next stop on the other line, and hopefully pick him up again. Worst case, we still had the anchor of the hotel. The Moostek stop exited right out onto Wenceslas Square, a walking promenade that a couple of decades ago had filled to capacity with angry mobs marking the end of communism in the Czech Republic, without a shot being fired, but nowadays was the heart of shopping in Prague, full of cafes and department stores. It was a beautiful day, the air crisp enough to make me appreciate the warmth of the sun on my face.
Illusion of the enemy running back, with nobody realizing he was among them. He dropped the AK and pulled out his Glock 19, firing so close to the men that they didn't realize he was shooting out. Within seconds, Truck 3 was dead. Not wanting to lose momentum, he grabbed a PKM machine gun and sprinted the 40 meters to Truck 2, mowing men down from their unprotected rear like he was working a scythe. The last two men realized that someone other than a jittery tribesman was after them, and turned to face the threat just as the belt ran out on his machine gun. Brett threw the heavy weapon into one man, knocking him to the ground, while he dove into the other. He grabbed a fistful of hair and pounded the man's skull into the rocky ground until he felt no resistance, then turned and jumped on the other Janjaweed recruit, using his knee to crush his face. He rolled off and drew his Glock again, looking for another threat. None came, and the fire had slacked off to nothing from outside. Slowly, men came forward, looking incredulous at his actions. The English speaker found him, his eyes wide. "You are truly a lion among men." The adrenaline still burning, Brett spit on the ground and grabbed him by the chest. "Get me the leader." He saw that the tribesman's grasp of English wasn't strong enough to follow, so he got belligerent, like an ugly American tourist. He raised his voice, speaking slowly and distinctly. "Get me the fucking leader." 45 minutes later, he dropped down from the bed of the pickup truck, the land around him glowing from the myriad lights emanating from the refinery. The tribesmen themselves were milling about with little thought to security, making Brett antsy. This refinery was built with Chinese dollars, manned by Chinese engineers, and guarded by Sudanese government troops. He had no doubt they were better than the Janjaweed he had just fought, which meant they were exponentially better than the men who accompanied him. He needed to find the critical components of the refinery and trigger his device, then get the hell out. If the tribesmen here wanted to continue attacking, so be it. He wasn't going to stop them, since it would help him escape to the south, where his exfiltration vehicle was staged. He pulled in the English speaker, reiterating what he had said before. "Nobody fires until I initiate. When you hear my explosion, start tearing it up. You understand?" Yes, we will wait." "Where will you go?" "I'm going to cross the fence. You guys wait out here. Whatever you do, don't initiate." "Got it?" "Yes. We are lions, too. We will wait." Brett smiled and patted him on the shoulder, thinking he was about to take his life into his own hands. He turned and scaled the chain-link fence, then scampered into the first area of darkness he could find. He put on his NODs and scanned the refinery 100 meters away. He'd learned all sorts of terms when studying the critical components of the average refinery, from atmospheric and vacuum fractioning towers to fluid catalytic crackers. But the key wasn't learning how they worked, only what they looked like. He had determined that the fractioning towers were the components to attack, given the parameters of the device he intended to use. He saw a row of narrow columns to his front, 4 in a parallel line perpendicular to him, hissing steam out of the top. The target. All he needed was to take out one, and the refinery would be put offline for weeks. The end state would be a rebel success against a government facility, which would cause the Chinese to rethink their tepid efforts at stopping the civil war, rethink their support for the Sudanese government, because their own bottom line would now be affected with the loss of oil imports. They couldn't help but wonder if this wasn't a precursor to another successful attack by the rebels.
The square was teeming with shoppers and tourists, causing a sliver of alarm. Too many people. I'll never know if he took the other metro line. I considered going back down to the train, but decided to check out the area first. I pulled the trigger on Buckshot, getting him in position at the Staromiestka stop near the Charles Bridge, then did the same with Decoy on the other end. The only good thing was that the same crowds that made it hard for me to track jug ears made it very, very hard to do surveillance detection work. No way could they be sure someone wasn't just a dumbass tourist bouncing around. Which means they'd have given him directions out of this place. I rapidly looked around and saw multiple little alleys leading away from the promenade. I took the first one I could see and began winding my way through the maze that was Old Town Prague, with single-lane roads, cut-throughs, and cobblestone alleys the norm. I was sure I'd missed him when I saw him lazily strolling down a side street that had to be as old as the tombs we'd seen last week. I braked a little bit and matched his stride, casually noting anyone who might be watching his back trail. We walked by several outdoor cafes, all with people in them, so it was impossible to tell, but I was sure someone was checking me out to see if I was tracking the target. There was no other reason for him to be channeling and stair-stepping like he was. It was all designed to flush out surveillance, and all I could do was continue to follow, maintaining my demeanor and ignoring the target as much as possible. I saw nothing unusual. The people were all laughing and talking, enjoying the sunshine. I had the same surreal feeling I always got on operations such as this. I'm out here tracking a killer. Everyone else is drinking beer. It seemed like there was a pub every 15 feet, all with outdoor patios. There was no way I could ascertain if anyone was working with him, although if they were probably drunk. I got within 30 feet of the target and interrogated his phone. I achieved a lock with his Bluetooth, starting the application download again. He continued his little stroll, eventually breaking out into the tourist mecca of the Old Town Square, with the astronomical clock and Old Town Hall, along with dozens of locals begging for attention at various attractions. He went through it to another small alley, heading toward a booth that advertised bus tours. I let him get inside the alley, but didn't follow when he stopped at the booth. No sense in pushing my luck, since there wasn't anything else in the alley and I'd stick out like a hippie at a corporate retreat. I stopped short at the square, next to a local beggar on his elbows and knees, prostrating himself in stoic silence, his grimy hands outstretched. I dropped some coins into his cup and watched the target. He was talking to the man in the booth more than was necessary for a bus tour. Eventually, the man handed him a map of some kind. I checked my phone and saw the download was just about done. Out of the corner of my eye, I sensed rapid, hostile movement. The beggar. I whirled, raising my arm against my head and ducking, but not quick enough to evade the strike of the beggar's coffee cup shattering against my skull. I reeled back out of his range, clearing my head before he got a chance to hit me again. He closed the gap seemingly for the kill, but I was ready now, and this drunk's gonna regret picking this fight. As soon as he came within range, I batted his hands away and stunned him with 4 rapid jabs to his face, as if I were working a heavy bag, left, right, popping his head back and forth like a paddle ball on a rubber band. I followed up with a side kick to his upper thigh, using all of my weight behind it. He bounced off the wall he'd been kneeling against, the pain radiating through his face. He looked over my shoulder at something. Bum reinforcements on the way. I rotated until my back was to the wall, seeing nobody else coming to help. He pantomimed a fake like a high school kid, alternating his hands back and forth, as if I would fall for something that stupid, then looked down the alley again. Inexplicably, he took off running. What the hell? I did nothing to stop him, more concerned with whether I'd spooked my target in the commotion. When I looked down the alley, he pantomimed a fake like a high school kid, alternating his hands back and forth, as if I would fall for something that stupid, then looked down the alley again. Inexplicably, he took off running. What the hell? I did nothing to stop him, more concerned with whether I'd spooked my target in the commotion. When I looked down the alley, he was gone, and it dawned on me how stupid I'd been. I glanced at my phone. At least the download completed, you jackass. All elements, this is Pike. Target has active counter-surveillance now. I was just given a diversion while he slipped out. The phone's loaded, but I'm burned. Pick him up and stay very, very loose. I passed the code to unlock the target on our Blue Force application, then waited to see who'd get to him first. Minutes later, my headset sprang to life. Pike, buckshot. He's headed across the Charles Bridge. I've got him on the map and can see him walking away. Use the map to maintain situational awareness. If you lose him visually, let him go until you can reacquire without getting burned. All other elements vector in. He's stopped and receiving a call. Okay, now he's dialing someone else. I was sure he was getting the next instructions, but with the application it wouldn't matter now. Run around all you want, asshole. Jennifer came on. Pike, other targets are leaving the hotel. Oh boy, here we go. Get a photo and launch it to us. Already done, but they've got their bags, they're leaving for good. Motherfucker. We were now losing our anchor spot, leaving us with jug ears for a thread. A single point of failure that I didn't like. But I didn't want to spook the other targets. Let them go. Don't burn yourself. We've still got jug ears. They'll link up again. 3 minutes later, Buckshot came back on. He's getting into one of those open-air tourist cars on the other side of the bridge. He's being taken somewhere. Fine, let him go. Regroup back. Pike, the driver just took his phone. He threw it in the street. They're driving away. Our single point of failure just snapped. Break, Jennifer. Interrogate the other target's phone. Get on them. I knew it was too late, but figured it was worth a shot. She came back sounding like it was her fault. They're gone. I've lost them. I felt like punching the wall next to me. Not only had we lost our targets, and maybe our only chance to recover the EFPs, but now they knew we were tracking them, and they'd thrown away the cell phone, so we couldn't even use the high-risk technical capability we had to track the Arab. I was hard-pressed to imagine how it could get any worse, and I had nobody to blame but myself. I wished I'd really taken it to that fake bum. Meet his ass again, and I'm going to rip him apart.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
All Necessary Force by Brad Taylor.
Chapter 41. Suffering the indignity of a full-on body search, Camille offered no resistance, noting the security surrounding the person he was to meet. All were rough-looking men, and none had lowered their weapons, even after he had given them the introduction letter provided by Rafik. Paranoid. He was deep in the Czech Republic countryside, 1 hour outside of Prague. The only structure a large stone house rising through the morning haze 1/4 of a mile away. Completely on his own. He could feel the sweat build under his arms despite the morning chill. They could bury me out here, and no one would ever know. But the man he was to meet was worth the risk. Without him, Rafik's grand operation would be stillborn. By all accounts, Draco Ljostku was a ruthless killer, a leader in the Albanian mafia, precisely because no other challenger could match his amoral ferocity. But it hadn't always been that way. Originally a farm boy living in central Kosovo, he had become a fighter in the Kosovo Liberation Army after his family was slaughtered by Serbian special police. Through that quirk of fate, he had learned that he not only had a talent for violence, but also a taste for it. The KLA itself was inexorably intertwined with crime. It was one of the few ways for the rebellious force to gather income for their fight. Drug running and prostitution were as much a part of their makeup as any nationalistic tendencies against the Serbs. When the conflict finally ended, the organized crime did not. Draco's skills on the battlefield had proven to be useful in this arena as well, and he had worked his way up until he was the kingpin of a vast territory that included the city of Prague. But such distinction came with a price, namely the threat of a violent end, so Camille became as compliant as possible, lest one of the thugs around him decided he wasn't worth the trouble. Everything went fine until he was addressed by a man with a lazy eye. "Give me your cell phone." Camille reflexively looked behind him, as the man's eye was focused over his shoulder, and he'd already had his phone taken from him. The man snapped. He grabbed the back of Camille's head, holding it in place while he forced the barrel of a pistol into his mouth. "You think you're funny, sand nigger? You want to laugh at me?" Camille gargled, feeling a tooth chip on the front sight post. Unable to talk, he desperately waved at his original driver, convinced he was about to die. The leader of the security force intervened. "Enough. I had the driver from Charles Bridge throw it out. He doesn't have one. Load him up." Lazy Eye removed the pistol from his mouth and glowered. A comical look, given his bouncing focus, but Camille dared not break a smile. He followed the leader into the first vehicle, watching the man talk on a radio, and probing his tooth with his tongue. They wound down a gravel road to the stone house, Camille in the middle with a man on either side. Reaching the circle out front, Camille saw 3 men standing on the front stoop. The car stopped, and Camille was treated to a facade of welcome. Exiting the car under his own power without being pushed or dragged, he was immediately hugged by a bear of a man, then kissed on both cheeks. "Welcome to the Czech Republic. I am Draco. I trust your travel was uneventful." Camille found himself staring into the piggish face of a man a head shorter than himself. His eyes were sunk back into his head like a couple of turtles withdrawing into a shell. His right cheek had a puckered scar that ran through his upper lip. The repair to the wound had been crude, with the lip slightly uneven, giving him a permanent snarl. Camille grasped his outstretched hand, and was startled to find the man was missing the last 2 fingers. He covered up the surprise, determined not to make the same mistake he had with Lazy Eye. Draco still caught it, but only made a little joke. "Yes, a gift from the Serbian police. Their way of saying hello. It's okay, though." He pointed his index finger at Camille and mimed shooting a pistol. "I still have the important finger, the one that pulls the trigger." He then laughed as if it was the funniest thing he had heard in a long time. Camille chuckled along with him, wondering how on earth Rafik had become associated with this man. "Come inside. Let's talk about your troubles and how I can help. You and I are very much alike, and we Muslims must stick together." Camille fought to prevent his disdain from showing. "I have more in common with the great Satan soldiers than I do with you." Draco continued while they walked, saying, "Someone followed you today. I pray not because you wanted them to." Camille snapped his head around, remembering why he was here. "Followed me? Are you sure?" Draco smiled at the reaction. "Yes, I'm sure. And they were very good. If I hadn't sent my men, more than likely you'd be captured now. But no worries, they have nothing to go on." "That's why you had me call my men. Change hotels." "Yes, and you'll need to do that each night if you wish to continue with me." Passing through the foyer, Camille found the house dripping in opulence, a testament to the empire Draco had built. Winding through a maze of hallways, they eventually entered a large study with an oak desk studded in leather, and several comfortably overstuffed chairs. Draco circled behind the desk, saying, "Have a seat. Can I get you something to drink? Perhaps some pleasure while we do business." Like magic, a man appeared bearing a tray with an assortment of alcoholic beverages. Behind him, another man led in 5 girls, teenagers from the look of them, none older than 19. Camille felt his temper flare, but maintained his composure. "No, thank you. I'm sure you understand." "Come on. You're not at home, and I've seen how the Saudis act once they're out of the kingdom. Don't feel like you owe me. It's my pleasure. If you don't like what you see here, I can bring more." "No, I prefer not. Can we please discuss why I came?" "Suit yourself. You won't mind if I do, though." Without waiting for an answer, he pointed at a brown-haired girl. She shrank into the wall until prodded by the man who'd brought her in. She slowly made her way around the desk, then sank from view. Camille could hear the rustle of clothing and the soft clink of a belt buckle. He could barely see the top of the girl's head. The other man, along with the girls, left the room. He began to feel sick to his stomach. Draco sighed and looked at the ceiling. "You really should try this. They're still very fresh. Not like that trash you find in the city. If you don't like what you saw here, I have quite a few more downstairs." Camille found himself unable to speak, the rhythmic motion of the girl's head disgusting him. Allah the Merciful, what have we done? He felt unclean, and wondered if the end result of their operation would be enough to overcome the means they had used. For the first time, he feared for his future in the afterlife. Draco leaned over and whispered something in the girl's ear, her head never stopping its hypnotic motion. He then said, "Okay, now how may I help? I've been told through my friends in Pakistan that you require explosives. Is this true?" It took a moment for Camille to realize he was being addressed. He felt his fists clench. He couldn't believe the man was talking about operational matters in front of the girl. Then the implications sank in, sickening him further. She was going to die, her only transgression being that she was forced to service this monster. With superhuman effort, he restrained himself from launching across the desk and killing Draco with his bare hands. Draco saw the object of his attention and said, "Ah, you are reconsidering my hospitality." "No," Camille managed to squeak out. No. A pious one, huh? I can respect that. I wish I could have the strength you and your kind possess." He patted the girl's head. "But I'm afraid I'd be a hypocrite." "Hypocrite? You're an apostate." Camille said, "We do need explosives, and a way to get them into America." Draco said nothing for a moment, his eyes closed. He allowed the girl to work for a moment longer before stopping her. "I can get all the explosives you may need, thanks to the Serbian pigs that was stupid enough to try to fight us. Artillery rounds, detonation cord, you name it. Getting it into the United States is a different matter, though. The KLA used to be loved, but now, thanks to you and your brethren, not so much. We can't use improvised explosives like those pried out of an artillery round. We need plastique. Composition C4. Can you get that?" "No. No way. Maybe 8 years ago when America still had a large presence in Kosovo, but not now. I can get Semtex, however. It's the same thing as C4 with the same burn rate and initiation methods. Will that work?" Camille thought about it. The demolition kit was made for use with C4, the American plastic explosive. But Semtex should work. He didn't know enough about explosives, to be sure, but the man he had brought with him did. He decided to agree to the Semtex, then talk to Adnan, the explosives expert, to see if it would work with the EFPs. "Yes, that will be fine. How will we get it?" "You'll have to pick it up in Budapest. How you get it out is up to you." "Budapest? Can't you bring it here? I don't have a visa for Hungary." "No problem. Take the train. Your visa for here will carry you through any EU country. You won't have an issue, and I'm not bringing the explosives here. Others in my organization have it. They're willing to sell, but don't push your luck. You want it, go get it." "I was told you could prepare it for shipping in a manner that would fool immigrations and customs, complete with all the forms we would need. Is that not so?" Yes, I can do that. And I will for an additional charge. But not for here. You know the saying, don't shit where you eat? And not for America. I can get it into Canada, and that's all." Rafik had told him that Montreal was as close as they would get, and had prepared other methods for onward travel of the explosives to the United States, so Camille didn't push the issue. Draco patted the girl on the head, drawing her down again, then said, "The explosives are located at a house in the countryside, much like this place. Do you know Hungary?" Camille found it hard to listen, even as Draco recited an address. As he finished with the directions, Draco's face clenched up. He grunted twice, then allowed the girl to rise to her feet. She kept her eyes downcast and scurried from the room. Camille's revulsion was palpable, a physical thing he had to fight to contain. Draco rose, zipping up his pants. He extended his hand, the same one that had held the head of the girl. "Inshallah, I'll see you in Budapest." "Inshallah, if God's willing. But how could he be now?" Camille was sure they had soiled the means of victory by using Draco, that they were now no better than the infidels they chose to fight. He shook Draco's hand, looking the man in the eye but seeing the face of the child, the expression of fear and shame burning into Camille's soul. He said a silent prayer. "Allah the Merciful, grant me the strength to live through our strike at the great Satan. Allow me to return and wipe this abomination from the earth. Allow me to redeem my place at your side."
Chapter 42. The chirp of the keylogger brought me out of my doze. I rubbed my eyes and focused on the laptop in front of me. The image on the screen woke me up like a shot of cold water. Whoever was on the computer was finally typing something we could use. After the fiasco at Old Town, we'd repeated the operation from Indonesia by breaking into Norden's office, only with much less drama. We'd found next to nothing, either in the office itself or in the aircraft with his company name. The office wasn't really designed for commercial business at all, just a two-room suite located at the general aviation section of the Prague airport. Apparently, its only use was to give the pilots some rest between flights. It held a single computer, and although it was on a network, the 50-pound heads at Taskforce headquarters could glean absolutely nothing suspicious from the hard drive. When they came up empty, we'd gone back in and placed a wireless keylogger on the system, a simple device that was inserted between the USB port and the USB plug of the keyboard. It would transmit everything that someone typed on the keyboard, along with a screenshot of what he or she was looking at, to a collection device just outside the office. We dialed into the collection device through the cell network, allowing us to see the activity in real time. It was a lot of effort for potentially very little payback, but we were out of options and grasping at straws. Until now, because it looked like it might have worked. "Retro, get in here." I leaned the monitor back so we could see it. Looks like someone's filing a flight plan. "Where to?" "Budapest, supposedly. Wonder if that's where he's really going?" "We could slap a beacon on it." I tried to see the downside, but short of never seeing the beacon again, I couldn't find one. "Yeah, it's a good idea. Give Buckshot a call. Tell him to get his ass out to the tarmac." "How much time's he got?" "Hang on. The time of departure and tail numbers coming up." 30 seconds later, the information appeared on our screen, scrolling across letter by letter, eerily looking like a ghost was typing. "Damn," I said. "He's leaving in the next 3 hours. With pre-flight, Buckshot's got about 30 to 45 minutes. Get him moving." Retro relayed the information, while whoever was at the computer submitted the flight plan and began typing a short email. It was random bullshit with nothing that raised my eyebrows. Eventually, he closed out of that as well, leaving us nothing to do but wait. 22 minutes later, my phone rang. "Pike, it's Jennifer. Buckshot's prepping the Diamondback down on the tarmac, but we've got a little problem. There are 2 planes with the tail number you sent." "2? Of the same kind?" "Nope. One's a Casa 212, and the other's a Twin Otter." The duplicate numbers were going to force me to make a choice, but at least now we knew something shady was going on. We were on to something. Take the Twin Otter. It's got better range. If they're transporting our cargo, that's what they'll use. "Okay, just so I'm sure, you want Buckshot to diamond the Twin Otter?" I went back and forth in my mind, knowing if I was wrong, there was no way to correct it once the pilot showed up. I looked at Retro. He was a big help. He shrugged with his hands in the air. I said, "Yeah, that's it." Jennifer called back a short time later, telling me the beacon was in place and that they were going to hang around to see which plane left. Minutes after that, she called to kick me in the gut. "Pike, the Casa's rolling toward the runway." Fuck me. These guys are the luckiest bastards alive. All right, wait until he's airborne, then retrieve the beacon. As soon as I hung up, Retro said, "Wrong plane?" "Yeah, story of my life. Is there anything else on that email he sent?" "Not really. It's a bunch of how's it going stuff. The only thing mentioned is something called the Drenitsa Group. Get it to the Taskforce, along with the email address. Hopefully it ends up being some sort of front import-export company. Tell them to get us an address, preferably in Budapest." By the time we got an answer, Jennifer had returned with the other two guys. We read the screen together. The information not at all what I expected. Drenitsa Group, an Albanian organized crime cabal. Named after the Drenitsa region of central Kosovo, where it was formed. Tightly interwoven with the Kosovo Liberation Army, UCK-KLA, a radical Muslim extremist group formed to counter Serbian aggression in the 1990s. Through KLA connections, some indicators of interface with other Muslim extremist groups, such as Al-Qaeda. Primarily known for their ruthlessness, both with law enforcement as well as with other factions that threaten their territory or perceived business expansion opportunities. Connected with organized crime in the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Cells worldwide, to include New York City, Los Angeles, Paris, Berlin, and London. Primarily concerned with the distribution of heroin, potentially on track to become the #1 wholesaler of heroin worldwide. Secondary efforts include white slavery, prostitution, arms trafficking, and extortion. "So," Buckshot said, "our terrorists are into drugs as well? What are we going to do with this information? Look up organized crime in the local phone book?" I was thinking of making them come to us. I smiled at Jennifer. "What?" she said. "Why are you looking at me?" "How'd you feel about becoming a prostitute?" Chapter 43. I watched Decoy crank his binoculars to their highest power. "Wow, she's got a great rack. I heard about her when she was going through assessment, but nobody ever said what a hammer she was. We should have had her dress up like that the whole time. I'm getting a tent pole just sitting here. Jesus, am I going to have to listen to this shit all night?" Our rental van was parked in a seedy area of Prague, and the closest thing we could find to a red light district. I'd had Jennifer dress up like a tart and tossed her out onto the street, with the plan being that we'd piss off some other hooker enough to call her boss. According to the Taskforce intel weenies, the Albanians owned all the prostitution here, so that should pique someone's interest. When he showed up to chase Jennifer away, Decoy and I would confront him, tying him up in a little argument while Buckshot and Retro beaconed his car during the commotion. Maybe get some damn use out of the Diamondback. The beacon itself was a satellite feed, and would have worked perfectly on an airplane because, by definition, it would always have a view of the sky, and it would probably have some gaps in coverage when used in a car. That was okay because everything was a trade-off with technology. Hollywood notwithstanding, there were no magic bullets. The good thing about the Diamondback, and the reason I stuck with it here, was that the battery life would exceed a week, something we might need as we continued to try and figure out where the EFPs had gone. Intermittent gaps for over a week were better than perfect coverage for 48 hours. I watched Jennifer stalk a real prostitute, this one much younger than her. She put her hands on her hips, turning her back to us and apparently giving the young streetwalker a piece of her mind. "Holy shit," Decoy said. "I can't take this. Check out that ass. Man alive, her legs go on forever. Maybe we should have given her a script for a catfight with the other whore." I gritted my teeth, watching the real prostitute walk away, talking on a cell phone. Decoy was new to Project Prometheus. Well, new since I'd left. He was a SEAL, like Knuckles, which is probably why Knuckles had hired his chauvinistic ass. He was a little bit of an anomaly in the SEAL world, because he'd learned to swim after joining the Navy. Coming from the backwoods of Tennessee, he'd gotten his call sign when his teammates took him on his first ever duck hunt. At least the first ever where hunger wasn't the point of the hunt. He'd blasted the first decoy he'd seen floating on the water, thinking it was real. In his mind, the goal was food on the table, not sport. He had a solid reputation in a gunfight, as well as a solid reputation as a man-whore. Like he was worried he'd be forced to marry some buck-toothed hillbilly, so he was going to bed as many women as he could until that time. And he was apparently pretty good at it, which didn't help my attitude any. He said, "Hey, you wouldn't mind if I tried to tap that, would you? I mean, she's not yours or anything, is she?" Enough. I snapped my face an inch from his. "Decoy, you and I are going to have a serious issue if you don't start showing her some fucking respect." He backed up until his head was against the door glass. "Whoa, easy, man. I didn't know you had a thing with her. I didn't mean anything by it." I sputtered for a few seconds, trying to find the right thing to say. Finally getting out, "That's not it. She deserves the same respect you'd give a male operator. She's not mine, you ass." Sure. Whatever you say." I saw his eyes go wide at something over my shoulder. "Shit! It's showtime and we're late." A Mercedes had pulled up while we were arguing, and two men were now bearing down on Jennifer and the prostitute. As we piled out of the van, one of the men struck the young prostitute in the face, knocking her to the ground. The other thug attempted the same thing with Jennifer. She blocked with her left arm, redirecting the energy from his slap outward in a circular motion, while she snapped an uppercut to his face. The blow popped his jaw closed with a rifle crack, shattering teeth and dropping him to the ground. We were still 50 feet away, running flat out. This just got lethal, all because you got jealous of Decoy's bullshit. We reached the melee just as the first thug drew his arm back to pile-drive Jennifer. No slap this time. Decoy caught him at the elbow and rotated him backward, flipping him to the ground. I immediately put a knee on his chest and my barrel on his nose. Decoy frisked him, throwing a cheap CZ pistol down the alley and pocketing a cell phone. He then turned to the thug Jennifer had thumped, doing the same thing while the man rolled around holding his bleeding mouth. The man under me screamed in a language I didn't understand. I said, "Hey, hold on there, big guy, calm down. We just didn't want you to hurt us." He looked confused for a moment, then said in broken English, "You will die for this. Let us go now, and maybe it will be quick." "Wow, that's my choice? Are you fucking nuts? I'm holding the gun here, asshole." He glared at me, signaling he was about to try something. He was brave, I'll give him that. I pushed the barrel into his eye socket to calm him down. "Stop it. I don't want to hurt you. All we were doing was pulling a little scam. We didn't want to cut into your business. We were just going to do a little fleecing of American tourists. We didn't know this terrain was owned." "You have no idea who you are dealing with. We can reach you in any country on Earth. Leave now and I won't hunt you down." My earpiece clicked twice, telling me that the Diamondback was in place. Time to go. Okay, we're out of here. Sorry for the trouble. I backed up, keeping the weapon on his head. Decoy did the same. We pulled abreast of Jennifer. "Get the van running and bring it around here." Jennifer said, "Pike, the prostitute's coming with us." I glared at her for a split second, seeing the young woman cowering behind. "What the hell are you talking about? Go get the van and leave her here." "No. I talked to her before she called those assholes. She's from France. She was kidnapped." Jennifer touched my arm. "She's a sex slave, Pike. There's no way I'm leaving her here." I kept my gun trained on the thugs, knowing we were running out of time. "Jennifer, I'm really sorry to hear that, but we're executing a plan. That's it. We can't save the world, just our part of it. Now go get the van." "Pike, I can't. I promised. She's scared out of her mind, and she asked for my help. If we throw her back now, they might try to kill her for trying to get away. And the whole point of this thing was to get them to go to a leader. You know taking one of their little slaves would do that." I turned to rip into her and was drawn up short by the fear pulsing out. Her eyes were large, the hands on the girl's shoulders trembling. But overriding all of that was her expression, an unspoken question of what I stood for. Shit. Go get the van before I change my mind. I heard her running behind me, the small clicking of her ridiculous high heels sounding dangerous on the cobblestones. Seconds later, she pulled the van up next to us. I waited until everyone was loaded before I jumped in, finding myself face to face with the rescued woman. A 17-year-old girl shaking in fear, looking at me as if I was going to save her world. Chapter 44. Sitting in the van 30 minutes later, I felt Buckshot staring at me, trying to get my attention without saying anything. I ignored him, keeping my eyes glued on the laptop screen and the beacon track. When we'd linked back up with him, and Retro, they both jumped in the van, grinning and laughing about Jennifer's knockout punch, right up until they saw the girl. All I'd said was, "Don't ask." Since then, I'd pretended to be engrossed in the little blinking icon on the screen. In the back, I could hear Jennifer softly whispering to the girl in French. One more surprise. I had no idea she knew the language. She was clearly less than fluent, but was getting by. Finally, Retro had had enough. "Is someone going to tell me what the fuck we're doing with the check hooker?" I said, "Ask Jennifer, it's her lost puppy." Before he could say anything, Jennifer spoke up. "Pike, we have a problem here." "No shit. Like, where are we going to drop off the girl? Or what the hell was I thinking about?" She said nothing for a few seconds, letting my comments settle in the van. I knew she was pissed, though, because she crossed her arms across her chest and eyeballed me. Oh shit, here it comes. I was used to her ideological rants, but what she said surprised even me. "No. Like we need to go help these girls, all of them." My mouth dropped open. "Are you serious? How?" "I don't know, but this girl's been kept as a slave for over a month. She says there's about 12 other girls with her. She was supposed to learn her trade here before being sold to some pig. The girls come and go all the time at that place. She thinks she's due to go in a day or two." I glanced at the girl and found her staring at me again. A young, black-haired little thing who should have been beautiful, but looked broken instead. Greasy hair and grimy nails, wearing a dress that was filthy, scared out of her mind, like my daughter would have looked if this had happened to her. "Stop that shit. Jennifer, there's no way we're going to do anything about the girls. I'm sorry, but that's it. We don't have the authority, and we don't have the means. We're not the Justice League, for Christ's sake. This isn't a comic book. We have our own mission to do." Her expression was pleading. "That's not true, Pike. We are the Justice League. At least the group I wanted to join is. Nobody else can help them. She thinks the police are aware of the place, but they don't do anything. This is no different than that child you saved in the street. It's what we do, isn't it?" "No, it is different. You're talking about altering the entire mission. We have the beacon. We're just going to track it, then release the girl like we planned." I turned to Decoy for help. I knew he wouldn't stand for any risk to life, limb, or mission just for some women. He'd probably stop and ask the Albanians for business tips first. His face was grim. "I wouldn't mind dinging these guys up a little bit." What the fuck? Have I entered the Twilight Zone? You ripped my ass for saving a kid in Cairo, and now you want to risk the entire mission so we can go rescue a bunch of women we don't even know? We need to find the Arabs, period. The girl, apparently picking up on something I'd said, became animated and rattled off at Jennifer in French. Decoy said, "Jennifer translated a little of what the girl's been through. These fuckers need to die. One way or the other." I looked at him with a new understanding. Man-whore's nothing but an act. Jennifer spoke. "The girl knows where the Arabs are." I exploded. "Jesus Christ! She speaks English? Everyone shut the fuck up. Retro, take her out of the van." I waited while they left, building up anger. I was more pissed at myself than anyone else. I'd laughed at the exact same mistakes before, having guys talking in English in front of detainees about operational matters, only to find out the terrorists spoke English as well. Now I'm the jackass. After the door closed, I said, I thought she only spoke French. Jennifer just shrugged. I sighed. Okay, what was that about?
She says that an Arab man came to the house she's held in. Her friend was in the room with him. The friend knows what was said, and because of it, they all think she's going to get killed.
I rolled my eyes. Oh, so if we save the friend, we get the information?
That's what she said. Jennifer snapped. I'm not making it up.
Look, we've got the beacon. We know that thing works. That's the reason we came here in the first place, not to rescue a bunch of kids. I'm not going to risk this mission based on a story from a crack whore.
She's not a crack whore.
I held up my hands, attempting to calm her while imparting some reason. Jennifer, remember, we have absolutely no cover for action here. We're lucky we got the go-ahead to do some snooping around, but there's no way we can do something like a building assault. You're asking me to jeopardize our cover and the Taskforce for something that's not related to our mission. Let's use the beacon like we planned.
You're the one who preaches that cover is just a tool, not the mission. You're the one who almost had a friend die because someone was too worried about their cover. Now this girl's friend is going to die for the exact same reason, and it is part of our mission. She'll be able to tell us a hell of a lot more than that damn beacon.
She crossed her arms and glared at me. I pondered for a few seconds, then shook my head. Okay, get her back in here. Ask her why a master terrorist and an Albanian mafia lord would discuss operational stuff in front of a whore. I'll bet the answer is, I just made that up. After they were settled in the back, Jennifer spoke to her calmly, questioning slowly. As the answers came out, Jennifer's face became more and more enraged. She asked the same question a few different ways, making sure her fledgling grasp of French was capturing accurately what the girl said. Eventually, the prostitute broke down and began to cry. Jennifer stopped the questioning and stroked her back, telling us what she had learned. The story sickened me. I could tell it shocked the rest of the team as well. I looked each man in the eye, getting a nod one by one. I said, Okay, Jennifer, we'll do it. But you need to understand something.
What?
I locked eyes with her. We don't live in a comic book. We go in, and it's full force. You remember the Bible verse on Johnny's hat in Indonesia? The one you asked me about, wondering if Johnny was religious? She nodded. It's Romans 3:8, and it says, Let us do evil, that good may come. It's an inside joke and an unofficial Taskforce motto. In Cairo, you said you weren't sure of the difference between the good guys and the bad. And there's some truth to that if you're on the outside looking in. We don't arrest people, we don't play fair. We solve problems through violence. No judge, no jury. It's against everything America stands for and the reason for the inside joke. We do it because it's necessary. It's not something the average American understands sitting in his lazy boy drinking a beer. I paused a minute to give her a chance to say something. She didn't. If we go in there, a lot of people are going to die. Based on your say-so. I don't have enough men to dominate the place, and these guys know how to fight. They cut their teeth killing Serbians in Kosovo. We aren't going to shoot at legs or run around shouting freeze. Anybody that's a threat will be eliminated, killed. No questions asked. I spoke softer about something only she and I would know. You remember Guatemala? What you saw there? That's what's going to happen here. You good with that? She grew distant for a minute, thinking of the maelstrom of violence she had experienced in Guatemala. The graphic images of the men I'd slaughtered to save her flitting through her mind. She contemplated the child prostitute, reaching out and brushing a tear rolling down her cheek. The girl didn't understand enough English to follow, but she sensed the lives of her friends hung in the balance. She squeezed Jennifer's hands. a tentative smile on her face. Jennifer tried to smile back, but it came out as a grimace, like she...
Brett gave no thought to whether the strategy would work, only about the tactical method of engagement. The device he had brought was a test item, something that should take out a tower with little effort, but he had no real idea if it would work. One thing was for sure: if it didn't, the clowns he was with would get nothing done. He low-crawled forward until he was within 80 meters of the first column, then opened his rucksack. He pulled out a tripod and a device that was the same size as a gallon stew pot. He was preparing it for initiation when he heard gunfire outside the fence. Dumbass bastards. He frantically began aiming the device as the gunfire grew in volume. He saw men spilling out of buildings next to the columns, thankfully drawn to the sound of the guns. He rose up to check his aim and was caught in the headlights of a vehicle screaming down the perimeter fence, just to the right of the columns. He hit the ground, breathing hard, wondering if he had been seen. He glanced up and saw the headlights swerve toward him. Holy shit. He grabbed the initiation device and rolled away, frantically jabbing the button. The device exploded, sending its deadly payload toward the column. He looked up and saw the first tower buckle, then the second, and the third. All spewed out an enormous amount of vaporized fuel in various stages of distillation. A split second later, the gaseous cloud erupted in a violent explosion, the shock waves slamming him to the earth. He rolled around, his ears ringing, his conscious brain screaming at him to find the truck, eliminate the threat. He rose to his knees and saw the truck on its side, burning furiously, knocked out by the fuel-air explosion. The entire refinery was on fire, the battle to his rear now silent. What the hell did I just use? What did they give me? He began running flat out to the perimeter fence, and his exfil to the south. 2 days later, Han Wan-chung studied the reports on the demise of the oil refinery. As a partner in the Great Wall Industry Corporation, purportedly a Chinese technology consortium, there was no reason for him to be privy to the secret satellite data showing the destruction wrought by the rebel band. No reason for him to be allowed to read the sensitive first-hand reporting from the Chinese workers on the ground. But as a colonel in the People's Liberation Army, Han had access to whatever information he needed to conduct his mission, which, unlike the false statement propagated by the Great Wall Corporation, wasn't to develop technology, it was to steal it. Reading the reports, Han realized that something more than a motley band of rebels was involved. There was no way the tribal members could wreak the havoc shown with small arms alone. He cared not a whit about the genocide occurring in Darfur, or about the loss of the refinery. Not his job to do so. But whatever had caused the damage was something to be concerned about. Maybe something to covet. The strike on the oil refinery was designed to get Chinese attention. As often happened in the hazy world of covert operations, it had accomplished the task. But not in the way the United States intended. Han put the reports back into the classified sleeve on his desk, the germ of an idea beginning to form. Chapter 3. Present Day. Jennifer Cahill noticed her speedometer had crept past 70 miles an hour, causing her to reflexively glance into the rearview mirror and pull her foot off the gas. It wouldn't do to get pulled over by some North Carolina redneck sheriff after all she'd been through. Too close to finishing. No need to rush. Plenty of time. No cops appeared out of the tree line. The only thing she saw on the desolate road behind her was a pickup truck. It was a monster 4x4 and gaining fast. She felt a little spike of concern, but quelled it when she remembered
was smiling through an injury to prove she was all right. She said, "Okay, let's go do some evil." Chapter 45. The image on the laptop looked like a black and white negative, with everything reversed. It was startlingly clear, allowing me to make out the individual limbs of trees, even in the total darkness. Anything generating heat showed up as light shading. Anything cold showed up as dark. I spun the ball around, catching the van with buckshot and retro behind me, the hood pure white from the engine heat, and the glass of the windshield looking like black sackcloth. The image, fed to the laptop through fiber optic cable, was produced by a thermal device made by FLIR Industries. Called a blackjack, it was based on the FLIR Talon, a 9-inch thermal and infrared sensor used in airborne and maritime environments. Of course, we took the best of that design and created our own sensor. Mounted on gimbals, it was gyro-stabilized like the Talon, allowing it to be used on the move without the user getting seasick. It also maintained a healthy optical zoom capability, along with the Talon's laser pointer capability. We kicked out everything else in order to get it small. Geolocation marking, laser rangefinder, low-light CCD TV. All of that went to the curb. Our sensor was much less capable, but also a hell of a lot smaller, at only 6 inches in diameter, which made it much easier to sneak through customs, like everything else we had on us. As soon as we made the decision to take down what we were now calling the slave house, I sent Buckshot and Retro to our aircraft while I took Jennifer back to the hotel to change into something more suitable for an assault. While we waited for the kid, Jennifer had taken the girl into the shower and cleaned her up. I noticed that Decoy had hovered around, doing whatever Jennifer asked to make the girl more comfortable. Whatever he had acted like when we first met, something in his past had triggered a protective instinct like I'd never seen. Eventually, Retro and Buckshot had returned from the airfield, bringing with them an arsenal of weapons and tools that would, hopefully, give us an edge on the assault. The team equipment that had come in on the jump would have been very useful if we'd remained in Egypt, but posed a serious issue getting into Europe. Luckily, Kurt had sent us a Gulfstream G4 with very special adaptations. The plane was built with a plethora of removable panels that would conceal Taskforce kit. On the outside, or inside, it looked like an ordinary airframe, but the walls themselves housed everything Buckshot had jumped in with. It caused an issue with noise isolation because the insulation had been removed to hold the kit, but that was a small price to pay. While the G4 itself was a godsend, it did create potential risk. Because my nascent company had miraculously acquired a lease on a multi-million-dollar aircraft. The plane itself was now permanently attached to our company, which was cool, but any in-depth investigation would reveal inconsistencies in the lease that potentially would cause problems. The task force was big on not doing exactly what we were now doing, preferring to solve problems with a long-term solution, getting everything perfect for outside scrutiny before employment. Just like the enemy we hunted. Nothing to be done about it, because we needed the kit, and the EFPs weren't something we could wish away. Retro had come back with 4 H&K UMP assault rifles, 4 Glock 30s, and 1 H&K 416, along with a host of other unique items, like the blackjack. The UMPs and Glocks were tricked out with small red dot sights and suppressors, but were chambered for .45 caliber, an age-old, distinctly American round. Plenty of modern cartridges beat it out in wound ballistics and carrying capacity, but it had one distinction that none of the others held. It was subsonic. In the movies, all the actor has to do is slap a suppressor on a weapon, and he's now banging away without making any noise. But the truth of the matter is that, while the muzzle blast and explosion of the round can be effectively suppressed, all combat rounds will break the sound barrier with a loud crack, rendering the suppression useless in a clandestine assault, where any noise will give you away. This forced most close combat weapons to use special subsonic rounds in a clandestine assault, which detracted from the very capabilities they originally presented, along with altering the ballistic track of the bullet from what one had trained with. The .45, while old, didn't have that problem, and make no mistake, it would knock a man down. The .416 was for Jennifer. It fired a 5.56 round, just like the mainstay of the U.S. Army, and would be loud as hell, but it's what she'd been trained on. She would be pulling security out front while we were in the house, and I wanted her comfortable with the weapon she had to use. There would be no second chances, and if she was cracking rounds downrange, it meant that the clandestine side of things had gone to shit, so a little noise wouldn't matter. I swung the blackjack around with my joystick, surveying the area. Mounted on a mast, it stuck up about 15 feet from the roof of the van, giving me a clear view of what we faced. The vehicle with the diamondback beacon was parked out front, so the girl's information had panned out so far. I zoomed in on the house, the lights outside generating white-hot heat with darkness surrounding it. No other heat sources. So, no close-in security. I panned back out, surveying the long drive toward the solitary road we were now parked on. As I got to the intersection, I saw a heat source. Zooming in, I made out two men sitting outside of a guard shack. One had a cigarette in his mouth, which caused the screen to white out, blocking his features. The other was methodically cleaning a weapon. His eyes were black pools, something I always found disconcerting when looking through thermal imagery. It made a man look like he had no soul. Retro. I got two targets, about 200 meters away at the entrance of the compound. Roger that. Light 'em up. Buckshot and I will take care of 'em. Everyone in my van, final check. Retro and Buckshot entered the sliding door, while Jennifer took the prostitute to the rear van. When she returned, I went over the rules of engagement and assault plan one final time, asking about the girl first. She's going to be okay back there?
Yeah. She's calmer than I am. She wants some payback. She can't do anything but run away anyhow. She'll stay until someone comes for the van.
She knows the signals?
Yeah. Someone comes to the van without flashing her twice with a white lens flashlight, and she's gone.
The signal was a worst case. If it didn't come, it meant we were all dead. But it was the best I could do. If things got that bad, I had no doubt she'd be dead as well. I turned to the team, throwing down a sack with black Nomex balaclavas in it. Okay, remember what we discussed. No talking at all. No English in the presence of anyone still alive or conscious. Buckshot said, "Do we really need to wear the damn ski masks? They're hot as shit, and it'll affect our assault. Everyone's going to be dead anyway." No, not everyone's going to be dead. I know what I said earlier, but we're only going to kill when there's a distinct threat. You find someone who's not a threat, take him out, but don't kill him. I don't care about the damage you have to do, but we're not slaying everything that moves. I saw the look on the faces of the team and cut it short. You fuckers are the best in the world. You want to go inside like a bunch of gangbangers on a drive-by? Go back where you came from. It ain't happening here. We don't know what we're going to find. There might be some innocents mixed in with the trash. Either way, we need the masks. When we're done, the girls will still be alive. I don't want anyone to know what we look like." I waited for a nod from each man, relieved that they didn't push the issue. Okay, we clear from top to bottom. We need to clean out the entire house before we can do hostage recovery. First man to a stairwell leads the way. We keep it clandestine as long as possible. Hopefully, we secure the house before anyone even realizes we're there. I turned to Jennifer. You good with your job? She cradled the 416, a little nervous.
Yeah. Anyone comes up the drive, and I block their advance.
She worked the bolt of the weapon, checking to make sure it functioned smoothly, riding it back and forth to see if there were any problems. She flipped the safety lever up and down until she was sure it wouldn't hang up in a crunch, then turned on the EO tech site, checking the reticle. She finished by seating a magazine and loading a round. When she was done, she looked up, ready. I saw the rest of the team watching and relaxing at her practiced moves. They had to rely on her with their lives, and I couldn't have scripted her actions any better. I pretended not to notice any of the activities, saying, "That's right. We hear you fire, and it's game on. We'll be in a world of hurt, so don't miss." She nodded, her eyes wide at the responsibility. I smiled. "Don't worry. If it comes to that, we still have more skill than anyone else on this continent, you included." I addressed the group. "Kid up, let's do this." Decoy brought out 2 duffel bags. with the men reaching in and pulling out ordinary-looking backpacks like college kids used. Each one unzipped to reveal a small arsenal of breaching charges and flashbang grenades, along with inserts that housed Kevlar plates for protection and Velcro belts that held magazines for the UMPs. When we were done, we looked like something out of the Boondock Saints, with makeshift assault kits that gave up ease of use for clandestine camouflage, and Nomex hoods that made us look like thieves. Decoy strapped a 13-inch double-barreled shotgun to his thigh. The barrels themselves flattened out to spread the buckshot in a horizontal arc. The weapon was definitely not surgical, more like something that would kill everyone in its path. He saw me looking at him and said, "You never know when a room clear might be necessary. Mr. Duckbill here will be just the ticket." I hesitated, then nodded, knowing that thing wouldn't come out unless we heard Jennifer start banging away and things had gotten desperate. I caught the eye of each man in turn, making sure they were ready. We had all done plenty of assaults like this in the past, before we joined the Taskforce, but always with the mighty green machine of the U.S. government behind us. Now we were on our own, and doing something that was way outside of our mandate. We got in trouble here, and we'd be dead. I said, "Last chance to reconsider." Nobody said anything for a second. Then Buckshot said, "Cut the fucking drama. Let's go do some damage." I smiled and turned on the laser pointer, centering the beam on the head of the man at the guard shack, cleaning a weapon. Retro and Buckshot stared at the screen for a moment, then slipped into the night. The pointer itself was infrared, which meant they couldn't see it, but with his PVS-21 night observation device on, Retro could. Nobody liked wearing NODs in an assault, because it hampered the ability to index a weapon, but in these situations, it made you a god. Personally, I preferred the older ANVS-9 Aviator NODs, but these could transition seamlessly to areas with light, unlike the older 9s that would white out, forcing you to take them off. Something that would come in handy on our assault of the house. Here it didn't matter. All Retro had to do was follow the beam like a sadistic rainbow until he reached the treasure at the end. With the wide field on, I saw Retro and Buckshot begin the stalk. They moved slowly and carefully, two white blobs closing in on the men like bacteria on a petri dish. When they got within 30 feet, they slowed to a standstill, moving a foot every 20 seconds. The beam was still centered on the head of the man cleaning the weapon, who was completely unaware of the death stalking him. As my team closed the gap, I zoomed in, keeping the 4 on the screen. By the time the team was ready to assault, they were all within a 10-foot square, and I could once again make out facial features of the men. Retro circled around behind the man cleaning the weapon, while Buckshot did the same to the cigarette smoker. They paused for a moment, getting ready. Both rose like wraiths from a horror movie, collapsing on the targets, the blur from the thermal imaging blending the forms together. A white-hot jet spurted out of each man, coating the ground like lava on my screen before fading to black. Blood. Warm blood. I heard a gasp behind me and turned to see Jennifer ashen-faced. The young whore behind her had no such reaction, either because she didn't realize what she was seeing, or because she did and didn't care. Jennifer clenched her jaw, then nodded at me. Buckshot came on my radio. "Entrance clear." "Rolling," I said. Chapter 46. We moved the van forward, getting to within 200 meters of the house before stopping. I milked the girl. Jennifer told me her name was Maria, for all the information on the target I could get, and she'd given us the entire layout of the house, along with the alarm systems used. I didn't question her loyalty. She clearly wanted us to succeed, but we took what she said with a grain of salt, because the worst thing we could do was base our entire assault on her memory, only to find out it was wrong. Looking through the blackjack, I saw the first part of her recollection was correct. There was an infrared trigger across the drive to signal an approaching vehicle, which meant the door alarms were probably real as well. The good thing about the setup was that it was designed to prevent anyone escaping, not for keeping people from breaking in. According to Maria, the alarm contacts were inside the house, on the doors leading down to the basement, where the girls were kept, which is why we'd hit that last, after everyone hostile was killed or captured. We exited the vehicle and used the shadows to snake our way to the front door. I pointed out Jennifer's position inside the shrubs and continued on, glancing back over my shoulder to see if she was okay. She was already in the prone, with the .416 aimed down the drive, wearing the PVS 21s, which looked like those ridiculous Venetian eye masks people wore on Mardi Gras, only instead of feathers, it had black plastic. We crept up to the porch, avoiding any window observation. Retro placed a small object the size of a brick against the wall. Called a radar scope, it was basically a motion detector that could see through walls up to 12 inches thick, telling us whether anyone was in the room. It didn't matter if the person was playing possum or not. Breathing alone would be enough motion for it to detect. We would use the scope as we cleared until we hit resistance. From that moment on, we'd assume we were compromised and move as fast as possible. In seconds, Retro signaled that the foyer just beyond was clear. Buckshot began working the door, unlocking it in a matter of moments. He looked at me, black ski mask and Venetian eyewear, and I nodded. He turned the knob and we entered, silently moving forward with all guns taking a sector of security. In front was the stairwell, just like the girl had said it would be. Retro took up a position at the bottom, and we began flip-flopping up it, the low man pulling security, while the high man went forward. When we reached the second floor, Retro went to the first room in the hallway, using the scope. According to Maria, this floor was used for training, with about 5 or 6 bedrooms left and right down the hallway. Retro used the scope and shook his head at door 1. We got the same at door 2 and 3. We moved across the hall to door 4. I watched the scope and saw it light. Someone's in this one. Retro shoved the scope in his pack and got ready to fight. Buckshot twisted the door handle, then leaned out of the way. We silently went inside, guns trained to shoot any threat that presented itself. The room was illuminated with candles. The only thing in it was a bed, which had a teenage girl on it. Retro closed the gap to her and pinned her, gagging her mouth. The rest of the team looked for additional threats. In the corner was another door, which the girl was staring at hard. I moved to it. Before I reached it, the door swung open, and I found myself face to face with the fake bum from Prague. He was wearing nothing but his underwear, and his brain was trying to compute what he was seeing. Before he could react, I jammed the suppressor of the UMP into his forehead. I got him on his knees and signaled decoy. Circling around him, Decoy pulled out a small metal baton covered in a thin rubber coating. He hammered the man right above his ear, dropping him like a stone. Retro was making shushing noises to the girl, keeping her calm. I signaled him to flex tie her, then signaled the same to Decoy. We couldn't take her with us, and couldn't risk her running around yelling, compromising the assault, so we'd tie and gag her here and come back for her later. The fake bum would get the same treatment, in case he woke up. We exited the room and began clearing step by step, no longer using the scope, but still moving as quietly as possible. All other rooms on the second floor were empty, until we entered the last one, seeing a girl on her hands and knees with a man behind her. He caught the movement of the door and looked up in surprise, one of his eyes staring off into space over my shoulder. Decoy put 2 rounds into his head, spackling the wall with brain matter, the only noise the hollow clanking of his bolt. Jesus, the girl! She had fallen onto her stomach and was trying to roll over. I broke silence. Get on her! Don't let her see the body! She'll be fucked up for life! If she's not already. Buckshot threw the body on the floor, covering it with a blanket, while Retro collapsed on the girl, trapping her as she attempted to escape. I locked eyes with Decoy. What the fuck was that? He was no threat. He didn't back down an inch. He sure as shit was a threat to her. I glared at him for a second to show him I was pissed, but I couldn't argue with the logic. Control yourself. This isn't a vendetta. Retro had finished flex tying her, smiling all the while to keep her calm. Although the effect came out a little twisted given the mask and NODs, she looked confused but didn't try to fight. Exiting the room, we went back down the stairwell to the first floor. We'd removed 2 from the equation, which left anywhere from 4 to 8 still out, based on Maria's description. We cleared room after empty room, causing the tension to build in the team. We'd rather hit the enemy one at a time, but every empty room lessened that chance. Sooner or later, we were going to kick over an ant pile. Flip-flopping down a hallway, I saw a door in front begin to swing open. I sprinted forward. A man came out empty-handed. I trapped his arm, locking up his joints in a come-along, and driving him into a wall. Just past him in the room, I could see 4 other men around a card table, all looking at me in shock. They immediately began diving for weapons. The ant pile. I kicked the man I held down the hall, raised my weapon and put 2 rounds into his face, then focused on the room. The rest of the team had collapsed on me, with 2 facing down each end of the hallway, pulling security, while one began tracking the targets in the room. One of the men inside the room managed to get off 2 rounds, both wildly off the mark, before having his head split open. The others didn't fire a single shot. In the blink of an eye, all 4 were down, the noise of the suppressed weapons overshadowed by the bodies hitting the floor. The echo of the man's 2 rounds hung in the air. Shit. Clandestine just went out the window. Retro and I entered the room and cleared it, ensuring everyone was dead. Seconds later, we were moving down the hall toward the final door, no longer trying to be quiet. The name of the game now was Speed and Violence of Action. Retro turned the knob, finding it locked. Decoy pulled a flex linear charge out of Buckshot's backpack, slapping it down the length of the door. We separated left and right with the door in the middle. He glanced to ensure everyone was clear and initiated the charge. It splintered the door inward, cutting it in half. We followed the charge in before the pieces had even settled, finding one man on the floor laid out by the fragments of the door. Decoy fell on him while the rest of the team advanced. The room was a kitchen. In the rear, by an oven, another woman cowered, this one older with her hands raised. I moved to her while the team fanned out inside the spacious area. Gunfire erupted to my left, followed quickly by the muted clanking of the UMPs. I reached the woman and prevented her from moving, whispering softly to her, using soothing noises as I flex-tied her hands to her ankles in a sitting-up position. I didn't bother with the gag, because her screaming wouldn't make a shit's worth of difference after the door charge. I stroked her hair and smiled at her to let her know I meant no harm, then returned to the team. We'd cleared the entire house, and I was pretty sure we'd eliminated all threats. Maria had said nobody ever stayed down with them in the basement, only coming down when it was time for someone to leave. I signaled all clear, meaning it was time to hit the basement. We raced back to the entrance, stacking on it with weapons raised. Retro opened the door to a completely black stairwell, so dark even our NODs were picking up no light. I could hear rustling down below, with the close-in stench of sweat and unwashed clothes wafting up. I ran my hands along the wall and found a switch, turning night into day. We began flip-flopping down the stairs, hearing the beeping of the alarm the girl had told us about, when the lights went off again. What the hell? Pulling security at the top, Buckshot turned them back on. We went a few feet, then they went out again. I halted the procession, turning on the infrared illuminator on my NODs. It wasn't that powerful, basically giving me a view of about 5 feet to my front, but it was better than the ridiculous light switch competition. Retro and Decoy did the same, giving us a view down the stairwell like we were in the Blair Witch Project. Buckshot stayed at the top. Moving slowly, we reached the bottom. To my left, I saw the girl working the light switch. Her eyes were wide open, straining for any hint of light, the IR source from my NODs making them glow like an animal in the night. Behind her were the other girls, all on the floor with their arms around their knees, shaking, completely unaware that we were there. There were no beds, just row after row of pallets on the floor. Apparently, the only time they felt a bed was when they were working, which for some reason struck me as particularly cruel. The light switch girl was shaking as well, her hand above the switch trembling so badly it looked like she was flicking water off it. She had no way to stop whatever danger was coming down the stairs. All she could do was slow it down, but she didn't quit fighting. It was quite possibly the bravest thing I had ever seen. Chapter 47. I turned to face Retro and Decoy, getting blinded by their IR source. I knew mine was doing the same to them, so I turned it off. I gave them hand and arm signals to get guns out into the room, while I took out Miss Lightswitch. I had no doubt she'd do something incredibly stupid and dangerous if the lights came on, and we were standing in front of her with weapons. The girls sitting on the floor didn't pose the same threat. They'd have no time to react when they saw us, and probably wouldn't even if they could. I slowly circled around the girl, feeling a little evil at the fact she couldn't see me at all, while I could reach out and thump her in the head if I wanted. When I was lined up with her back, I pounced, encircling her arms and dragging her to the ground. She shrieked like a banshee, then began violently whipping around like a snake caught around the neck. She snapped her head back and slammed it into my NODs, causing them to shift and nearly knocking her out. I shouted, "Lights! Lights!" The room blazed into existence, blinding everyone for a moment. The girls on the floor began shrieking at the sight of the Boondock Saints pointing guns at them, but none made a move. Retro and Decoy began shouting, "Ami! Ami!" Then, "Friend! Friend!" The screaming turned into whimpers, with the girls packing together like a flock of sheep, cowering together at the threat of a wolf. The one in my arms was woozy from her attempts at harming me. She'd have a knot on her head, but appeared okay. I repeated, "Ami," over and over until she nodded her head. I let go of her and raised my hands. She scooted back to the flock, warily staring at us. I keyed my radio. "Coco, house is clear. Bring in the girl." I figured the quickest way to get complete compliance was to have Maria show herself, proving we were friends. From there, we'd sort out the exfil without worrying about one of them making a break for it. I turned to Retro. "Go get the girls upstairs and the one in the kitchen." Decoy said, "What about the guy in the bedroom? If he's still out, leave him there. And if he's not, put him back to sleep. Then leave him there." I keyed my radio. "Buckshot, get a gun out front. I don't want any surprises." Minutes later, Retro came in with the woman from the kitchen. He cut off the flex ties on her hands and put her with the group. The girls showed her no outright sympathy, keeping their distance from her. Decoy came over the net. "I'm going to need a hand up here. One girl's going to need to be carried, and I don't want to do that and watch the other one." "What's wrong? Is she hurt?" "No, at least not physically, but she's pretty much catatonic." Retro said, "On the way." While waiting on them, I checked in on Jennifer. "Maria's good," she said. "In fact, she can't stop smiling. I'm moving to the house now in Van 1. "Roger that. Buckshot, when she gets in, go get Van 2. We need to clear out." "Roger." Decoy and Retro returned, Decoy carrying one girl while the other walked in front. Decoy laid the girl on the ground, brushed her hair out of her face, then backed up. The group went ballistic at the sight, circling around them, all talking at once. The one on the ground was awake and responding to the treatment of her friends, apparently starting to believe that she wasn't about to die. The older woman from the kitchen hung at the back, trying to remain hidden. Very different reaction from when she came in. Jennifer appeared at the bottom of the stairs with Maria, and then the scene repeated, with everyone talking at once. Our girl was practically jumping up and down trying to explain who we were and what we were doing here. The rest of the girls seemed unsure of whether to believe it, like at any minute the trick would be exposed and they'd be told to saddle up. I had Jennifer break up the old home week, getting Maria to point out the girl that was in the room with the Arab. After a little back and forth, she pointed to Miss Lightswitch. Should have known. Right behind her was the woman from the kitchen.
When Maria caught sight of her, she froze for a second. Then she plowed through the crowd, pushing bodies left and right like a fullback trying to reach the end zone. That's not good. Decoy, stop her! He was close, but not close enough. Maria leapt on the woman like an alley cat, clawing great gouges in the woman's face as they fell to the floor. Before Decoy could reach her, the rest of the girls, seeing the attack, and finally realizing they were no longer in any danger, lost all timidity and fell upon the woman as well, biting, clawing, and kicking. The outright savagery told me the woman would be dead in seconds. It took all four of us to physically manhandle everyone off her, and even that wasn't working until I shouted at Jennifer to crack a round into the floor with the .416. The explosion finally got them to stop, all panting like hyenas fighting over a kill. We got them separated and left Buckshot pointing a weapon to keep them calm. We pulled out of earshot, taking Maria with us. In short order, we learned that the woman, far from being a captive, was one of the most sadistic people in the house. Maria began relaying horror stories that caused me to tell Jennifer to shut her up. I get the picture. Decoy tossed his head at the cut-up woman. Well, what about her? She's heard us talk. She'll know we're Americans. Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, I'm not going to kill her in cold blood, no matter how much she deserves it. Retro said, We don't have to do anything. We could just walk up those stairs for a few minutes. That would hurt the girls more than the woman. She'd just be dead, but they'd live with what they did forever. I felt Jennifer's eyes on me, but didn't acknowledge it. I have a better idea.
Chapter 48. Keyshawn kept his mind off the meeting by sweeping the inside of the warehouse. For the fourth,
but they'd live with what they did forever. I felt Jennifer's eyes on me, but didn't acknowledge it. I have a better idea.
Chapter 48. Keyshawn kept his mind off the meeting by sweeping the inside of the warehouse. For the fourth time. He told himself it was just because he didn't like clutter, but deep down he knew it was because he was nervous. The tell was in the number of times he glanced at his watch, then glanced at the 2 Pelican cases at the back of the room. What the fuck are you afraid of? You've walked with killers. And yet, he was. The man coming was someone who held a mythical place in his mind's eye. A fighter that would destroy all the rich motherfuckers in this godforsaken country, turn it into an Islamic utopia, where everyone was equal in the eyes of Allah. No more greed, no more haves and have-nots, just a society based on Sharia law, where the glory was dedication to the one true God instead of material worldly goods. But what if he's not? What if all this time and effort had been invested for some raghead loser? What if the promise wasn't real? For the first time in his desolate, violent life, he had a purpose that transcended himself, and he was now afraid he'd find out it was a fantasy. A soft knock snapped him out of his thoughts, the sound cracking open a fight-or-flight response as great as if he'd heard gunfire. He placed the broom deliberately in the corner, took a breath, and strode to the door. Standing outside was a pudgy, balding man nervously glancing left and right. He was dressed like a street bum, his clothes stained, and his oversized running shoes showing holes at the toes. He stank of whiskey and boiled eggs. Keyshawn felt his heart fall. Then felt a rage like never before. Images of Beth's struggle in the bathtub turning his vision red. He brought himself under control. Yes? The man wiped the sweat from his upper lip. You got a FedEx package here yesterday? What business is it of yours? It's my business because I know what's in it. And if you don't give me some money, I'm going to let the cops know. Keyshawn was completely taken aback. This man wasn't the fighter. He was something else entirely. He didn't know how the man had knowledge of the delivery, but he did know one thing. The bum was a threat. What the fuck are you talking about? Keyshawn said. Cops? For what? The bum was sweating profusely now, fidgeting left and right. Just give me $100 and I'll leave. Keyshawn stood back from the door, his mind running through options, none of which he could execute on the front stoop. Come inside. I have some money in here. That's okay, I'm not stupid. Bring the money to me out here. Keyshawn looked left and right, seeing no one in the deserted industrial area. He reached back like he was pulling out a wallet, withdrawing a 4-inch folding knife instead. He flicked out the blade and whipped it straight into the man's abdomen, blade up, stabbing deep and ripping upward toward the heart. He clamped his other hand on the man's jacket and held him upright while he continued to cut, finally hitting the bone of the rib cage. The man shrieked, his eyes bugging out of his head. Keyshawn jerked him inside, the door slamming shut on its mechanical arm. He tossed the bum on the ground, watching him writhe around in a growing pool of blood, desperately attempting to staunch the flow. He knew the man was going to die in seconds. He grabbed the bum's hair to get him to focus. Who told you about the shipment? The homeless man gargled, holding his hands to his stomach, his eyes rolling back in his head. Who, motherfucker, who? The man was unresponsive, either dead or unconscious. Keyshawn kicked him, then kicked the wall. Fuck. He heard another knock from outside. What the hell? He quickly glanced at himself, seeing blood on his right hand up to the wrist. He thought about jumping out of the window at the back of the warehouse, but grabbed a shop rag instead. Wiping off the blood, he cracked the door a second time. Standing on the other side was a wiry man with a hawkish nose. His complexion was swarthy, but what caught Keyshawn's attention were his eyes. Black pools that reflected something dangerous, perhaps something irrational as well. Just as he could smell a cop from across the street, Keyshawn knew this man had been inside a prison, and not an easy one. The fighter. The man spoke calmly and lightly. I'm Rafik. You must be Keyshawn. May I come in? Keyshawn said nothing, simply holding open the door, unsure of what he should do, his mind spinning. The simple question, given the killing he'd just done, seemed surreal. Rafik walked inside and barely glanced at the eviscerated homeless man. You did well. I'm sorry for the deception, but I had to be sure of who you were. You sent him to me? Why? Suppose I let him go. I would have killed him, and then killed you. The confusion wearing off, Keyshawn bristled, growing angry at being played like a child at a magic show. Really? You think so? You ain't in Raghead Land now. Rafik smiled, completely calm. I asked for your forgiveness. I needed to be sure of your commitment, to be sure you wouldn't run at the first hint of trouble. We are on a path that may require sacrifice. I had to be sure you were up to the task. Keyshawn said, You don't have to worry about me. I'm ready. Rafik narrowed his eyes and flicked his toe at the body on the floor. This is nothing. I mean real sacrifice. Beth's struggle in the bathtub flashed in Keyshawn's mind, her arms flailing around for leverage to raise her head, water splashing over the tub, the burst of bubbles as her involuntary response overcame her conscious attempt to stave off death, the tub growing cold as he held her limp body, one of her arms draped over the edge, the metronomic drips of water falling from a finger, getting farther and farther apart. He felt Rafik's eyes on him. I know about sacrifice, he said. Believe me, I know. Rafik said nothing for a moment, then nodded. The time is almost here. You had no trouble with the DHL shipment? Glad to talk about anything to rid him of the memories. Keyshawn led him to the Pelican cases. No issues whatsoever. I haven't opened them, so I don't know if anything was lost. You didn't open the cases? Well, I didn't know what was in them, so it made no sense to see if something was stolen. Pleased at the obedient response, Rafik opened both cases and smiled. Nothing missing. Keyshawn saw only metal plates and plastic buckets. What the fuck is this? You'll find out with everyone else. You've done well with the warehouse. This is where we'll build the method of destruction and train the men. One team at a time. Is the meeting set for Richmond? Yeah. Carl's got an apartment outside the airport. Everyone's traveling down there now and should be there in a couple of days. Rafiq clapped him on the shoulder. Perfect. Let's clean up this mess and continue our journey. The calmness of the conversation, considering the spreading pool of blood and the gutted body with its rictus grimace, sent a sliver of unease into Keyshawn. Maybe he's not firing on all cylinders. Chapter 49. The room stank of stale designer coffee and fried rice. The conference table was littered with takeout cartons and styrofoam cups, a large fruit bowl in the center holding the sad remnants of a bunch of grapes. Kurt supposed nobody wanted to be the one to eat the last bit of food. He rested his head against the wall with his legs extended from his back row seat behind the conference table, watching the members of the Oversight Council fidget while they waited on the arrival of the president. He had briefed them on the activities in Prague, filling in the holes from the information that had come out of the DOS and CIA's own intelligence apparatus. The story on the street was of a large raid by the Prague police, based on the intelligence of a woman informant on the inside of an Albanian sex slave ring. Kurt cracked open the truth. As expected, the council had been incredulous. The team had completely overstepped their bounds, potentially causing an international crisis that could destroy American credibility during a time when the United States was trying to regain its footing in the world. Truth be told, Kurt half-hoped they'd shut the whole project down. The pressure on him was enormous, affecting his ability to make decisions that were in the nation's best interest. Calling his sleep fitful was being polite. His entire life had been dedicated to defending the Constitution of the United States, and after 9/11, the Taskforce had seemed one more step on that road. But now things were spinning out of control. An attack was coming, and the team was doing its best to combat it, but at what cost? When was enough truly enough? When would the council say the rule of law outweighed the death that was coming? He despised Secretary of State Brookings, thinking the weasel cared only about his own career. But he understood the reticence. If Pike's actions in Prague became public knowledge, it would affect innumerable security arrangements on the European continent, which would inevitably trickle into trade negotiations and every other issue. Kurt understood that better than most, even while the council looked at him as a knuckle-dragger. America no longer had the luxury of going it alone in the world. With globalization, everything was intertwined. Then there was the domestic problem. If the task force was exposed, nobody in the room had any illusions of how it would play out. Best case, the political apparatus would have a brief seizure, with a few weeks of 24-hour talking heads frothing at the mouth and the usual rounds of congressional testimony before it faded from the national consciousness. Worst case, the damage would be permanent. Either way, all in the room knew it would be permanent for them. At the back of everyone's mind was the election less than 6 months away, with the opposition furiously trying to find something to harm the president. On the heels of Kurt's brief was the latest intel on the attack. The chatter had continued unabated, with nothing concrete. The only new intelligence gleaned was a cryptic reference to the attackers being homegrown, which, coupled with the lost EFPs, scared the hell out of everyone in the room. The council was split in half on whether to let the team follow the trail to Budapest. Like a hung jury, they had argued for the better part of 10 hours, and were now simply going to toss the problems into the president's lap. Let him make the decision. Kurt thought it was cowardly, but he didn't get a vote. Without fanfare, the door swung open and President Warren entered. Caught off guard, everyone jerked upright, some standing, others attempting to do so. "Keep your seats. Sorry to make you wait. Other things going on." The room gave a collective nod as he took his seat at the head of the conference table. Kurt surveyed the crowd to see who had changed demeanor at the president's arrival. None appeared to do so, probably out of exhaustion. "Well, what have we got?" Alexander Palmer, the president's national security advisor, was the man chosen to brief both sides of the argument. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, sir, we have a significant ability to stop the attack, but the risks may well be worse than the aftermath." Warren took that in, then nodded for Palmer to continue. Palmer relayed all that had happened in Prague, ending with the lead on the terrorists attempting to get explosives in Budapest for the EFPs. Warren didn't need a map drawn out. After a lifetime of politics, he instantly calculated the risks of what the team had done, as well as the rewards. When Palmer was done, he said, "Okay, what's the vote?" Palmer said, "Well, the vote's split. The potential repercussions are enormous. May already be enormous. But the terrorist plot is real. No doubt. Given the EFPs, they don't plan on a single assault. It's going to be big." Warren smiled. "And you want me to make the vote?" Everyone shifted in their chairs, looking left and right. Warren said, "Kurt, what do you think?" Kurt pulled his head off the wall, leaned forward, and said,